What? Hi, chat! Oh god, your tail. Put it down!
You're-
Put it down!
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
Put it
fine.
down!
Shit. Oh, yeah, it's
God,
Down, boy, down!
I want to use. I want to use my tail as a body pillow.
We're off to a fantastic start. Welcome, chat, to the offensive furry. I mean, the offensive charm podcast. Welcome to episode.
Oh man, I just saw the. I just saw it live up huge on the live stream. Jesus.
Holy shit. That's great. Okay, well, welcome to the Offensive Charm Podcast, episode 8, everybody. We are back tonight.
I
am,
probably
of
shouldn't
course,
have
the charm.
specifically Nazi soldiers on the fucking TV. Let me change that.
Okay.
It sets the mood.
Fucking.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll have this on there for now.
Okay, hang on.
Until
We'll
change
get to that,
topic.
chat. We'll get to that.
Jazz? The intro?
Yes, sorry. I'm doing it. There. Okay. Got it. Okay, yes. So, I am, of course, the charm. Most know me as Alex. Some call me Jazz. I mean, in fact, most of you call me Jazz at this point, so you already know me. And of course, the offensive over there in the seat on the right
Hi.
is my adorable little sister Rosa. And of course, you all know her.
Sister Rosa?
But who? Sister Rosa, yeah.
Oh! I understood, like my adorable little Starosa. I was like, what the fuck is a Starosa?
No, Sister Rosa. I was speaking quickly. All right, okay. All right. Anyway, but of course, the special guest for this evening, who you may or may not know, is our friend here in the middle, our furry-faced buddy. That is the wandering Helmsman, who, of course, just enjoyed his debut.
I did.
coming
I
fresh
did.
off
What was it? 9 days ago. It's been a week and 2 days now. So yeah.
Yeah. How was that? How did everything go with that?
Besides the mic scuff in the beginning, it went great actually. So
Awesome.
it was very
Watch the whole
appropriate
thing, it was pretty
actually.
good.
It was very appropriate. I ended up having I am a professional, so I have a crappy backup mic. And I was able to get that figured out.
Yeah,
So
you
I
had a
did the
fucking
whole
Xbox mic.
yeah, I did the whole pretty much. I did the whole thing on my headset mic. Because my Yeti decided to crap out on me.
I'll tell you
I got
what,
that.
if not
yeah,
for that,
but-
you wouldn't have had any scuff, and then you wouldn't have been a true VTuber, so.
I
Everything
mean,
else is
honestly, I was gonna say like it worked out very well. Actually, I was actually pretty happy about it, especially the fact that I didn't practice it at all. I basically just created this. I created the book of information and make sure the scenes were all set up correctly, and that's it. I didn't practice a damn thing. So,
That's pretty
Gotcha.
but yeah,
Absolutely.
it was. I was very happy about it. I got quite a bit more. I was actually expecting like maybe 7 or 8 people, and I got like 20 people, so I was happy about that.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
It was fun.
Good
It was
stuff.
fun. It was very
Better
fun.
than my debut. I know that.
And I also have to say that it was technically like a soft debut, because I've actually been streaming since August. That's why I have like almost 100 videos on my YouTube channel already.
There you go.
Because I've been stealth streaming, basically, just kind of like getting in the hang of streaming before I like did like made everything nice and fancy and fancy and official and everything. And I highly recommend anyone who has any interested in not just VTubing but just streaming in general, being a content creator of any kind, just hit that go live button, like, and just stream to nobody. Like literally, like it actually really
that's
helps.
how I started.
Yeah, it actually
That's
really
how
helps.
I started too, man. Like straight up.
It actually really, it's so helpful because it gets you into like the mindset of like saying your thoughts
Like
out
talking
loud
and stuff? Yeah.
and talking, because like what I don't know about you guys, when I game in my free time, I'm just silent. Except for the
No.
occasional rage gamer word outburst.
I do that too.
You know,
I do that too.
I talk to myself all the time.
but I like
So
talk
you're- yeah,
I like
you're-
talk
you're
under my
well
breath
suited
and
for
stuff
this.
like that. But like it gets you into that mindset, and you learn a lot of answers to questions that don't typically get asked. Like, oh, I'm pretty good at making this kind of game entertaining, or I need to get better at making that kind of game entertaining, or oh, I really don't like streaming on this day or that day or this many times a week or for this long. Yada yada yada. You like, if you just stream to nobody, you get into the groove of what is gonna work for you. So by the time you like start advertising yourself, you already have like a groove that you're in. You know what I mean? So I highly recommend that to anybody who's interested. Just hit go live and just stream to nobody. Seriously. Anyway.
Yeah, everyone needs a little practice. Even me and my fucking like dumb fucking like schizo self, right? You guys can go find it. It's out there. There's a Jade Dies a Lot channel where you can go and you can see the little like streams I did as Jade, just kind of on my own before I ever debuted as Rosa. Those exist. They're out there. But yeah, like it's true. Like you gotta just kind of learn to talk. I learned a lot about like, I guess like myself when I was kind of going through that and like doing like those little streams. They were pretty short. But yeah, like you can definitely like improve, you know, like when you do that sort of stuff. And like I feel like like when you stream to like a lot of people like right off the bat, you get a very weird kind of like, because I like when I debuted as Rosa, like I was part of like a company, right? So like there was like tons of people, and I kind of set like an expectation for me that I could not reach, because obviously you have like all like the hype around debut, which then dies down, and that kind of got to me pretty bad, because I didn't know that's how it was gonna be. So like getting comfortable streaming to like, you know, just a few people is definitely a good idea, like earlier on.
I'd say so, yeah. Oh man, it's just like I feel like the biggest thing for me is always like in those moments where I'm actually like hard focusing on whatever I'm doing in a game when I'm like playing something. It's like if it's something casual, like just some like FPS, whatever. Like I like it's easy enough to like talk while you're doing that. But like if I'm like locked in, like you know the fucking GIF, the I think it's like from Parasite, right? The lock in GIF with the guy's like fucking like does like leans forward and like does the serious face and shit. Like in moments when that's happening, like a mostly like a Souls like scenario, usually like a boss fight or some shit, right? Like that's when I notice I tend to fall like dead silent. And I guess it kind of like balances out because like, you know, you're in the middle of a boss fight, obviously the audience can watch you doing that. So like there's still something to like see, and like, you know, you're not being complete, like it's not like you're being unentertaining at all, but like still it's I think it's better when you're a streamer to like still kind of try and keep a dialogue going a little bit, even when you're in those like hyper focused moments, right? So that's where I'm trying to improve a little bit. Sometimes silence is necessary, but you need a sense of when silence is needed.
Something I've been trying to do is trying to teach myself to like give like a play-by-play of like what I'm thinking in my head while I'm doing the boss fight. I've been trying to train myself to do
exactly yeah, straight up.
Yeah, I've only recently started being able to like do that. Like, you have to like you have to do a play-by-play of what you're doing, like because you're thinking everything in your head, right? Like I've been playing through well, I guess we'll get to it in a bit, but I've been playing like through the Arkham games because like Suicide Squad just inspired me to like play good games from the Arkham franchise. And I'm playing that. I'm just thinking in my head when I'm on my own. I'm just like, you know, counter, you know, battering, dodge. I'm play by playing in my head, but I'm not saying anything. But I'm also streaming it. You know what I mean? And so when I'm streaming it, I have to remember like dodge. Oh crap! You know, like you have to like train yourself to be audible. Essentially,
make it into the brain loud.
Because it doesn't come normally to the vast majority of people.
Yeah, something I've learned is that for me, Dark Souls is a bad game for that though. Just because a lot of it isn't. I'm not thinking.
it's all muscle memory at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I've kind of thought about it. Like I've tried really hard, right? Like off stream, I've been trying to practice that. And I noticed that when I get into a boss fight, when I zone in, I'm actually zoning out. I'm actually zoning out and just letting my fucking hands do all the work while I just observe.
Because you know the mechanics so well that you can basically like zone out, and then your motor memory literally takes over. It's like, have you ever like kind of dozed off on a highway? Yeah. But like you end up exactly where you meant to go.
Yeah.
And you're like, how the fuck did I not die? It's the same thing.
It is exactly that. Like sometimes I'll be playing, right? And like, I'll be really quiet. I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just allowing my fucking eyeballs to transfer all the information to my brain to my transfer to my hands what to do. Like I'm just silently just kind of letting like, you know, just letting the fucking automation do its thing.
Yeah.
Jazz in the middle of a hard boss fight, rattling off a bunch of wait, no, what? No, I'm not doing Jesus. Listen. If I'm rattling off any slurs, I'm evening it out. There's gonna be some white ones, some black ones, some Mexican ones, some Asian ones. You gotta make it even, right? That's how we make it fair. You
gotta be an equal opportunity offender.
Hey.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How many Cuban slurs do you know?
I don't, but there's the list. Umber showed us the list that compiled.
He doesn't have Cuban.
What
a racist! I can't believe I'm being excluded right now.
I need my cheat sheet. Okay, I need to like have it. I can like write on my arm. Write it on my arm and like roll up my sleeve during the stream and just check it like real subtle, like.
Slurs for Jimmy.
He's gonna get the Cuban slurs tattooed on his forearm.
Oh my god! Forget all that. When I start streaming in 2098, I'm doing nothing but grunts, full caveman vibe streaming. See, King, you joke, but that is exactly the kind of stupid shit that has like a solid chance of taking off in the streaming space, right?
That is
like,
true.
Like, what do you if there was somebody who's like good at it, right? Like they had like different grunts for like different things, right? Like a happy grunt, like a sad grunt, an angry grunt. Yeah, like if they were like mixed up a good bit,
steal your idea.
that might be kind of fun to watch.
I'm gonna steal your idea. I'm going to have
Dave troll ASMR.
A female a female quote unquote female caveman video game protagonist, and the whole thing is basically every time I get hit in a video game, I'm just gonna make like a classic female grunt. I'm just gonna go
It's gotta be more like Cave. You gotta put some growl in it, like. You like almost ate this, right?
The whole channel's gonna get taken out of context.
You gotta straddle the line of racism on this one.
You know how in like Dark Souls 1, the like female character actually like she just grunts, right? But if you play a male character and like you get hit, he goes like, oh. He like fucking moans.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking of you played like Saints Row 3, right?
Which one was that? Was that the one where you become the president?
No, that's Saints Row 4.
Maybe. The one with the dildo bat, I think, was 3.
That's
was
3.
Was that 4?
3's the dildo
Three's
bat.
dildo bat, right?
I thought 4 was the alien invasion one.
4 is the alien invasion, yes.
That's 4. That's
3 is the one where you become president. Yes, I played 3.
No,
Yes,
the alien invasion and the president one are the same one.
No, it's not.
Well, no. Okay.
Yes,
No,
they
you
are.
start off
Listen.
as the president in 4. You become the president in 3.
I don't remember that.
At the end of the game, at the end of the game, you become the president.
Did I
at
never
the end
beat
of 3,
Saints Row
and then
3?
Right.
I
Yeah,
just
the
kinda,
end of 3.
I don't remember ever becoming the president at the end of Saints Row 3. I just remember like owning a mansion and being cool. And being like, yeah, this is mine now.
Yeah, that was the beginning of so at the beginning of Saints Row 3, you have like the mansion, you have the whole fucking tower because you're like corporate, right? Like the Saints has become like a brand name and shit.
I don't remember having that at the beginning. I remember having that like
Yeah, not at the beginning.
At the end.
No. Listen. Let me finish. So you have the big building, right? Like you built yourself up, you're the brand name and all that shit. And then like there's the bit where like the guys come and try to kill you, and like somebody hacks into your fucking bank account and you lose all your money, and then you got to go from like all the way from the bottom again. And I remember this because like you go to an ATM and you check to see like you've gotten your money left and it's all gone, and then like you punch the ATM screen and that's like the end of that mission, and that's like the first mission in the game. I think
the
Gat
first
also
game
dies in that mission because there's also the bit with the plane, right, with the plane's going down and like Gat's in there, and I think like he dies.
I do remember
during
that.
mission.
I remember that.
Like he's like Gat's in the exploding plane like after it explodes, but you parachute out of there.
Yeah, Gat dies in 3.
I think that was also 3.
Yeah, that's 3.
2?
Yeah.
Watchman's saying, yeah, okay, I'm not fucking insane. You're fucking wrong. Fuck you. That's
Was
2.
that 2? No. I thought
You become president at the beginning
2?
of 4 in the intro. Right, exactly. Thank you. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Okay, because wait. So 2 isn't 2 the one
Genie's
where
spitting
Shandi
that
still
Saints Row lore.
Isn't 2 the one where like Shandi still looks like the fucking like weed Shandi, where she still has like the fucking bandana and the dreads?
Yes.
And then in 3 is when she turns into like
a hot bimbo.
like baddie Shandi. Yeah, hot bimbo Shandi.
Yeah, bimbo gangsta Shandi. Yeah.
That was like the most like jarring transformation of the
She turned into a
character in like
fucking
anything.
It's the fucking
Jesus
best version
Christ.
of her.
Chonga Shandy.
I
So
okay, I have
good.
love for both. I have love for honestly, I have love for both versions of Shandi. Right, I like super hot Shandi and like weed head Shandi. I kind of like them both, to be honest. But I do think it's like
Seems
very
like they
odd
you
that
robbing
they
a
just
place
like
in the intro and the plane heist happened. Yeah, I remember in 3 at the very beginning you're like robbing a place and then like the cops chase after you, and that's like the introduction to like the like wanted system.
okay. All
Which
right.
is the one
Fine.
with the
You know,
which was the one with the first one that had the dick size slider?
I don't remember. The reason I was even bringing all this up though is that I think it was
The 4.
I think it was Saints Row 3, because in Saints Row 3, when you're doing like your create a character and they're letting you choose the voice, there's a voice that's just like a bunch of grunts and shit. Like your character doesn't actually like speak normal English at all. They're just like every like in the cutscenes and shit too. Like instead of actually speaking, like you still get the subtitles of what they're saying, but like they're saying like fucking Tasmanian devil noises and shit. And that's one of the voice options. So I'm like,
Tasmanian devil and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
When are we gonna play Saints Row 3? I want to do that.
I would love that. Honestly,
I missed that game.
At this point,
Saints Row 3 is great.
At this point, it might as well be like a Saints Row retrospective. I just go through all of them. Actually, what was Saints Row 1?
You can skip one. You can skip one. I thought it was
Is it me or
I think 2 was the best one. Let me go fix it.
Audio issues.
Why? I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
You got it? We're good?
Yeah.
Chat, are we okay?
I think
one.
Audio 2 and 3 were peak. Yes, 2 and 3 were peak.
Yeah, see, Saints Row 1 I think was an Xbox exclusive, I think.
4, I still liked 4, but I acknowledge... I never played 1 either. I started it too. I still liked 4 in general, I think, but audio jumping? Uh-oh.
Audio jumping? What the fuck does that mean?
That was
better. Okay. Oh, he's good. Okay, we're good now. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I liked 4. Like I enjoyed playing it, but I did feel like it was starting to like do a little too much because that's when we start having like fucking prototype-esque superpowers, right? Where you get like the super jump and like the glide and all that crazy shit. And it's like
at that point, I mean, the story kind of ended with 3. That's why. So when they did 4, they're like, well, you're like the ruler of the world or whatever. Like, where do we even go from here? Like, and they're like, well, there's nowhere to go, so let's just go crazy with it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, didn't they straight up destroy the Earth at the beginning of Saints Row 4? Like, when
the Alien one.
Like, because you go back, because then you go into the fucking space station, and then you have to go into like the virtual Earth or whatever to actually like play the game.
And then the ending has you like time traveling.
Yeah, exactly. Time travel to like before the Earth is destroyed and save it. And it's like, it's like, and you do a bunch of other goofy shit too. Like you start like you like fuck with Hitler or like 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 shit like that. Right? You just like jump all over history, like ride a T-Rex or whatever. Like all that.
I remember none of that because I got bored of the game.
Well, it was all a cutscene. It was all just a cutscene in the ending. That's why.
Yeah. It was just cutscene, yeah.
Oh yeah, and then you go to fucking hell and you save Gat from hell.
Yeah, get out of hell. Yeah,
that was pretty cool. The concept of that was fucking epic. I didn't play it either. I did. I couldn't finish 4. I got bored of it.
That's fair. How was Gat out of hell?
I mean, it was better than 4 because it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's almost like a DLC to 4. It's a lot shorter. Yeah. And it's like, and when you're done with it, you're like, that's how long 4 should have been.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So,
okay. All right, but all that aside,
anyway, that was a big tangent.
So caveman, female VTuber, we gotta make sure she's got a 6-pack too. By the way, just that's it. One of Rose's upcoming personas. is the cave like I'm thinking of almost thinking of like I'm thinking of fucking like Ayla from Chrono Trigger, and it's like, yeah, no, there's a market for this. This could be big. If that could be real popular. If you play that right, you market that right, that could be something.
I'm gonna get accused of something. You'll be like, oh my god, she's not even actually retarded.
Well, it's not going to happen anytime soon, considering what's going on with the games industry right now.
Yeah. Well, we will get to that once we get to the news. But before that, let's talk about some weeks.
Oh my gosh, she's making fun of the retards. Wait, you guys think fucking autists talk like that? Classic case scenario of like, oh no, I'm in a racism competition and my enemy is the woke.
A progressive virtue signaler.
A Twitter wokist. Remember Professor Genki? Yes, I remember Genki. Those are some fun mini games, actually. It's pretty sick. But who here has had a week of watching or playing or reading anything?
I'm raising my hand.
Go.
All right, go for it.
I've had the most productive week of watching things ever.
Yeah. You watched the Avatar?
I watched all of the Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
What else?
And I also started watching Warrior. Helmsman got me into Warrior, and it's so good.
I got another one with it.
Familiar. What was that about? What was that one about?
Warrior is about the Chinatown gang wars in the 1870s San Francisco.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I started watching that. I need to go back to it and finish it. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
based
The one that's
around
on,
like it's the whole thing is like it's like a brainchild of Bruce Lee. Like he
Mhm.
actually pitched the
Yeah,
show
it's
way back in the 70s.
yeah.
Before
Isn't it his daughter that's like running it? That is like the showrunner for that?
his
no?
daughter's involved, yeah. But like the whole thing
Oh,
is that
okay.
like when he originally pitched it, all the the studios were like, yeah, there's no way we're gonna have like a mostly Asian cast with an Asian lead in
Mhm.
a show about gang wars. Like, there's no way that's gonna
Mhm.
happen. So
Mm.
they shelved it. Then he died, and it just never
Mm.
happened until now, when his daughter kind of revived it, took it to the studios, pitched it to the studios, and now it got made. And there's 3 seasons, and
Mm.
it's fucking awesome. I'm so
Yeah.
glad because I watched it. I've gotten like a couple dozen people, like family and friends, to watch this show.
Mhm.
And now I've got Rosa too, so I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I need.
Now I'm gonna get all
I
of
wanna
you
go
guys
back
to
and
watch
finish
it.
it.
No spoilers because I'm on like episode like 7 or 8.
I think
Yeah.
I probably ended around the same place. Like, what was the last
But,
thing that happened that you saw?
The last thing that I
They were
saw
jumping up-
happened.
They were-
The two like main
Chinese
gangs.
gangs.
Yeah, they were about to go to war in the middle of the street. Like,
Yeah, they like just like
okay.
they just like clash, and then it cuts to black.
Yeah.
Was
basically.
that as a result of that explosion?
Yes.
Or
That kind of that kind
Kind
of
of.
what
yeah, because the last thing
Yeah.
I remember was the explosion happening that almost killed like one of the heads of the gangs, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So you're probably like an
And
episode
the main
behind me.
character, yeah,
Yeah.
and the main character was having some sex while that was going on, so that was cool.
Yeah.
I think. And was
Lots
he getting
of-
laid by the
lots of-
by the white lady like at the
Lots
same
of
time
nice
as the explosion
Asian-
happening?
Yes. Yeah. That
Yeah,
one.
she wants his
Lots-
egg roll.
Lots of
Yeah,
nice boobies. Like okay,
Mhm.
chat. Let me sell you on this
Yeah.
real quick, okay? I got you.
Mhm.
I have to say, I can sell you on this
Mm-hmm.
in let's see. Six words. Ready?
Is that HBO Max, right?
No, it's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix now.
It's on Netflix now.
Six.
Oh shit! Yeah, because
I got
it
you.
started on HBO.
I got you 6 words, chat.
Okay, let her do it. 6 words. Go for it.
Man rips out throat.
Yeah, I saw that.
Boobs. Slurs.
The casual racism of the show is so amazing. But
Well,
it's
I mean,
like
it's a
it's
racist
historically
time, right?
accurate though. It's
Yeah,
absolutely
like
historically
they-
accurate.
Like for context,
Mm-hmm.
for context, they exclusively like the word Asian has been said maybe twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like exclusive the words that they use.
It is exclusively the word chinks in reference to Asian people. Every single time, it's the word ducks in reference to white people. Every
Uh-huh.
single time, the word Native American has not been said. They've exclusively been referred to as Reds.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there
Like,
you go.
yeah,
Oh.
there is just
Oh,
constant
they use-
like.
They say they also use slants.
Oh yeah, they
that's
use
another one
slants.
they use.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They say all the anachronistic
Yeah,
words that
Lots of
everybody
lots
knows
of
about,
old
but nobody
slurs.
really says anymore. But it's like,
Mhm.
but it's interesting though, because like it also like there's a conflict between the Chinese gangs in Chinatown, but there's also like a more external conflict between Chinatown and like the Irish population.
Yeah, the Irish are in there.
So there's all these like layers of conflict, and it's really, they do such a good job of like fleshing characters out and setting things up,
Yeah.
and then paying them off. Like they don't like let threads
Like him is
dangle.
Chinaman, John Chinaman.
John Chinaman, yeah. He's like, do you even know what my name is? I'll give you a hint. It's not John Chinaman. That's such a funny one.
Yeah, chat. If you need to watch anything, right? If you're gonna even try the show, right, and let's say the pilot episode doesn't really get you all the way, watch episode 5. Episode 5 is like a
Yes.
self-contained like side plot.
It's
alright,
it's a
where
bottle episode.
You don't need to know. You don't need to know anybody. All right. Right off the get-go, you're given a basic premise of the story, right? Like it is. Like episode 5 is like we were watching it, and I had to pause at one point because I was like, "Dude, this is like the most railroaded like D&D side quest I've ever observed."
Mhm.
Because like that's literally what it was. And
Uh-huh.
like it's like a self-contained little story. The only people from the main plot that you meet, or in that entire episode, are just the main character, and like his like brother / friend, his best friend become like blood brother.
It's like one of like
from
the
gang.
main side characters. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the main side characters. It's just them two, right? And then everyone else is completely fresh. They're in a totally different location that isn't the San Francisco, the city, right? It's its own little separate side thing, and it has everything. It has introduction to all the characters. It has an interesting cast. It has a glorious combat. A man pulls out another. They open the combat with this dude taking out a guy's throat. That's how they start the fucking combat.
And then he tosses it aside like Luke did with his lightsaber.
Yeah, just very, very casually tears out a man's throat, tosses it aside, combat begins. And then there's an ending. It even says the end at the end of the episode. Like, it is like a self-contained little bubble of an episode.
It's a bottle
episode. That. It'll give you everything you need. There's boobs, okay? There's boobs. It'll give you everything you need to know within one little episode. It's great. It's gorgeous. It's perfect.
All right. Hey, but let me ask you this real quick. How you feel about that the end credit song? How you feel about that?
You think I've listened to it? You don't think I hit next episode every time?
No, come on, fuck. Is that the Is that the intro or because the one I'm thinking of?
The end credits.
Go
it's
East.
like a rap song. It's not Go East.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. So the soundtrack actually, again, because of the Bruce Lee.
I think it's the same people that did Go East, because it's also that it's like the like Chinese like rap thing.
This one.
Like Wu-Tang Clan kind of stuff.
Don't fucking play on stream, forehead. Or on fucking YouTube.
Well, I was only gonna play a couple of seconds.
I do remember the Go East song. I do remember that. I have it on my phone.
Yeah,
but I don't think it is.
It's so fucking.
That song is pretty good.
That's another thing to actually bring up about how good the show is.
I think I showed you that song way before you started.
That was was ages ago. We were playing Bloodborne when you showed me that song.
Yeah, it's so good.
That was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's from that show.
Oh. Everything comes back around full circle.
Right? Yeah, sorry, you were saying no,
No, I was just saying that's actually a good way to segue into the fact that another thing that's great about the show is that despite it taking place in 1870s San Francisco, the soundtrack is mainly like it's like 70s funk rock, with like a martial arty kind of Bruce Lee kind of twist. It's amazing. The fact that they're able to pull that off, because you would never think that could possibly work, but they make it work. They do such a good job with the soundtrack. And it's all, I think it's all, besides the end credit song, it's all original soundtrack. So yeah, it's such a good show. And I know that Rosa's gonna be watching it in Discord pretty consistently for
we're probably gonna watch it after this stream, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I'll be right there with you, honestly.
But aside from that, I did mention I did indeed watch the Avatar, the live action
model
one.
is freaking out.
Yes. Also, hey, but let me pause you for 1 second. Because we didn't actually. I mean, it's right there above the chat, but we didn't vocalize it, guys. We have a place for you to ask us some questions, which we will read off at the end of the show. So please, if you have any questions for myself, Rosa, Helmsman, or all three of us, go ahead and write them down there. We'll get to them right at the end. All right, cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So Avatar, The Last Airbender, the live action, is actually really good. They didn't fuck it up. They changed a lot of things. So if you're like a super Puritan, right, you're not gonna like it. Right? There's stuff they changed. You're gonna be constantly like, oh my god, they changed this. It's not the same. But if you look past all that, right, and you look at what they actually changed and what they replaced it with, because the thing, usually all these like shows, people are like, oh my god, they took out all of the all the stuff, right? A lot of these like wokeified shows, they just they never add anything to the actual, they never make anything new, they never add anything. But all the places where I noticed that they kind of changed stuff or they took stuff, it was still really respectful to the original material, and they added stuff, right? So one of the major ones that early on someone mentioned to me, right? Because it's been a long time since I watched the Avatar animated show, really long time. For context, Netflix, I think Netflix had just started doing streaming when I watched it, so it was ages and ages and ages ago. Yeah, that was back when Netflix still sent out DVDs, and like that was still like their main
yep.
service.
The DVD sleeves. God, I remember
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That
Good
was back
times,
in
good
those
times.
days. Like streaming was a fresh new thing, and that's when I watched it. It's been a while, right? But someone was like, oh, you know, in the you guys know the section like when they're going to the like the Earth fucking kingdom, something. No, the other one.
Oh, Amashu?
Omashu, yeah. So when they go into Omashu, and they go through like the tunnels, underneath, right? And
Secret
then, like,
tunnel. Sorry.
Yeah, secret tunnel, and then like Aang and Katara have like their little moment.
Mm-hmm.
So Aang wasn't there.
Yeah.
Aang was not there at all. It was just Katara and her brother instead, and they had their own little separate moment, which was still really nice, right? So like,
okay.
Yeah, so they're not really doing the like romance angle with like Katara and Aang like at all.
Okay.
But
Sure, but
it's still pretty good, right? They still have a separate kind of conversation, they have a separate moment between like Katara and her brother where they're like kind of like talking about like addressing some of the stuff from like you know, like what they've kind of gone through, right? It's still pretty solid. It's still pretty solid. I know one of the things people were mad about was that they made Sokka like less sexist, but he's still pretty fucking sexist. It still very much shines through. Like it's still very,
all right, fair enough.
Very clear. It's just more subtle, I guess. He's less direct with it. But like you know, it doesn't take really away from the story all that much, if I'm completely honest. Because all of the elements of like him being how he is, because you know he was kind of forced to like take care of the village from such a young age. Like all of that's still there, right? Okay. And like overall, it was pretty good. I think they showed too much of the Purge of the Airbenders. I didn't mind it. I honestly, that combat was so fucking good. Okay, I'm gonna spoil a little bit. But Sozin's a fucking Chad. Sozin is so fucking badass in that fucking fight. Like, there's a portion where there's this, like, airbender, like, lady who's, like, she has, like, this, like, a cyclone of air going around her. And, Sozin just shows up and just sets her own cyclone on fucking fire. And leaves her into, like, a fucking pile of, like, bones and ashes. It's fucking wild. It is so fucking good. And then, like, there's a bit where, like, Sozin is on his way to go kill, what's his name? Aang's, like, mentor, forgot his fucking name.
Oh, Monk Yatsu?
Yeah, him. And, like, he's doing the air thing, right? And then Sozin, is just kind of walking through it, and the air is catching fire as it, like, shrugs off of Sozin. Like, it's so fucking... They did such a good job with, like, the animation for the actual bending. It's so good. It is so fucking good. But yeah, like, overall, like, the story, they change a lot of things, right? Some characters they meet earlier than they're normally supposed to. Some characters are in the show much earlier. And you get to see them much earlier, as opposed to them being introduced later. But it doesn't, like, take away from the experience. It's different, right? It's different from the original story, but it's not bad.
I think it was a little on the nose that Sozin personally killing Guardian. Okay, so I did have a question because I'd heard a bit about Avatar Roku, and about how he's here a bit less than he was in the original. So I find that a little odd. But what's going on with Roku? Like, you watch the whole season that they put up, right? It was 8 episodes.
Yeah, it's only 8.
Really? Was it? Okay. So what's going on with Roku? What's up with that?
He kind of just... So, yeah, he did kind of get like basically tossed aside. But basically, he meets Roku, right? And Roku basically tells him that he needs to, like, do everything by himself, pretty much. That's kind of like the message that all of the, like, airbenders... Or, sorry, all the former avatars kind of tell him. It's like, yeah, you need to, like, do stuff on your own. Right?
Okay,
that's...
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that then, because like in the original series, like Roku popped up like fairly frequently, like, and he would like his little sections with Aang going to the spirit world and all that. Like he was a fairly significant like source of like wisdom and tutelage in all the Avatar type shit. Plus, he's directly linked to audio again. Audio doing it. What's going on? Audio. sorry, was there anything I want to say about Roku
Yeah, go
and like
on.
the importance of him, and the fact that he's kind of like directly linked to Sozin, because like they grew up together and they were best friends, and it's kind of like the whole thing of him not stopping Sozin kind of directly leads into the war that fucks the entire planet. So like Roku's involvement in the story is pretty significant in like in the grand scheme of things, and like the ongoing like cycle that is the Avatar and all that
Yeah.
shit, right? So it feels kind of weird to sideline him in this.
Yeah, he's
in
kind
this,
of
I don't know.
sidelined. Basically, what he does is he basically
Mhm.
so Aang is very hard focused on saving his friends from the like face stealing monster.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah. Mhm.
And so he basically just asked Roku about it, and Roku's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna like deal with that." And then Roku explains how he took something from the monster. He took like a little figurine, which is just kind of in his collection. That's in the room that Aang is in when he's doing his spirit walk thing. And so that's pretty much it. He's just like, "Okay, cool, thanks," and he fucking leaves. He grabs the thing and
That
goes
is
to
kind of
save his
weird, though.
friends.
That's kind of weird too, though, because like in the original, Sokka and Katara didn't even meet the face stealing. Like the only one who actually met the face stealing demon was Aang himself.
Well, yeah. Like Aang met him, but the face stealing demon basically trapped them in like their own like memories of like their past. Is what happened.
Yeah, like I think like because if I remember correctly, the only thing that Aang needed the face stealing demon for was information about the moon spirit or whatever back when they were trying to defend the Northern Water tribe. Because I remember, it was all the face stealing demon told Aang was about the koi fish, and that was like the link to
so
the
that didn't happen
moon
at
spirit
all.
and all that.
That they completely changed. They completely changed that. So the face stealing demon, they gave it its own little plot. So basically, it wants, okay. What ends up happening is that they basically have this like side plot where they want to help these villagers that got lost in the spirit world. So they go into the spirit world and they find that this face-stealing demon basically has been like trapping people, in there. And so it traps Katara and Sokka in the memories of their own past, right? So like it traps Katara in the memory of like her mom dying in front of her, right? And then it traps Sokka in like a memory of like his dad saying he's disappointed in him. Basically.
So I'm sorry, just one last thing.
And then,
the face stealing demon, does it still like steal faces by way of having someone show any emotion at all, or does that still apply, or?
I think it just steals by basically getting them to fall into the illusion of like their past. I think is what it is.
Shit, yeah, they really just changed all the things. Because like all you had to do in the original was show any emotion on your face at all, and it could steal your face.
Yeah, no. They very much changed it. They made it so that he has to like basically eat people. So like Katara and Sokka were basically like wrapped up in like silk, I guess, kind of stored away in like a cave, waiting to be eaten.
No, it doesn't. Aang showed emotion. Well, no. So like the face stealing demon has to. Oh, do you mean in the new show? Because in the old show, like he did show emotion, but it wasn't looking at him when he did. And by the time it turned to look at him again, he was back to being just stone faced. So he was fine. But okay, so I'm assuming in the new one it doesn't. That's not even a thing at all. All right. Yeah.
So it's not really a thing at all. But yeah, it's basically like a complete side plot. Aang goes and he meets with his mentor again in the spirit world. And then, his mentor's like, I guess we can talk again later, because he's like in a rush, right, to try to save his friends. And so he leaves, and then he goes over to the Fire Nation to go talk with Roku, like sneaks in. And then from there he.
Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that.
He talks to Roku. Roku's just like, I can't really help you with him, but I can. He wants this, and so Aang takes the little effigy so he can basically trade for his friends. But this is all done like way before they ever go to like the like water place. The Northern Water Tribe.
The Northern, yeah.
Yeah, so the Northern Water Tribe fight was the climax of the season.
The season. Yeah, which I mean makes sense. Like that's kind of where it's funny, because I'm pretty sure that's where the original live action M. Night Shyamalan movie ends, is the fight to defend the Northern Water Tribe. And I think that's also pretty much where book 1 in the original show, like the original cartoon, also ends, like right after that whole fight. Yeah, because then they go to the Earth Kingdom, and that's book 2 Earth. So yeah.
Yeah, because they go to the Earth Kingdom before the Water Kingdom in the books, right? Or is it specifically Bossing Say that they go to in the second book?
Yeah, I suppose. Not sure. Yeah, it's honestly, it's been a long time since I watched the original cartoon.
I kind of want to sit down and watch it again. Like,
same here. Honestly,
we
I kind of do as well.
At some point in the Discord.
We should.
But yeah, so like they
that's a good
changed
idea.
quite a lot of things. Like they pretty significantly changed a good portion of the plot. They changed a lot of the order of some of the events. But overall,
but what you're
I
saying
still
is
really
that
like
like
it.
it's all right. So it still has like you were still entertained by it, even if it did mix around a good number of things. And yeah.
And to be fair, I'm probably not the
think
best critic. I'm very much known to just kind of like enjoy product. But
oh yeah, for sure.
But I do feel like
you
the stuff
fucking
they
consumer.
changed. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like a lot of the stuff that they changed, like right, like so I had people who had seen the show and like remembered it better, you know, and chatted like in the Discord call as well, and they were mentioning stuff, and I was like, yeah, but this is still pretty good. Like the stuff that they replaced it with still has value as far as like. It's not like an empty fucking wokest story. There's still value in like the messaging and the story, in the moments. They're very human moments, and it's still really, really good. I still really, really enjoy it.
But there is one glaring thing, isn't there? Would you like to bring that up, or would you like to win some favor back with the overwhelming audience that had issues with the show? Because I think most of them had the same issue. Would you like to discuss that at all, or?
Out of everything, the one thing, right? So after I watched the entire show, I kind of looked back and I was like, okay, overall, I really liked it. What can I really criticize that I think was done poorly? And the only thing I can think of, right? Because people are gonna get mad at me for this, but I actually prefer
Iroh, Uncle Iroh.
Yeah, I actually prefer the way
this.
that Uncle Iroh is portrayed in this story. He's portrayed as a bit softer than he was in the original, and I kind of really like it. I think it's really nice, right? Because it adds a lot more contrast between his character when he's angry and like tries to fight people, and you know when he's like calm, right? Because when he's angry, like everyone he hits gets fucking incinerated.
Here's the thing, like Iroh was like back in the original cartoon, like in the beginning, like I'd say all through book 1, he was kind of just chilling. I don't think I even saw him like lift a finger one time. Like he would mostly just crack jokes and like he would like you know, offer some wisdom here and there. Obviously, Zuko was still a whiny bitch in that season, so he kind of just shrugged all that advice off and did whatever fuck he wanted. And I was just like, I would just like shrug and go along with it pretty much. Like that was all he did, except for right at the end, and again in the Northern Water Tribe fight, Iroh comes into direct conflict with the other general. What's his name? The one that's like also trying to catch the Avatar and get to him before Zuko does. What's that guy's name?
I can't remember his fucking name.
I forget.
Zhao.
But that guy, Zhao, General Zhao or whatever the fuck. Yeah. So he comes in direct conflict with him because Zhao threatens to kill one of the koi fish and like kill the moon spirit and essentially like kill the moon, so all the water bears will be worthless. But Iroh comes in like, yo, no, you're gonna fuck the entire Earth if you do that. Put it down. And so he like gets into a fight with him over that. But that's like the only time he ever like, you know, comes out at anybody in the original cartoon.
In the original, does he actually kill the koi fish? The general.
What does Iroh? The koi he kills. Yeah, in the original, the general Zhao kills the koi fish. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That wasn't changed. So that's pretty significant. But yeah. So yeah, he starts blasting the guy when he tries to kill the koi fish, and then when he. After General Zhao fights with I forgot his fucking name.
Iroh?
No.
Uncle Iroh? Zuko?
Yeah, after he fights with Zuko, and then Zuko kind of like lets him kind of live. He's about to attack Zuko again, and Iroh fucking blasts him off the fucking like bridge they were fighting on into the water below.
Okay.
But yeah. So, like, Iroh is presented to be a lot, like, softer in this one. And there's a lot of, like, emotional moments with Iroh, which I really, really appreciate. So I actually really like the way they portrayed Iroh, almost more than the original. But Azula, on the other hand...
Azula, but just as a small, like, little end cap on that statement, I feel like maybe we really do need to watch along the original cartoon, because I feel like he was softer in there than you might remember him. So I feel like we're gonna temper that statement a little bit. We'll see.
Other people
We'll do the
remembering
rewatch and we'll
that
see.
he was softer, or and, like other people also mentioning that he was softer in this show than he was in the original. So I don't think my memory's off on that one, but
yeah.
Well,
To be fair, I haven't really watched the show yet, so I gotta watch it too. We're gonna encapsulate all this.
Yeah, but
and we'll
so
compare.
Azula. Honestly, the actress is pretty good. She just doesn't fit this character. I think that's my only issue. Like, her acting isn't bad. It's just not Azula is the issue. And I don't think she can be Azula. Because she just lacks, I don't know, I feel like she's just not... I feel like you need a specific type of person to be Azula, right? Because the thing is, like, so the actor they chose is very, like, kind of adorable and pudgy. And because of that, whenever she tries to be aggressive, it just comes off as bratty. And it's just, it's not Azula. It's just not, she's not really in, like, I wouldn't say she's not intimidating, right? Because bitch is fucking out here fucking, like, shooting fire and lightning and shit, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because, like, Azula Prime, we'll call her, let's say Azula Prime for cartoon Azula. Azula was intimidating without doing anything. Like, she could just walk in there and just be, like, she's had that air around
she walked
her
somewhere
already.
And she owned a room, right? She owned the room. Yeah. And she was always kind of like even in face of Sozin, she was always kind of very like almost stoic. Where this Azula kind of came off like it felt like Sozin was like toying with her constantly, and she was just like me, you know, like bratty fucking child, right? And so like that's kind of the issue that I kind of had with it, was that she didn't really come off as like super intimidating or super psychotic or like evil, like evil. She came off as evil still, but like. She came off as very, like, indirect, I guess. She came off, I don't know, she just came off as very bratty, right? She even has this argument with Sozin. And, like, the entire time, it's just, like, she's kind of telling him off, and, like, she's doing it well, but, like, she's Azula's whole gimmick is that she was always in control, except for that one day, She's just never, it never really seems like she's in control. It always seems like she's kind of just playing to Sozin's, like, fiddle, right? And it's like, but like being angry and bratty about it at the same time.
Yeah.
And like I feel bad.
Like,
I feel bad to shit on the actress, but at the very end of the show, she conquers. At the very end of the show, she like before they like roll credits and stuff, it shows that she's conquering. It's like, oh, the Water Tribe fight was only a side plot, and then it shows them conquering the Earth place. I can't remember the fucking name of it. Honshu.
Something like that, yeah.
But something like that,
maybe,
whatever.
I don't know.
That place!
Yeah,
the fucking Earth place.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it shows her conquering it.
Omashu?
Omashu, yeah.
Omashu, yeah.
And so she has this one day where she's like, Omashu is ours! And like, she sounds so, like, childish. Like, I think they should have done like another take. It sounds like her voice cracks in it. Like it's real rough. It's rough.
Yeah, it's the young Kiryu issue all over again, right? Where it's like you're dealing with somebody who isn't necessarily a bad voice actor. Here, young did a great job as fucking Father Pucci in Stone Ocean, right? I watched it in fucking Japanese, but I hear he did a great job for the English dub. But his voice is just not what you need for Kiryu at all. It just doesn't quite gel. Audio again, apparently.
Let me fix.
Yeah.
Like, I can get over if an actress doesn't look the part. That's fine.
Yeah.
If an actress she acts the part and she feels the part and she sounds the part, I can still get behind that, right? Like, for one of her friends, what are her two friends' names? I forgot their names.
Mai and Ty Lee.
Mai, obviously, in the show is very, like, skinny, very gaunt. In this show, she's very round. She's very pudgy.
Yeah,
she's very
pudgy.
cute.
Yeah.
Alright?
Yeah.
But she still has that, like, kind of deadpan, like, expression and, like, tone of voice, which still fits the character really well. She nails it. It's solid. It works. Yeah. Right? She doesn't have to be super skinny. That's fine. It's not a big deal.
I would say to counter that point though, in Azula's case specifically, where a lot of the character is just the character's presence, right?
That's what I'm saying.
If you're
So
just
in
not,
the case of Azula,
if you don't look, like the look is part of the presence, right?
well,
So
it's
like
not
if
even
you
that.
don't
It's not even
kind of,
that. I can get around
Alright,
the
go
look. The issue is that she doesn't look, or sound, or act the part. I just can't see Azula in her at all. And so there's a massive disconnect every time that she shows up, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be Azula, that psycho chick.
yeah.
I'm not getting Azula vibes from this at all. Like, I have to remind myself this is supposed to be Azula.
Right, gotcha.
I
Yeah.
feel like I'm gonna be doing that if I ever get around to watching the Borderlands movie.
Oh god, yeah, we can. Yeah, we'll save that for news because I want to talk about that shit too. Because I have some issues with that casting. But
Jesus.
we'll save that. We'll save that. We will save that. For now, let's wait. So is all your thoughts on Avatar, essentially?
Yeah, go watch it. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I will make some time to check that out, and I guess catch up on Warrior so I can start watching with you guys in the Discord.
Did she have
but
Blue
okay.
Flames in live action? Wait, very important question. Did she have Blue Flames in live action? Kind of. So what they were kind of showing that she was starting to kind of get it. So in sections where she would have her fire, right before the fire went out, it would show like a little bit of blue, right? To kind of hint at it, and then when she has her argument with Ozai about like not wanting to play games anymore, wanting to go out into the field and actually kill people. She shoots out a fucking lightning bolt. Like off into the distance, at like a part of the building. To kind of like I guess intimidate him or kind of show off like she's like, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't show any actual blue flames though. Like full on blue flames.
So then she's a little like underpowered then from when we first saw her in the show. Because for one, I know she didn't come in until like what, book 2? I don't think she showed up in book 1. I think it's her coming in like a lot sooner than she did originally. And I remember the first time we saw her, she was on that ship and like, you know, practicing her fucking lightning kata or whatever, and like shoots off this massive fucking lightning bolt over the ocean.
This is her pre that. This is her pre that.
Okay.
She's at home the entire time.
Okay, all right. So we're getting it essentially the show's just like putting a camera on her before we see her in the show and leading up to that point. Okay.
Yep. So a major plot point is that she's actually the one that's been helping General Zhao. Basically, yeah. And so basically the idea is that Ozai has been using his fucking name again. His son. I'm so bad with names.
Zuko?
Yeah, so the idea is that Ozai has been using Zuko to basically try to like manipulate Azula into like doing better, even though she's already doing super good. And like Zuko is basically just like a fucking like he's just basically like a throwaway. Like he's tossed him out. And he constantly tells Azula that, like, no, Zuko's doing really well. Zuko's found the Avatar. Zuko this, Zuko that. So that she'll get, like, pissed off. Right?
Yeah,
and then become more crazy.
Gotcha. Okay.
But,
so still a little bit of that going on. Manipulation. All right. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm willing to give it a shot, and we'll see where it's at. If it's got your seal of approval, I'm not that tough a critic either, honestly. And you know, as long as it's not doing like the overly woke nonsense that we've been seeing in a bunch of like remakes and shit lately,
it's
then
not like
I'm willing to give it a chance. Yeah, okay.
But
so I'm good with that.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. One of the things was the I can't remember if this was a thing in the original. I think it was, but the Northern Water Tribe doesn't let women fight. And so they have to like convince.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, that was the thing.
But yeah, like that's the only thing kind of comes off as like kind of wokey, but like that's like just part of the plot, right? Part of the world.
Yeah, I do think they put a little more importance on like the on the not just because I think it was like 1-to-1 is in terms of like, yeah, women don't fight, they do the healing, right? But I think in the original they put a little more importance on the fact that the women do the healing, and that shit's kind of really important too.
Yeah.
Like,
In
you know,
this one, they didn't really do that
like
at
I mean, Yeah, I
We're
mean that's
just
just like
yeah,
that's an
it's super
overall thing,
important.
right? Where
We
it's
love
like,
the healing is really important. This is our job. It is your sacred duty. And they're just like, she's like, no, fuck off. We need to fight. It's basically what happened.
yeah, this is So this, I don't know. It feels like it's like a universal thing, right? And this perspective changes whether you're talking about like like something you're watching and something you're playing, right? Because if you're watching something and you're like, you see there's healers doing shit over here and there's the fighters doing the shit over here, obviously you want to see what the fighters are doing because that's way more interesting. But if you're playing like FF 14, right, and you're doing a raid and you're the tank, you want to know what the fuck the healer's doing because you're hoping they're healing you. You're very invested in the healer.
Exactly.
It's like there's an equal importance to these things, but you don't really see that when you're just watching something.
Yeah, I wish they had given more importance to like the healing stuff, which they kind of didn't. Because they were kind of like, oh yeah, the women do the healing, right? And then they were just like, oh okay, this sucks. I want to fight, and they're like, no, you can't fight. And then like, Katara fights the master of like the fucking Northern Water Tribe. And then she kind of earned some respect, and then like everyone shows up, and she's like, no, you have to let the women fight, and all the women are there, like, yeah, let us fight, and so they all go and they fight, right?
Which
but,
it's kind of hilarious.
There was no it was never shown like them doing the like healing magic stuff. It was never shown like them like doing it during the fight. It's just people dying.
Well.
But
and this is kind of hilarious too because she
learns it and then she never uses it.
Well, no, that's the thing though. This makes it even funnier because like in the later series, Katara's like healing water bending like puts in so much fucking work. Like when he almost gets murked by Azula at I think the end of book 2, like going into when he wakes up in book 3, like she's been healing him the whole time. That fucking lightning scar on his back. That's been her like making sure he could actually come back from that. And then later on in the series finale, when Zuko fights Azula and gets lightninged in the chest, the only reason he survives that is because Katara's there with the healing bending. So like she literally saves like most of the major characters' lives with that shit. It becomes so important.
I hope that they put more
man,
like going into like
I would hope so too. Yeah. I imagine if Moshli could heal himself. That's basically that anime. Oh, Moshli's. Oh, yeah. It's a different. It's a different thing entirely. But yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens with it. We'll see where they plan to go with things. I'll check it out and and we'll watch the original. We do some comparisons, see what we got. But yeah, aside from all that, what's going on?
That's pretty much the end of my week, I think. Other than that, I
didn't play anything new, or
I've just been playing more fucking Street Fighter. I'm trying to fucking finish it so I can be done with it. I unlocked I unlocked Juri's fighting style and I love it. I'm going around kicking people. It's fucking in the face, great.
Yeah. You like it more than Marissa's?
Yeah, actually. I'm really enjoying it. I'm going around. A lot of stuff just kind of combos and flows better. And yeah, overall, pretty good. I'm enjoying it. But
yeah, because I mean that's the thing about that is like Juri's kind of meant to be a rushdown character. Like that's her whole point. Like you get in, you do as many hits as possible, and you only like take a step back if you're trying to avoid getting hit by retaliation, and then you go right back in, keep hitting. Whereas with Marissa, it's like she's got a lot of super armor, so you're kind of a little more methodical with it. She's got like counter grabs and shit. Like she's meant to just be a tank as opposed to Juri, who's a DPS, right? So it's you're getting a very different kind of play.
The only issue is that my character isn't very tanky.
That's true. That's fair.
Something that pissed me off that I spent an entire fucking episode going through side quests because there's fucking like character permanent upgrade drugs in the side quests.
Yeah.
Which is fucking annoying. And then I found out that every single fucking merchant for every single fucking location also had these upgrade materials, like these permanent upgrade drugs, and no one fucking told me. They were like, oh, you were fucking telling me like, oh, it's your armor, you have to sort out your fucking gear, as if that had any significant value.
Well, okay.
It doesn't. You're fucking wrong.
Here's the thing. No, here's the thing. Okay, I was going from experience on that one because I had done like a bunch of side quest stuff off stream while I was going through the world tour mode, right? And then I hit a wall with the final tournament that you have to do at the very end of the world tour mode. And the wall that I hit was like, yeah, no, I don't have the stats for this. And then like the way I solved my problem on my end was just getting the best clothes in the game and then upgrading them to max.
But had you
And I
already
managed to
bought
clutch
all
out
of the
after that.
fucking upgrade materials? There was like 11
Yeah,
of
well,
them.
like,
There was 11
Yeah,
of
no,
them
again.
between all the fucking merchants.
again, I went through all the side like I actually did like everything up to that point. So I wasn't gunning straight through the game and doing nothing but critical path. I actually did side quests and like farmed money and shit.
Did you also
So
buy
yeah,
from
no,
the
it
merchants?
was the clothes. Yes, I did. It
Yeah.
was the clothes that was like
I
fucking
didn't
me up and
fucking
like
know.
not.
I never
yeah.
checked the merchant stores. I only checked the clothing stores. So I didn't know that their
Yeah,
general stores also had like why? Why is all of the like super critically important fucking character upgrade stuff? There was like I think all in all between the like side quests and the ones you had to buy, there was like 15 different fucking like just straight up permanent character upgrade, like stat upgrades that I completely missed because they were just nothing ever indicated that I should go look at that. Ever. And I was just
Okay.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a little obtuse, and honestly, by the time I was near the end of World Tour, I was like, yeah, this is getting a little long in the tooth for me even, and I just wanted to move on to like the actual proper main game where you actually play as the characters and you know,
Yeah.
fight each other online and shit. Yeah. Speaking of, I don't know if you still want to get that match in, but I mean, I'm around, so.
Maybe.
But
We'll see. I
that
think it's
aside,
online. I'm also
That's
an
fair.
idiot.
Mhm.
I've been playing the game on my personal account instead of the Rosa account the entire
Nope.
time. And I found
Whoops.
out after the first stream, and I was like, I'm not gonna restart.
Yeah, nah, that's okay. Okay, so yeah, Street Fighter. Anything else? Is that it?
I think that's pretty much it. Let me go look at my schedule. I'm pretty sure that's it. I think that's all I
Jazz,
covered this
when
game last
are
episode,
you
I
gonna
know.
get a match? Have we not fought before, Cryo? I thought we did. I mean, we can go down any time, but yeah, let me know. Okay.
Yeah, that was
Now, what
it.
about you? What about you, Helmsman? What you got a week?
Yeah.
You got shit going on? What's up with you?
NDA had a comment about whether I'm alive. I haven't said anything because I played the hell out of Street Fighter for like the first 2 weeks when it first released, and I never touched it again. So I don't remember a fucking thing about it. So I have nothing to
That's
say about
right.
Rosa's experience. And as far as Avatar goes, I've never seen a single second of anything related to Avatar, so I have nothing to say about that
the original
either.
cartoon? Damn.
Dude,
You
that
didn't watch
was
the original cartoon?
it came. Dude, it came after my time. Like,
Oh, well.
I'm
Fair
41. It came. I was like in my, you know what I mean? Like it was on my radar when it was
Yeah.
showing. So
Man, I'm
Yeah,
too old.
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
I'm too old for it.
I'm sorry. The 40-year-old cartoon furry is telling me he was too old for cartoons. That's crazy. Imagine that.
Well, I didn't.
It's not
I mean,
true. It's not very convincing coming out of your fucking cartoon Fox avatar right now. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, I never watched Tsunami. Sorry.
I do get what he means.
Nah, that's
I do
fair.
get what he means. It's one of those because like
No,
okay, like
yeah,
I feel like
that's it.
Avatar definitely falls into the like you watch it while you're growing up thing, and then it becomes a thing that you're a fan of. Like I don't expect kids today to watch Avatar, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
or-
I'm just
or
sitting here
even
thinking
know.
like,
if
So-
I walk outside right now and ask my brothers like if they've even heard of fucking Avatar, they're gonna be like the new Netflix show.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, like-
Yeah, fair enough.
it's a generational thing, and like my exposure to like the first anime that I ever got exposed to was I had a friend, a high school friend, who watched Toonami all the time, and I used to go over to his house because he had the Dreamcast and he had Shenmue, and so I liked to go over to his house to play Shenmue
Fucking
while
Shenmue.
he watched anime, and he watched like Dragon Ball Z and like Naruto, and I thought both of those shows
Yeah.
were fucking stupid.
That stuff aired when I was a child. When I was a very small child.
Because I'm over here like I'm trying to get into DBZ, and I'm just like, so what happened this episode? And my synopsis for like half the episodes are they floated in the air and grunted at each other some more. Like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
more or
like
less.
I could not get into it. And then Naruto was just like, this is gay. like I didn't really like.
To be fair, Naruto was kind of gay.
I was
That's
like
fair.
Naruto
really
was
like
your JoJo.
it was just stupid to me. like it wasn't until way later on, until like my late 30s, when I kind of started like, because I have another friend who I've made in recent years, and she got me watching more niche anime, right? And that's when I discovered like Initial D, which is like an older anime that's based around like Tokyo drift racing. I fucking love that anime. And so like she's, so I've started slowly getting into anime now, but like I've been like so poisoned against like really mainstream anime like that because of my experience in high school that I just never bothered. So I have not seen a second, like the only Naruto I've seen literally are the last 2 episodes of the Netflix show that just came out, because that happened to be what Rosa was watching on Discord and I was bored.
Wait, Naruto?
Like, oh, not Naruto, Avatar, sorry.
Okay.
That's literally all I've seen about it. So I'm just like, okay, this is definitely one of the shows of Netflix. Like I just I don't have anything to relate to it with. Like I don't have like nostalgia over the cartoon or anything. So I'm just like I just don't. It's not my thing.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
I asked if you've ever seen Bleach.
No.
That one's a good one.
No, I again, it's one of those mainstream animes. It's like
okay,
it's like,
so
no.
so I have to introduce Helmsman to some like really niche anime, like 91 Days.
Yeah, what was that? What was that? What was that? What was that
fuck?
hilarious like slice of life schoolgirl anime that you showed me?
Oh, oh my god, I forgot the name. Asobi Asobase.
That one. That was funny. That was
I
funny.
haven't heard of that one either. What?
I mean, it's basically. Honestly, though, you want to know why it's funny? Because
that's fucking sick.
The comedy in that show is basically like old school slapstick comedy.
Yeah.
Which is like, this is like Leslie Nielsen, like Naked Gun, those kind of movies, Kung Pao. And those are totally that's totally my generation of comedy movies. My comedic tastes were like slapstick comedies and like Jim Carrey movies and shit like that. Like, that was like what I grew up with.
Lucky Star, yeah, Lucky Star, absolutely.
That's what formed my comedic tastes essentially. And then I got online and I grew a taste for like edgy, slurs and stuff. But
what's this is another one I'm thinking that you might like. It was like
I've heard people say that I would like. There's 2 anime that I had, that recent friend that I talked about said that she think that I would like. One is Outlaw Star.
Outlaw Star. I need to watch that. Outlaw Star seems cool.
And then the other one she said that she think I'd like was Trigun. So
Trigun's pretty good, yeah.
I guess I need to like check those out. But
so I really think
anime...
you would like 91 Days. How do you feel about like noir like style?
Oh, I love the noir genre. I love noir.
So yeah, I think if you like 91 Days, it's basically the concept is basically the main character, his family, his dad used to like be in the mafia, and then the I guess like when the previous mafia leader died, his dad's like friend like killed his entire family so that he could take over and become the new leader of the mafia. And so the kid survives, and then he joins that mafia as an adult and makes his way up the ranks so he can kill everyone.
Okay. I've also heard that I've also been suggested quite a bit the Spy X Family as well. Oh
yeah, that one's good. Absolutely.
So,
I've not watched that one. I haven't watched any new anime. All the anime I'm gonna recommend you is from the 20 like mid to late 2010s.
Okay.
Yeah.
My teenage era.
There's like this one anime that's like known for its like outlandish comedic like vibe. Like there's one scene where like the principal comes out in a tactical vest and he fucking suplexes a deer. Like after getting into a wrestling match with it. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it.
I think I know what you're talking about actually.
For the life of me. Yeah, like you probably seen that clip, right? Like
I think I've seen that
Twitter
clip
or whatever.
I've
right?
not.
I can't remember what the fuck that one's called though. Ah, damn it. It'll come to me. I'll track it down.
There's a lot. I'm sure that there's plenty of good anime out there. I just need someone to act as a conduit, because I'm not
I got you. I got you.
Nichijou. Yes,
I need somebody- I
Nichijou.
need-
That's the one.
Nichijou.
Sorry.
Okay.
Nichijou. That's what it's called. Yes, that's the one. Thank you guys. Love you,
Ooh.
chat.
I think
There
I
you go.
vaguely remember Jazz once telling me that he's not watched Megalobox.
I started watching Megalobox.
You did?
Audio fuck up again. Yeah, I started watching Megalobox. I got like, I kind of dropped off.
Oh. You
But I mean, I
interested?
did like it though. No. It's not that. It's just like I don't know. I got distracted by something else at the time. I don't know what it was, but I was enjoying it. It's a good show.
Yeah,
I would love to go
Megalobox
back
really
and finish
solid.
it.
I love the fucking like the music. I still have music from Megalobox. in my
Audio
fucking-
again.
I just fixed it. I just fixed it. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait. But
Yeah, you didn't hear me say that. What the fuck, Helmsman?
Fuck.
I just
Whatchamacalls it? But so
What do you mean?
Megalobox.
Impossible. I just said Nichijou. I'm reading it, Cryo. I saw it. I said Nichijou. Yes, I see it. Thank you.
You read it. But so
Hey.
it might have been because the audio was bugged, so maybe he didn't understand you.
Oh, he didn't hear me say it. Yeah, that might be it.
But anyway, so the concept of Megalobox, Helmsman, is basically this is like a semi-futuristic world where people in the boxing world they use like exoskeletons to box.
Mhm.
And the champion is a guy who just straight up has bionic arms. And so the main character, Gearless Joe, as he's called, he fights without any sort of enhancements. He just boxes like old school, and he basically makes his way up the ranks doing this, and like makes
Okay,
a name for himself.
I mean, maybe. Honestly, I'm more interested. There was like a baseball. There's like baseball themed anime out there. I kind of want to watch that.
Yeah.
Oh,
'cause I grew up playing baseball. I grew up playing baseball, and Japan is obsessed with baseball. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I would enjoy that. But yeah, I need somebody to just like take me on a journey.
Oh man, the only baseball anime I can think of that's even remotely related to baseball, I think it's called it's like something Tonkatsu Ramens or something like that. Or Tonkatsu something. But the whole premise is basically they play baseball and they're assassins.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Well, like-
It's pretty good.
Yeah. But in terms of like themes that I watched, I mean, the only thing that I of note honestly is just introducing Rosa to Warrior. That's really the thing I really watched. All the things that like if this podcast was happening next week, I would have told you that I watched Dune 2 and I would have started and I watched Shogun. Because I'm doing both of those this weekend.
Okay.
What
But-
did you watch or play
Damn.
or anything?
In terms
Tell
of what
us-
I'm playing,
Tell us your thoughts on both of those preemptively. Tell us how you think you're gonna feel about it, so we have.
I've heard a lot of
guest
good
in it.
things about. I've heard pretty much universally good things about Dune 2. Same thing with Shogun. Actually, I've only heard really good things about Shogun as well. Like they're living up to the hype for the most part, which makes me happy because I want them to be good, and I like the first Dune movie. But the whole thing about the first Dune movie is that its goodness is completely predicated on whether or not Dune 2 sticks the landing. And from what I'm hearing, it sticks the landing. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm happy about that.
Good shit.
That's good. I've been meaning
That is
to watch the first Dune. I remember my cousin was trying to get into me because or get me into it. Because
You guys have to remember about Dune. Dune is a very Dune is like
Shut up! He's trying to get me into it because
Clip that, Jack.
Because no, do not clip that. You can't clip stuff. I don't think. But he was trying to get me into it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Fuck. Also, there's a clip feature. There is a clip feature on YouTube now, so they can clip that.
He was trying to get me into it.
There's a button right under the screen, chat.
He really
There's
likes,
this clip on it. You should.
He works on music stuff. He was trying to. He was. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm done. Go on. Sorry, Dune.
I'm sorry. No, I'm done.
Helmsman,
Okay,
pretend
yeah, no,
peer
you're
into the future. Pretend as if you've already seen both of those things, and then give us your reaction.
I really enjoyed them.
So,
Awesome.
okay, now Helmsman, there hasn't been something you actually like played or watched or read or whatever that you want to talk about, that like within these last couple of weeks.
I mean,
Anything.
I've been playing the kind of same things that I've been playing for a bit now. I just been in a groove on like playing through the Arkham series.
That's good.
Okay.
And like I'm like quasi become like a Yakuza streamer. Like two of the
Let's
days of the week are
go.
dedicated to Yakuza games.
Which ones are you playing?
Well, on Wednesdays since August, I started Yakuza 0 in August.
Hey, let's
and
go.
I'm on Yakuza Kiwami 2 now.
Hey, okay, all right.
So
cool,
that's
cool.
gonna
Yeah.
take me like
That's the
it's gonna take a year. It's gonna take a year. That it's Wednesday. It's just Yakuza day, just
Okay,
permanently.
let me ask you this. So you played Kiwami, right? Like just
Yeah.
Yakuza Kiwami 1? How'd you feel about that switch to the Dragon Engine in Kiwami 2? How'd you feel about that?
The Dragon Engine.
The Dragon Engine. So you realize like in like the combat, like the way the combat flows is very different in like 0 and Kiwami 1 as opposed to Kiwami 2, because Kiwami uses the new engine that they use for 7 and 8.
It's definitely dated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kiwami and 0,
I mean,
and you mean, right?
I think that Yakuza 0 is like peak in terms of combat, to be honest.
Yeah. Because Kiwami 2 came out after 0, by the way.
I know, but I like 0 more.
Okay.
He prefers the older combat.
Really?
Well, Yakuza 0. Well, actually, it was like more like
fucking Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3, and they devolved the combat. It's crazy.
I
wouldn't consider
disagree.
a devolvement. I would consider just a sidestep, not a step forward or backwards. It's just a different take. I mean, all of the combat in all the Yakuza games, except for the Like a Dragon games, obviously, are very similar. There's just little tweaks here and there. I felt like Yakuza 0, the combat it's really smooth. I feel like it's really smooth. Whereas in the Kiwami games, it's a little bit more clunky. A bit, it feels like.
I disagree a little bit, because I feel like swapping between targets is a little easier on the Dragon Engine in Kiwami 2. You also, like, if you'd played Judgment or Lost Judgment, those games also use the Dragon Engine, which is like the new engine for the combat.
I like
style,
the Judgment
so
games, but I haven't played them in such a damn long time. I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't sit here and like analyze shit. like you're talking about like the Dragon Engine. I'm just like, what? Like, I don't. I don't fucking
getting
care.
a little too into it.
Like,
I'm trying to realize I
damn.
have two sides. I have my consume product side, and then I have my autistic hyper focus on gameplay detail side.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am with Yakuza.
Like
I'm like a mark for Yakuza, so I'm like, I just kind of enjoy them no matter what, even if they're not as good or if they're better or whatever. Like, so I don't sit here and like, I didn't even know the Dragon Engine was a thing. I'm just like, yeah, the combat's a little bit different. It's still fun. The end. That's like that's as far as I go. I don't give a shit about like I don't sit here and think go back and try to think about what I'm bored. I'm gonna nitpick around this stuff. I'm just like, no. I mean, but some games I will. Like, I can do that more with Assassin's Creed than I can with Yakuza. Like, I can go through. Like,
I'm sorry, guys. Like Dragon Engine is like, I feel like the major difference is that it's a little more like physics based than the original Yakuza games are. Because like in 0, right, you kind of like you're fighting one guy.
Yeah,
and
I prefer that.
and it's all like very canned animations and all that. Whereas with Dragon Engine, like dudes are flopping around, ragdolling. You can knock them into like elements in the area, like chairs and tables, or even cars. Sometimes you can knock a dude into a car and watch him get run over, and that will kill him and shit like that. So I kind of appreciate it, like in that apart, and then like just being like generally more amusing to look at when you're like actually fighting dudes.
I don't know. I find like ragdolling to me can be off-putting a lot of times. It can be humorous, but a lot of times it's like this. I've been playing through the Arkham games, and like when you beat a bad guy, sometimes like a lot of times they ragdoll in, I mean, contortionist ways, and it's like. It's like it takes me out of it. It really does.
Yeah.
It takes me out of it when like I think ragdoll is overdone. I think, and
I've always loved ragdoll physics. That's all. That might just be me. Maybe it's just me on the panel right now. But I
get
love
it's like a
it's
hilarious. To me, it's simply humorous. That's all it is to me. But like I don't know. I guess I like the more arcadey, kind of combat. I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Again, I don't have like a super strong opinion about either of it because again, I'm a mark for it. So.
No, I get you, but I would say like what's it called? Zero and Kiwami 1 and like the rest, everything before Judgment and Kiwami 2 and 7 and 8. Like that's a little more like Tekken-ish in term of like combat feel. So
which meant I guess maybe it's just because that's what I came up with when I came, because I think the first Yakuza game I played was Yakuza 3. I didn't play the OG 1 and 2.
Yeah,
I've only ever played Kiwami.
I suppose the more apt comparison would be like Virtua Fighter, because that's literally same studio, right? So
yeah, that's why you can play Virtua Fighter in the Yakuza.
Yeah, exactly. So
which is annoying as fuck, by the way. Virtua Fighter, I can't stand that game. But
fair.
I don't know. But now then the other thing I can play that I can make extensive commentary about is I played the Skull and Bones beta.
How was that? How was the Skull and Bones
the
beta?
Assassin's Creed franchise I am also a mark for, but I have more of an analysis mind when it comes to Assassin's Creed games.
Okay, tell us all about it. What do we got?
So, Black
Flag.
I guess I can give you like a quick rundown.
Isn't the whole conceit of Skull and Bones they just took like the shit out of Black Flag and made it its own game? Wasn't that like the whole?
I can give you like a 1 minute, like a 60-second history lesson of how Skull and Bones came into existence. So it starts with Black Flag. Black Flag is just massive success, right? They took the little bit of boat combat out of Assassin's Creed 3 and made that the centerpiece of an Assassin's Creed game, and everybody fucking loved it, including myself. I consider Black Flag to be the best Assassin's Creed game in the whole entire franchise, personally. Maybe I like pirates, so I'm biased. I don't know.
I hear often that I missed something in that game. So
yeah, I remember that Assassin's Creed 3 was it didn't do as well as like the earlier ones.
It didn't.
That was
you want to know why?
Because they fucking killed Desmond. They killed the overarching plot. And the combat against dudes with fucking bayonets, like the combat in that game was not really meant for that. And so there's parts where like the combat just feels really jank or really like obnoxious, because you just can't really combat the fucking dudes with the guns as well as you think you would be able to, right? And so like a lot of it kind of feels like it's kind of balanced down against the player. And while I feel like the climbing was really good in that game, right? Like the climbing, the parkour was really awesome. The like running like through trees and stuff, like that was awesome, right? I feel like they did a lot of improvements with like the maneuverability. Cutscenes were obviously really pretty in that game. I think memory serves, like that game was like right at the end of the PS3 era, right? And
it didn't do so well because they killed Desmond, and the main character is very forgettable.
Yeah, exactly. Like who gives a fuck about Connor? I do.
Connor, Connor.
Yeah,
but can you tell me his Indian name?
Fuck no.
Got fucking colons and punctuation and shit in it.
Who gives a fuck?
What the fuck is that?
I can remember so little of the plot. I remember the bits with like, was it like his village burning? Like I remember that. That's about it. That's all I remember. And I remember him.
It's just him
fighting his dad.
It's a canned vengeance tale, is what it is. It's really forgettable.
If I can say one thing for him on the positive, his assassin suit was pretty good.
It was.
It makes an appearance in a lot of subsequent games. It's like optional outfits, but
it was very, very cool. The tomahawks were really fucking cool. I remember Smosh made a song about it. That song lives rent free in my brain.
But I want to get back to the story. I was supposed to do this in like 60 seconds.
Sorry.
But anyway, so Black Flag is a huge success, right? So the boat part, now the ship combat part was made by the Ubisoft Singapore office, right? So Ubisoft has this brilliant idea. Let's ask the studio who made the naval battle part of it into a whole new franchise using the tech that they made, right? And they also had some experience making online games with like the Ghost Recon game. So the Singapore has some pedigree at this point, right? So what do? They make a deal with the government of Singapore to have this studio helm a new franchise that's going to be called Skull and Bones. And so the deal with this thing is that the Singapore government is like, okay, we'll basically give you this massive loan to turn this little side studio into a full-blown main studio. You're gonna hire a bunch of locals. You're gonna train them up, and you're gonna and your side of the deal is you're gonna release a mainline AAA game under Ubisoft's banner, right? That's the deal. Okay.
Yeah.
So they send some director guy that they had some experience. Who also worked on Black Flag. 2 years go by. They do prototypes, but every prototypes keep getting rejected by Ubisoft HQ, right? So that director, the guy from Black Flag, he jumped ship because it's been 2 years. They're still in the prototype phase. I'm out of this fucking hamster wheel. Okay.
Right.
But it's still in an okay spot. They bring a new guy in. This guy has a new vision. That Siege, but with boats. The game Siege, but with boats. Okay. So they switch focus, but they still have a clear direction. Still seems like they can nail this thing. A couple years go by. Development cracks really start to form in the development cycle. Okay, they're aiming for like a 2018-ish release. Okay, game is mostly naval, and they're accomplishing their goal. They're making it like Siege, but with ships. But then this is where like everything goes to shit. In 2018, Sea of Thieves releases. Just out of fucking nowhere, Sea of Thieves releases. And all of Ubisoft goes, oh, fuck.
Fuck, yeah.
They just completely stole our thunder. Now we look like we're chasing Sea of Thieves. Oh, and it scares all of everybody in the C-suite gets scared shitless, right? So they ask for a complete rebrand. They're just like, okay, we're just going to make Sea of Thieves. Because Sea of Thieves was like a huge success, like right out of the gate. Despite the fact that it wasn't all that good out of the gate, it was a huge success.
Yeah.
So now they're no longer innovating. Now they're in chasing trend mode. So that's like the big inflection point, right?
I love how the fear of someone else taking your thunder makes you want to copy them instead of fucking like.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so stupid.
Yeah. So the second director says. So the second director guy is like, fuck it, I'm out. And a lot of the devs fuck off with him. So it's like, it's been 6 years now, and it takes a huge chunk of the development team with them, and now the studio, now the studio is in shambles. There's really low morale. They bring in a new director. Studio's a total mess, and then comes 2020 happens, and all of those allegations happen. Remember all that shit that happened with Ubisoft at that?
A bunch of sex offenders and shit.
Yeah, exactly. All the virtue signal. The harder they virtue signal, the more skeletons they got in the closet. So that happened.
Exactly.
Reset. It's a reset the clock kind of situation. Bunch of people get axed, shuffled around. So the studio's in absolute fucking chaos. It's been the better part of a decade has passed.
Shit.
God damn it!
I fixed.
Got it.
It
happens so often.
Yeah,
it
I
does.
don't know, man.
It's because she's got a shit zillion things plugged in a room, so her audio just fucks up constantly.
But anyway,
I've tried fixing everything, and that's the only conclusion I have left is just like it must be all the shit I have plugged in here. But also, I can't just unplug things, so.
I find it hilarious though, because like this on top of Helmsman's model, just like blinking a million times in a second. Like, I mean, you get like some weird like schizo lore attached to you. Like you're weird like schizo fox pirate shit. Like,
I still haven't figured out the calibration on this thing. Like, I still haven't fine tuned it yet, and like I have a pretty prominent brow, like IRL, and so it doesn't. My eye movements are pretty minor, so. I have to like really focus in and recalibrate it to like actually properly track my eyes, because otherwise it freaks out. And the ears respond to the eyes, so that's why the ears flicker up and down all the time too. I just gotta get it fixed. Plus, I'm like, on top
of that, the fact that your pupils like are like dilating like wildly as you're blinking super fast, and like you look insane. You look like you're fucking insane. Oh, that's great.
It matches my PNG for sure. The tweaker fox.
Amazing.
But anyway, the allegations happen. There's shuffling happens. A bunch of people get fired. The whole thing's a shit show. So at this point, they wanted to cancel the game. They're like, the game, it's dead. It's dead.
Mhm.
But because they made that deal with the Singapore government, they
They're
have
like,
to
no,
release
fuck you. You have
a
to put
game.
it out.
They have to
Or else
release
get
a game.
fucked by the entire nation of Singapore.
Exactly. So now the only
Um,
mission in 2020, after all this shit happens, is to just
Mhm.
get the game released. That's it. They know it's gonna fail. They know it's gonna be a loss. They know it's gonna be a shit show.
What
But
do
they're
you
like,
mean?
yeah,
Are
they
you
have to
saying
get it out.
Wasn't in fact the very first quadruple A video game? What?
Oh, dude, if that's a
Huh?
quadruple A game, then Black Flag is like an octuple A game. I mean, come on. But I mean, honestly, so I played the beta, and this thing
Fuck.
I realized after playing it for like, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 hours in an afternoon, I realized, oh my god, this is a fucking mobile game that can't fit on a phone. That's what it is.
Oh no.
It's awful. Like, there's no boarding. Like in Black Flag, like when you board, you like reel them in. You can like shoot at them while you're like reeling them in and stuff. And then once you get close enough, you jump over, and it gives you a bunch of little side missions to actually take over the ship. Like kill 2 captains, blow up a certain number of caches, and then cut the flag down on the map. Like it gives you a whole little side quest with its own objectives to do the boarding. It's this whole awesome thing. In Skull and Bones, the moment your ships touch, I said ships.
Mm-hmm.
Ships touch.
The moment your
it literally cuts to black, and it just gives you a menu of loot, and you just hit accept, and that's it.
Wait,
and then it fades to black. There's no combat.
That's
none.
Another
thing. There's no land
ships?
combat. There's no land combat. There's no climbing. There's no land combat. When you land at a place, the only thing that it serves as is you run back and forth between vendors. That's the only purpose it serves. It is worthless. There's no reason to go ashore. I'm gonna
give them an out. I'm gonna give them an out here. Do they at least have a good selection of sea shanties?
No, you can't even select the shanties.
Fuck this game entirely. This is bullshit. What are we
Dude,
doing?
You can't even
good sea shanties in our fucking ship game.
Wait.
Again, when you go ashore,
just walking around, talking to vendors, getting on boats, crashing into other boats. Is that just the entire gameplay?
Yeah, basically.
Holy shit.
And the thing is, you remember in Black Flag, like when you would get into naval combat, if you were going to do a broadside, it would give you like an arc, it would produce like an arc. It was like a sheet of paper that would show you like where the row of cannonballs was generally going to go, right?
Yeah.
And you had to compensate for if you were in choppy waters, you had to like compensate for going around through the waves and ship positioning, all that kind of stuff. That's all gone. In this game, it's just a reticle, like a first-person shooter.
What?
It's baffling. It's so fucking baffling. It's like you spent a decade stripping features out of a game. Like, what the absolute... It's so just awe-inspiring, and the levels of incompetence. And you have to also remember that there were 7 mainline Assassin's Creed games that came out during the development of Skull and Bones. Rogue, Unity, Syndicate, Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla all came out while Skull and Bones was being developed. That's how incompetent this thing is. It's so fucking bad.
Holy fuck. That is so...
it's and not including like there's a half dozen spin-offs and remasters as well, you know?
Yeah.
It is awe-inspiring. The levels of incompetence went into the making of this thing. Oh my god. And then like it really does fit into like a larger like layers of narrative that's going on in the games industry right now, because like you zoom out from that a bit, and this is like right on the heels of the spectacular failure of the Sushi Squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
A game that Warner Brothers, a game that I don't want to get you demonetized.
We can't say the word
suicide.
I know you're not monetized.
Yeah, we've said it a million times already.
Okay.
I'm
we've
pretty
talked
sure
about Suicide Squad the
you
last
can
couple
say
of
the word
times.
Suicide on stream.
Suicide Squad. Okay, I'll say it's honestly it's easier to say Sushi Squad. So,
That's true.
but so
Makes
this,
more sense.
you have to remember that like Warner Brothers is so fucking out of touch. They expected
Yeah.
Sushi Squad to do better than Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh my
They-
god. Okay, so real quick,
Like-
you know, I want to save this for the
The
news,
be-
but how about
A
we
game
do
that outsold Call of Duty. What the
real
fuck?
quick? Why don't we check in on our little this may
Yes,
actually
yes.
be
See
the last
what's the
time we
player
do.
count?
Is this the last
This may
suicide
be the
watch?
last time. This might be the last suicide watch we do because so last time I believe we checked it was around what 1,400 players. I believe that was the last time we looked.
ballpark,
I've seen it get as low as 300.
No, I think it was lower than that.
of-
'Cause I remember. I think 1,400 was how many players were playing Dark Souls 2, and we were talking about how Dark Souls 2 had more players.
Okay, so maybe it was like
Suicide
1,300
Squad.
then.
Yeah, somewhere
So
in
that's
that ballpark.
1,300 about?
It's like 1,200,
Okay, so-
1,300, somewhere in that ballpark.
At the moment of speaking, our grand total of players in game on Steam right now is 574. This game is
There are 4 seasons planned for that game.
this game is
There are
fucked
4
entirely.
seasons currently being planned for that game.
A game hasn't been this fucked since Forspoken, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean-
Probably, right? I mean, that game shut down a whole fucking studio. So
did Saints Row.
or the
So did Saints Row.
reboot. Yeah,
It is
exactly.
Saints Row, though, yeah.
I mean,
What
and
studio?
we've
What
yet to
studio
see.
made Suicide Squad again?
Rocksteady. We've yet to see if this is
Rocksteady.
going to kill Rocksteady, but I mean, we
Well,
know that
gonna
Warner Bros.
be
has come out and
layoffs.
said that this. Yeah, Warner Bros. Come out and said that this game has been a fucking shit show. So
well, they
chances
said
are
it
good
failed to meet expectations, which is like the corpo speak for we fucked up royally. I mean, that's what
Yeah.
that is.
Mhm. Yeah,
but
so
yeah,
Rocksteady's
and-
definitely taken a massive hit, if not dying from this.
Yeah,
so
hold on.
we'll see.
There's the-
Well, you have to remember, Rocksteady is already dead. It died when the 2 studio heads left and formed 100 Star
Yeah.
Studios and took 100
Yeah.
100
Which-
developers with them. That's when
Did you
Rocksteady
hear?
died.
Did you hear about the fact that apparently Warner Bros. Is now in partnership with was it Million
Yes.
Star? Now they're in
100
partnership
Star.
with them to do 100 Star. Now they're in partnership with
Spin-off
them
games
to
for
do
DC.
the DC games. For,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
because
don't
the
wanna
two
fuck with Rocksteady
studio
anymore.
heads, the 2 studio heads have like a rapport with James Gunn, who's the head of the DC
Yeah.
universe now.
Okay.
So Rocksteady is
Yeah.
going to lose that IP, and if they're not dead
Mm-hmm.
by the time that happens already,
I mean,
that will
Mhm.
kill them.
Rocksteady is
'cause-
effectively
because-
it's a fucking zombie at this point, right? Like it's
Yeah,
like,
it's
Yeah.
a zo-
it died ages ago. It's just
It's a skid suit of a company.
It's a husk.
It is it's a fucking dead man walking, dude. Like
Mhm.
Yep. And Sweet
Um,
Baby tried to fill that skin suit, but it was just too big for him. They weren't they weren't ready.
And
They
it's
weren't ready for the legacy that studio had left behind.
And this
Not
is
even close.
and this ties into the narrative too, like about how, like they always say like, oh, it's woke. It's woke. It sucks. It's like people don't understand the nuance of that argument because people like it's
No.
like Spider-Man 2 was like hugely successful and it had tons of woke dog shit in it, right?
well,
The thing
True,
is,
but to be
um,
fair though,
hugely
it did
successful
still
is
like
very
underperform.
relative.
Yeah, because apparently, as far as I know, Spider-Man 2 sales still like underperformed in relation to how much that game cost to make. Because I think that was like a $300 million game.
yeah, but
I
it made more than
believe.
600. It breached 10
So
million in
it-
sale.
It
Um,
it broke even, but like kind of barely though. So it's like, you know,
Well,
not-
more than
not the
broke
massive
even. 10
success
million
they-
at $60 a pop is 600 million. I
Well,
don't know.
so
I don't know
so
what
yeah, but
marketing
if-
costs and
a
stuff
little
like
bit,
that
a little
are,
more than
but
barely, yeah.
but the point is
Yeah,
that they
so-
made money from it. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about
was still
like
a game.
it's the thing is that nobody's going back to play Spider-Man. You know.
Probably not.
You know what they are going back to play? The Arkham games. You know.
Mhm.
All the main 3 Arkham games all have higher player counts right now than Suicide Squad.
By the way,
All 3 of them.
By the way, sorry, just talking about Spider-Man for a second. So we're on that topic. Did you guys see the DLC costumes? That they
Oh
fucking-
God, they look so awful.
I did not.
Jesus.
Send me,
Oh my
send
God.
me
Okay,
images.
so
Honestly-
Send me
okay,
something
hang
on
on. Let me see if I can find it. real
Scroll
quick.
scroll up in our chat in our trio chat here.
Oh yeah, I think it
Um,
was in there. Yeah.
I
Let me see
posted
if
it. I posted it because I was like,
You did.
yeah. It looks like MC Hammer got vomited on by a rainbow. They are so ugly.
And
But honestly
and of course,
though, ugly
these
as
are
fucks.
not free.
Yeah, you have to pay for them.
You have to
Honestly,
pay for these
though-
fucking awful suits.
Where is it?
Honestly, though, Insomniac this is
Yeah.
one thing that has been consistently bad with Insomniac is their alternate outfits for Spider-Man. Like, more than half of them are awful.
Yeah, they
and
should've
like
just kept taking from the comics
Miles is
on
like
that one.
his like, I made this costume myself. I'm my own hero. And like, but I gotta cut the top off so you know that I'm black with my afro, and I gotta wear
Yeah.
the Nikes because you gotta know that I'm black. You know,
Which is
it's like
especially stupid because like he's like, oh, it's my own original suit, one
I
of
don't
one,
see it.
motherfucker. You made your original suit in the. I don't see it either. I'm gonna find it, but it's
Oh.
like you made your original suit in the Miles Morales standalone game. What the fuck are we
exactly.
talking about here?
Which
That
honestly,
was your original suit, the black
honestly,
one.
besides a handful of the set pieces in Spider-Man 2, Miles Morales game was better than Spider-Man 2. It was.
I think so too. I think so.
There
too.
was now. Don't get me wrong. There's the combat is fun in the Spider-Man games, and the set pieces
absolutely
are great.
Mhm. Yeah.
But honestly, that's all those games have got going for them. That's what they
Here we
have.
go,
That's why people aren't going back to play them. You know, the Arkham games, on the other hand, have like everything is memorable. Like the environments are so iconic. The way they portray the characters are so memorable and iconic. That's why people are going back to play Arkham games.
Oh my fucking god! What is this?
So I will say the black
so
suit in the first image.
Yeah, that looks okay.
So that one looks fine, but the other three are fucking.
What the fuck is Miles wearing?
He's wearing like a prom suit, but it's like a Spider-Man prom suit with like
God.
like purples and
it's so
it
bad.
has the fucking hair as well, like exposed.
They did the fucking
so
hair again.
Bad.
Jeez, what is this?
It's like some weird like
We're at fucking
80s
Chuck E.
workout
Cheese.
attire.
Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, that does look
They're
like
going down
Chuck
to
E. Cheese.
Sesame
Holy
Street.
shit.
They're fucking wearing the Chuck E. Cheese floor, the carpet.
Oh my god.
Straight up. Oh my god.
It's so bad.
It's rough. It's not great. It's pretty fucking terrible.
But anyway,
just
but
have
like
the current people in charge of Spider-Man 2 be kicked out and replaced with people who know how to actually design costumes. Like all they have to do is take the costumes from the fucking comics, man. There's so many good designs in the literally like several decades worth of amazing Spider-Man
it's
costumes.
one of the only comic books that Marvel has that still sells well. This is Spider-Man comics.
Didn't they already like put most of those in the games though?
No.
No.
You don't understand. There are so fucking many costumes from
there
the
are
comics.
Hundreds.
Zillions. What they actually fucked up with is in Spider-Man 2 they put like so many of the movie costumes in. There's fucking 6 or 7 different Tom Holland suits in Spider-Man 2. It's like I only needed like 2, maybe 3. But you put like 7 or 8 of them. Fuck off. Put in some more comic suits. If you want the comic suits, those are cool.
Spider-Man 2's story though, like the first third of it, where they're kind of like building up Kraven as like this. Okay, they're building up
prom suit is from the comics apparently. Sorry, as a King saying the prom suit is from the comics apparently. Well, it must have been from the shit comics.
Is it
the garbage comics that came after the good ones?
Is it the what is it the Gala, the Fire Gala, whatever the fuck it's called, that everybody just tears to shred online because it's so awful. But anyway, the story of Spider-Man 2, the first third of it where they're like building Kraven up, is actually really good. Because what you're like, man, when he gets into the city, shit's gonna get fucking real. They do a good job of the build up. But then the whole second and third acts of the game, they completely fuck it up. They squander everything. They squander Venom. They squander Kraven. They bring Kraven in, and he just gets killed by Venom. I thought that like Venom was gonna choose Kraven as the host, and we were gonna get Venom.
That's so good.
And I was like, why didn't we get that? Why didn't we get that?
I feel like Kraven getting murked after he murks like most of the rest of the Rogues Gallery off screen.
Yeah,
dude. You see him take out Scorpion, but that's it. Everyone else just gets murked off screen.
Yeah, it sucks.
Rhino, Vulture, everybody. Shocker.
It's so
Electro,
squandered.
All of them. It's fucked.
And then the third act is so just generic bullshit. Oh god, it just completely went to shit. But anyway, like the whole thing about like, it's woke therefore it sucks. It's not that simple. What it is wokeness is merely a proxy. It's a proxy for the kind of people behind the game, essentially. Because that's the thing, like, woke ideology, it attracts the mediocre. It attracts, the weak-minded, essentially. It attracts the incompetent, because it's like, competent people don't have to rely on their identity to get through life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you see woke stuff in a game, you're like, oh, that's a signal that the people behind it are mediocre. So you generally can assume, usually pretty safely, that the gameplay and story and stuff of the game is going to be lackluster. So that's why it's associated with shit. It's like the wokeness itself doesn't make it shit, because wokeness, when I see wokeness in a game, someone who hates wokeness, I just roll my eyes and move on. People who like it, if they bought the game, which they usually don't, they just virtue signal on Twitter, they cheer for it. But like, nobody has their mind changed or has like a thought, has a useful thought because they saw wokeness in a game. It doesn't do anything on its own. It's just a proxy for incompetence behind the scenes.
Absolutely. I feel like Asmongold actually put this pretty well in a recent video. He was watching fucking Rev's video about the Tifa stuff, and he said, like, wokeness just it doesn't necessarily make a game bad, it just makes a bad game worse.
Yeah, it does.
And it makes a good game like slightly annoying, but it doesn't, like, it can't actively ruin a game that is like
on its own. It doesn't make or break a game.
Fucking Elden Ring has body type A and B.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so does Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's fucking awesome, but it's like I said, it's just a proxy. It's like a big red flag. If there's wokeness in a game, it's like, oh, be careful. Maybe wait until you see some reviews from people you trust before you spend $60. It's one of those kind of things. So, but like, and then I want to zoom out. I want to finish this kind of story and zoom out to like, take these failures, and we could say, like, it really is specifically Western AAA.
Skull and Bones, right? Was that what we were talking about?
Yeah, but I kind of moved it out. I'm building a narrative, so I moved it out to like juxtapose it against Suicide Squad, and then like, but it's these very specifically AAA Western studios that are failing spectacularly, and the layouts. We'll get to the layouts later. Are kind of like a result of these failures. So like, you could call me cherry picking. Like, what about Helldivers 2? It's like, Helldivers is a AA game that was made in Sweden. You know what I mean? That's not a AAA game.
Damn dollars. So
it's not a AAA game. It's specifically AAA Western games that are like really like failing spectacularly. Meanwhile, in the East, like what have we had like this year alone that have been successful? Infinite Wealth I love the way that they added like dynamic movement and environmental interaction into turn-based combat. Brilliant.
Absolutely. And I believe the new Grand Blue game is also popping off pretty hard.
I'm getting to that. Getting to that. So it's like, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, what you just said, it's like a mobile game that was like, what if you made a little single-player console game? And like, boom! They make some of the funnest fucking anime combat I've ever played. It's fucking awesome. It's got a dumb story, but man, the combat is fun in that game. Tekken 8 has been received very well. Persona 3 Reload has sold over 1 million copies in its first week, which is an Atlas record. It already beat Alan Wake 2, which won't break 1 million sales. Alan Wake 2 won't break 1 million. You have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is coming out in 2 days. I'm going to be streaming the fuck out of that starting on Friday. Shameless plug.
I think Larian is Swedish, so not Western. Well, here's the thing, Cryo. Like, Western kind of also encapsulates.
Yeah, it's everything west of like Asia.
Fucking
Europe. Anything Europe.
So Europe's in there too. Europe counts.
Well, not all of Europe, but like everything kind of west. Like on the western half of the Eurasian.
This is. I mean, Cyberpunk is a Western developed game. It's developed by a Polish studio. That's still a Western game, though. I consider it a Western game. And then you have so that's what's come out already. You have Final Fantasy VII coming out in like 24 hours, and then in March you have Rise of the Ronin by Team Ninja and Dragon's Dogma 2 by Capcom releasing on the same fucking day.
They are. Why?
both of those games are going to do very well. I mean,
How
this is
dare they?
Team Ninja is doing a new IP. Holy shit!
Yeah.
You got, and then a month
I'm
after
excited.
that, in late April,
Stellar
we're getting
Blade.
Stellar Blade, which is going to fucking
Stellar Blade.
melt down the Western Jurdos.
And I remember I posted like near,
I'm actually
I
excited
think
about
near
that one.
the
Yeah,
I'm
who
excited
made
too, and
who
we were
made a
talking
guest appearance in the Grand
who-
Blue Link fighting game and sold extremely well.
yeah, and we were talking about like one of the last things I posted in the group chat was Nikkei got us a victory. Same company, by the way, Shift Up,
600
crushing
million.
it. 600 million in revenue.
Holy
Top
shit!
mobile
Yeah,
publisher.
fucking popping
All they had to do was shake some titties and ass, and that's
right.
well,
That's
I mean,
all
there's
you gotta
a good
do.
story in that game.
Because
the game story is actually also pretty
I-
good.
the
but-
final
Hold on.
game in the story.
Hot take.
Mhm.
It has a really good
Yeah.
story. The gameplay fucking sucks, which is why I don't actually play it.
Yeah, no,
The gameplay isn't fun, but nobody gives a shit about the gameplay.
I auto through it.
I remember like I saw a fucking tweet some like about a month ago where someone was saying like, oh,
Mhm.
you know, these fucking like these fucking nerds will play anything that has like naked women in it, even if the gameplay sucks. And they're trying to say that Nier Automata and Stellar Blade are gonna be shit games. People are only playing them because there's hot women in them and they're fucking creepos. And I was just like, no. Like, I loved Nier Automata. Nier Automata's a
Yeah,
really damn
see-
good fucking game with great story and gameplay. And while, you know, like, if all I cared about was ass and titties, I'd be a fucking Nikkei streamer. But like,
Yeah.
just like ass, titties, and stories and do it for me. I mean, if it's a movie, sure, but if I want to play my fucking games. I don't like the
So
gameplay
here's
of Nikkei.
Well, I have
Here's
a
the
monologue
thing.
about this that I'd like to give.
if I may, because I feel like I can encapsulate this a little easier. So these people who are saying these things are either don't remember or are not old enough to remember like the early 2000s to like from 2000, 2010, 15 or so, where like there were shit tons of games that had hot women in them. And there were a good number of them that were garbage, and people didn't give a shit about them, even if they had hot women.
Well-
Because like that was a time when people
Well,
didn't give
here's the
enough
thing.
like as
They
much of a
are
shit
aware
about
of
hot
that.
women in gaming.
They are
They
absolutely aware of that. That's why
but talking about it doesn't
that
serve their narrative.
that
No, so they're being
Eurogamer bug
disingenuous
ban
then.
that Eurogamer bug ban compared Stellar Blade to like an homage to like 2003. Like they're absolutely aware
Yeah.
So being
of what it is.
disingenuous on
But here's the
purpose.
thing.
Okay.
This thing is like this whole thing. They don't care about gameplay. They only give about ass and titties. It's like, guess what? None of your judgments fucking matter. We want sexy, idealistic women in our games, and men too. By the way, we
And men
want
too,
sexy,
yes, men
idealistic men too. You can call us
Mhm.
alt-right chud coomers, whatever the fuck, all you want. We will not apologize for wanting sexy characters, and you fucking degenerate bugmen, progs, will never get an ounce of shame out of me, at least, or guilt for this. Okay, we're the ones who give you fucking money. You give us what we want, or we will not give you fucking money. Sexy characters, good gameplay, that's fucking it. And none of your self-righteous, fake moral, browbeating bullshit will change this. You learn this lesson or fucking perish. And that's what's been happening. Okay?
I love everything you're saying.
You don't
Though again,
fucking care.
I have to point out again, this hits just a little less hard coming out of the furry cartoon. I love it. I love everything you're saying, but like
it hits just fine. Because it's
I'm
fucking
just
true,
saying.
right? Like,
I
feel
love
like
you, bro. I love you.
I mentioned this when I was having my fucking rant about artists. And it's just like, dude, it's like, I want to enjoy your fucking content. But, like, you need to fucking drop the, like, self-important bullshit and remember that, like, at the end of the day, you are providing a service or you are creating content that you want other people to consume. If you want other people to fucking consume it, fucking make it good. Like...
Exactly. And the fun thing about this is that, like, because you brought up Stellar Blade, right? And like that company, like Shift Up, is just stacking W's at this point because they had another interview with the CEO.
So is Palworld.
So is Palworld. But like they had another interview with the CEO of Shift Up recently, and they were asking about, I was like, oh, do you think maybe you'll do like some sort of crossover thing in Stellar Blade with
he's like,
characters
hell yeah.
from Nikkei? And he's like paraphrasing for the most part. He's like, you know what? If that's what the fans want, we will do it.
Exactly.
If that's what the
There you go.
paraphrasing, if that's what the fans want, he's listening to the fans. He wants to do what they want him to do to make that money. And you know what? Fucking based.
Yes, that's
Damn
it.
right.
Thank you.
I was also gonna say like
I have
I
manpower
forgot.
and resources to make the products. You need to tell me what product you want. I make it. You give me money for it. That's it. That is how transactions should work.
It works. It works.
I forgot. The first Descendant comes out later this summer. I forgot about that
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. That game.
Because you and I we played the beta together, and it was a
That
lot
one
of
I'm
fun.
interested in. That one I am interested in.
Yeah,
It's fun. You'll like it.
Why didn't you play the beta? Because the beta was like an open beta. Because you could have played it too. I mean,
I think that's. I think
I think
Rosa
it
was
the
on her
hospital.
homeless arc
Oh no, yeah, that's what it was. I was homeless for like a
shit.
weekend.
Okay.
or something.
Oh,
You were
yeah.
on
Well,
one of
maybe-
your IRL arcs.
I was either
that time.
homeless
I
or
think-
stuck in the
but-
hospital with my mom, one or
Mhm.
the other.
All right.
Was it in
Okay,
December?
that's fair. That's fair.
Or was it in like on like
Uh,
October?
I'm not sure.
Or like August?
I don't remember. I
No,
don't
it was
remember
August.
exactly.
August.
Okay,
I
but
think
for
I
sure,
want to say I
wait,
was like October, November, somewhere around there.
But when it drops, you're down to go and check it out.
That's what in
Oh
between.
God, yeah. You should definitely check it
Yeah,
out. It,
yeah,
let's go.
It's like it's Destiny with skin tight suit wearing
Yeah,
waifus.
yep,
It's
yep,
awesome.
yep.
The men are
I
hot,
do
the women
remember
are hot,
this.
everybody's hot.
Here's the thing.
That's right.
I'm not interested in Stellar Blade. The gameplay reminds me too much of fucking what's this game called? The fucking Pinocchio one.
Dynasty
Fucking,
Warriors?
Lies of P.
It's very hack and slash.
I gotta talk about that a little bit. But
It reminds
go
me of
for
the
it.
Lies of P, which I'm just like
Okay.
not super interested in.
Okay.
But that one, First Descendant, I am very excited about.
Yeah, you should. Yeah,
Why-
we should totally
why is
play that together.
Why is the Starion on the thumbnail? We'll get to that. There's some Larian. There was a Larian mic drop. We got to talk about it in a little bit.
Oh
but-
yeah, we'll get to that. But I just
Yeah,
want to
so-
say, like,
but-
just to round out the story, because I think the narrative has been painted
Yeah.
now, where it's just like you see like the direction that the West took, Mr. Japanese
Mm-hmm.
man, and you see the destruction that it has wrought. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So at this point,
Mhm.
you have an opportunity to not make the worst decision of your careers, which is to
Yep.
not follow the West.
Don't pull a Sega.
You know,
Stop that.
yeah, don't pull a Sega.
Don't-
Have confidence in yourself. Be proud of your creative endeavors and kick the West's ass at our own fucking game. Okay.
Yeah, a Sega,
I would
or
just say
possibly a Squeenix. We'll have to check in on that too. So
I will say it in both languages.
I don't like Square Enix,
Which way, Japanese man? Nihonjin no otoku wa dochira hoku desu ka? There.
hey.
I will
Good
say it in
stuff.
both languages. I've been practicing Japanese.
Okay, so aside from Skull and
Okay.
Bones, anything else you've been doing with your week?
Not really. I mean, I did that for a day, but that's like the one thing that I wanted to talk about, I guess.
Fair
That was the only thing of note besides watching Warrior with Rosa. So now that we're like
That's
2
it.
hours in,
Yeah. my week, everybody. so I think there's only a couple of things I really want to talk about. Maybe three. So I did some reading, right? I got myself all caught up on a particular manga that you guys may or may not have heard of, that is titled Dog Ningen, which
Yes!
that's not the original title.
I love Dog
but I'm not allowed
Ninja.
to say. I can't say the original title.
Dog Ninja's pretty good.
But I say Dog Ningen specifically because like 2 chapters in, there's like a mini chapter where they like have one of the characters be like, "Oh, we just realized some of you
audio.
people." Oh,
Audio.
okay. God. Apparently, it's worse this time.
Well, it's always bad. I've heard it. I've gone back and listened to it. It's pretty fucking obnoxious.
One of these days we'll just swap. We'll swap over to my OBS one of these days.
Yeah.
Um.
Post it.
But at any rate, so yeah, Dog Ningen. So a couple chapters in, they literally have like a little like bonus chapter where one of the characters is like, "Oh, we just realized some of you readers might not be black. So just for y'all, we have an alternate title that you can actually say." Because like, how to describe this? This is like. Do you remember that one friend in middle school who was like really into drawing comics and shit, and he wanted you to read his comics and stuff? So you're like, and you read it, and it's like, yeah, okay, you're certainly making something here, cool. We'll see how that goes when you get to high school, college. Maybe you'll grown up a bit more by then. Because like this is very, I feel like juvenile is a great word to describe what Dog Ningen is, right? Because like the entire premise, the first fucking chapter, I feel like I've described this to you, Rosa. I don't know if you know about this, Helmsman, but the first chapter is, my name is Dog Ningen, other word, by the way. And the way I came about is a businessman got drunk and fucked a dog, and that dog gave birth to me and then died shortly afterwards. And now I'm on a quest for revenge, and I'm gonna find that man and I'm gonna rape him. And that's my quest as Dog Ningen.
Dude, that is an amazing elevator pitch. I want to read this. This is the thing, though. I mean, don't change Japan. It's like
no. This is written and drawn by an American.
The fact that okay, but
I call it a manga, but this is American shit. Like this is American weeb shit. This is middle school. It sounds American
like something that
shit.
the Japanese would do, but
it does. But this is someone who's just heavily influenced.
Yeah,
I like it.
This is one of those like classic like ghetto weeaboos.
Yeah, straight up.
I think I've told this before, but like I grew up around like gang culture and like the black community quite a bit, and I have sat in a trap house with literal straight up fucking gangbangers watching Dragon Ball before. Like that's a thing I've done.
Exactly. Yeah. So this
hey
is
man,
like,
those Mexicans love that DBZ.
You have no idea how accurate that statement is to this particular fucking because like describing this is like right after that chapter you get the real like first chapter beginning the story, right? And first thing right off the bat, Dog Ningen gets attacked by some random assassin who's also like a cyborg super ninja guy named Neo, and he's got a big like N on his forehead, and he's got like jet boosters. He's got like jet boost. Well, the N for Neo, right? It's above it's above his like left eye or whatever.
It's still very funny.
That's so funny.
But like this is the first chapter, right? And like these motherfuckers are already having a battle that is like destroying several city blocks by them just fighting.
Sorry.
Right, like the power scaling is all over the fucking place with this. Like they're destroying several buildings. They end up in a sewer. They're still going at it. They're like going at Mach speed and punching each other through walls and shit. Like this. Like we're starting off with like superhuman levels of combat, right? And then of course you get Dog Ningen's signature attack, the Dark Fang, in which he bites your dick off, and that's his super move. That's his move is he bites your dick off. So
does he like make you pull it out first?
Damn.
Like how does this go?
No. Like while it's still in your pants.
Does he spit or swallow?
I don't. I think he spit it out, but like, it's extremely unclear how Neo works because it looks like he's wearing a skin suit or something, but he might actually just be naked. I'm not sure like what his deal is.
Bites through clothes.
But like, but his dick gets bit off. Bites through clothes, yeah, pretty much. But like right after that, they just kind of like, yo, you're pretty strong. That was a pretty good fight. You want to just squash it here and we just maybe be friends from now? And it's like, yeah, okay, cool. And that's kind of it. It's like.
So does he like?
Does
Neo remain dickless for the rest of the fucking like story?
Yes. Yeah, he never gets his dick back. He never gets his, but he just
they just stay as friends.
He just comes to terms with it, I guess. At a point later on, like near like the later chapters, Dog Ningen makes him a paper mache dick replacement. And he's like, it's like a gift, right? He's like, yo, I made you a new dick here.
I have to read this. I have to read this. It sounds amazing.
It is the dumbest, stupidest, like most nonsensical bullshit I've read in a while, but it's a guilty pleasure type thing for sure. It's like this is before we get into the school shooter arc, by the way. Which like further fucks up the power scaling that is like established by the first chapter, in which Dog Ningen is just passing by after the school shooter like shoots somebody, and school shooter sees him. He's like, oh, I should probably kill this guy too, as there's no witnesses, right? So he shoots at him, and the bullet fucking bounces off this guy's eye. Like he's fucking Superman. Like, you remember that one Superman movie where like the guy tries to shoot Superman in the eye? Yeah, he tries to shoot Superman in the eye, and it just like the bullet crunches against his fucking eyeball.
Yeah.
Same shit here. But Dog Ningen is apparently so incredibly durable that he is bulletproof.
Fucking
He's
goals.
bulletproof. He's also fast enough to just catch a bullet. Like later on, when he's being attacked by a different assassin, he just catches a bullet. So he's literally already like Superman levels of
like Kung Fu Hustle
incredibly
style.
Powerful, right? Yeah, essentially. And it's
That's amazing.
and we also in the school shooter arc introduce like a new rival character named Cat Bitch. Like that's her title. That's her. Her name is Cat Bitch.
I want to call her
Pussy
Cunt.
She's a cat girl, right? She's like, kind of like stereotypically sexy cat woman, right? Like, but
Okay.
like pseudo, like kind of like Helmsman here, like pseudo furry, like cat ears and tail and shit.
I'm not pseudo.
Yeah, he's a very furry.
Well, okay, so she's a little less furry than he is, I guess. Like, it's a little less. It's like Cats, right? Like the actual musical Cats. Like it's kind of like
it's in that uncanny valley territory. That's not good.
Yeah, sorta. But I mean, the art looks fine. So it's like the art, by the way, is like, if you guys have seen like the original like One Punch Man manga, right? By one.
Yeah.
Like the original manga.
I've seen
so
it. Yeah.
This is like 1.5 steps up in quality from that art style.
Okay.
It's right around there.
Okay.
Like it's barely better than
it never gets close to realism. Then okay.
Yeah. So and Cat Bitch, her origin story is that her mom let 1,000 cats run a train on her, and this somehow resulted in the birth of a cat furry woman.
Dude, this author
I
is
believe the verbatim quote in the comic is, "They all nutted in her coochie." I believe that was the words I read off the fucking page. So,
damn.
Like, you wouldn't, like, I can't probably describe the level of the dialogue writing here. Like, the level of writing is like, it's like, again, this same writer is also trying to get into like more like heavier topics. Like, this is happening in the midst of a fucking school shooter arc, in which the school shooter ends up like killing 1/3 of the kids in the school by himself, right? Like, and at the same time, we have Cat Bitch and her special ability, which is fucking black hole vagina. Right? Like, that's her special power.
Yeah, oh my, it's the exact same, bro. Same. Wait, so
like,
this bitch's fucking vagina is fucking cream from fucking JoJo?
Yes. Yeah, more or less.
It's one of the. It sounds like this one of those like train wrecks where just like I have to know what happens.
Yeah, where this goes. But it's like,
there's
it's
an old. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's this older show called Nip Tuck, that turns into an absolute shit show with how over the top the drama gets. That like it's so bad, but you have to keep watching it. Just like, how psychotic could this get? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's
Cryo typed out, somehow all the sperm mixed together creating me. I should have like 9,000 lives or something. Haha. Is that an actual quote?
Yes, that is an actual quote. That was in there too. Yep. So
yeah, I'll have whatever that author's having.
That means that all 1,000 cats fucked her mom within like the same like instance of like conception. Like they all like immediately it was back to back like revolving door. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. I guess that's what happened. I don't know how she accomplished this.
She got that
this sounds like
bicycle
this should
energy.
Go into the fucking Guinness Book of World Records or something. How she managed to like actually corral all these cats into fucking her. Like, I don't. This doesn't make any sense. But like, so yeah, and so we go through the whole school shooter arc, and also this is where the school shooter arc is also where the extremely racist, like caricature racist cop shows up. And this guy looks like fucking what's his name from Die Hard? He's got looks like Bruce Willis with a scar, right? Like, he's like a bald white, like, and he's like extremely racist to the point like he's like just letting the N-word fly in front of his partner, the criminals, and all the kids in the school. Like he's just like full-throated hard
Like hard R. Oh damn.
Yeah, I find it hilarious too that like, so the N-word with the soft A in the manga is not censored, right? But the one with the hard R, that one is censored.
I mean, yeah, because they're not the same word. That makes sense, actually.
I guess, but it's like with all like as over the top and like ridiculous and like completely, what's the word? Like tactless as this comic is in its totality. I just, it feels like pissing in the wind at that point. Like, why even bother? why even bother? But like this guy feels like he came from black Twitter, so that might be why. Just in general with like how everything is framed. And that's before we get to the tournament arc where the main characters don't even participate because they're too fucking strong, and this is like a normal people tournament arc. But like normal in the terms of like normal level of ability, not normal in the fact that like there's like furries and like like the dude with no legs in the fighting tournament.
Wait,
and
what?
there's like a dude with no legs in the fighting tournament. He uses his hands, I guess.
Crawls around.
He crawls around on his stumps, and then he like grabs you with his big like gorilla arms and just like swings you around like that. And it's like the goofiest, stupidest shit ever. And also it's also kind of weirdly racist against Middle Easterners, because there's like some Middle Easterners in the tournament, and they're like straight up like suicide bombers and shit. Like, so it's
well, it sounds like he's just like, I'm gonna just like lean into the most racist shit for literally everybody I can think of.
But that, except for blacks, right? Because this is the black creator, and you know, and obviously there's the cartoonishly, like so cartoonishly racist that like there's a different bit where he has to call back to the police station, right? And a black cop picks up the phone, and he's like talking to him for a second, but then he like stops. He's like, "Wait a minute, are you black?" And the guy the other's like, "Yeah, so?" And then he's like, "Okay, put someone else on the phone." Put someone else on the phone.
Traitor.
This person could not exist in the current day and age. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, holy
oh
shit.
My god.
It's so unbelievable. It's the dumbest shit imaginable. But you know what? In a weird way, it's that morbid, like, guilty pleasure of reading that I'm getting out of this, because like it's not anything genuine. There's no genuine, like, it's just, yeah, it's garbage. It's trash.
It's so over the top that you can't take it seriously. You can't get offended over it. It's kind of, I mean, yeah, you could dovetail that into Gemini.
It's just too much. But the funniest thing is that like it's weirdly official. Like there's physical copies of this you can buy off of fucking Amazon. Like, it's like, I don't understand how it got as far as it did, because this feels like a weird, like it should be on a fanfic site or something, right? Like a weird web comics. Yeah, it's like The Room. It is literally like The Room, straight up. Like it's on that same wavelength. Oh god. So
okay.
Yeah, so that was that, and I guess I'll keep reading it to see where it goes. I don't know, why not, I guess. Other than that, been playing some more Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. And in terms of like just well-crafted bullshittery, that game is fucking fantastic, right? Like I'm in Hawaii, and like, you know, the story's serious, and we're trying to track down Ichiban's missing mother, and she's involved with some crime shit happening and all that. That's great, right? But also, I need some fucking money to pay off the information giver. I need $30. So I'm gonna go play Crazy Taxi, but it's like a food delivery bike, and I'm doing like flips and shit on the bike for people who are watching
over
on the street.
buildings.
And I'm like, yeah, and I'm literally driving the bike up the side of a building and shit. Like, and of course there's also the Sujimon, which is the Pokemon ripoff thing, and it's like people were giving Palworld shit, right, for being a Pokemon ripoff. Audio again.
Audio.
Damn it. I fixed.
Damn it. Yeah, you got it?
No. Okay, no, I did. Cool.
Okay. So people are giving Palworld shit, but like Sujimon is so much like more apparent with its rip-off shit, like to the point where the NPC you talk to starts singing like a bastardized version of the first Pokemon theme song, like the Pokemon, oh it's you and me, like all that shit. Like he just starts singing like a shitty version of that, and like the whole thing is like, instead of the Elite Four, it's the discreet four, right?
Yeah.
It's like just like it's so incredibly on the nose.
Discreet
But like, and it, yeah, and it's worse than Power World, because like
It's all
because
humans.
you can catch humans in Power World, but it's mostly like the actual pals, right? In Yakuza, it's all humans. The humans are all of the Pokemon, and you're doing 3v3 battles with human beings in like an underground combat ring, but you're treating it like it's playing like fucking Pokemon, so it's like it's the dumbest shit ever.
Hot takes. Hot
Oh,
take.
I love it,
I don't
though.
like
It's
the
so good.
Sujimon stuff.
I
think
love it. I think it's
I
great.
think it bogs the game down too much. I feel like.
Well, here's the thing, because it is like, I mean, you are sort of like railroaded into starting the side quest, but you don't actually have to do it. But I think it's pretty fun. I think it's a charming little side thing. Yeah, but that's most of the side story, like the major, like the stuff that they put the real work into, like the side quests. They will kind of railroad you into starting those, but they won't like make you complete them if you don't want to. So I mean, there's that. I think that's worth saying. But I enjoy it. I think it's pretty funny.
I don't know.
It gives me something. It gives me something to do like off stream, because I'm trying to stick to like main storyline like on stream, but I still want to play the game because I think it's a lot of fun. So it gives me like all the side story stuff gives me like shit to do off stream, so I can still play the game without actually making forward progress in the main story.
You can have more than one save.
Yeah. Well, true, but I'm not fucking around with 2 saves. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time.
That's what I've been doing. So I'm on like chapter 4 on the stream, but I just finished it on my off stream save.
I get that, but like I want like genuine reactions to shit, right? Like when bombs drop, like when Kiryu tells you what's going on with him, like that dropping. God, if I'd already known that was coming, fuck, that would have been a much shittier reaction. Because you know what I'm talking about when I say what like Kiryu's secret and all that shit. But
don't say it. I might play those games eventually.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, you should. They're good. They're great.
But yeah, I'm the same way. I pretty much don't play games on like off stream, like almost at all. Like I'll do grinding if anything, but like I won't ever like do anything like substantial whenever I play off stream, because I want all my reactions, even to like side stuff, to be like genuine.
Yeah, I guess. To anyone that can play a game without getting sidetracked with side quests, what's it like? Not even ADHD.
Well,
I will say though that having finished the game, I feel like the main story of like chasing down Akane, like the breadcrumbs that the breadcrumb trail that you're following to find Akane, goes on a bit too long. But overall, the plot, I think it's fine. I think it's about on par with the first one. I don't think it's worse, better, or worse.
I loved Yakuza 7, so that's good news for me. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I feel like things like there's some like I don't know how to explain this. I feel like there are some elements of it that should be better integrated with each other. Like, have you introduced yourself to the dungeons yet?
The dungeons in the first game, or the ones in the
new one?
Is there like another? Oh, okay, no, I don't think I have, because I remember the like the battle tower thing from the.
Yeah. There's a similar kind of dungeon system in this one.
Okay.
And there's also, you also know about have you gotten to Dodonko Island yet?
Oh, the Animal Crossing shit? No, not yet.
Okay, but it's not a spoiler. Like, those are in the game.
Yeah, I mean, but like, yeah, the trailers and whatnot. So
I feel like those two things should have been put together. I feel like making progress on Dodonko Island should it should be the thing that determines like what floors are available to you on, or like in the dungeon, or like, because like at Dodonko Island you have to like slowly unlock like different parts of the island, essentially. Yeah. I'm just like, I feel like dungeons should like be a part of that unlocking process, and like the things that you do on the island like influence what you can find in the dungeons and stuff like that. Like, I feel like that was a missed opportunity to integrate. Like, they're fine on their own, but they would have worked a lot better if they integrated with each other. Because there's a lot of, there's so much side quest content in the game that that it starts to feel like some of it's there for the sake of being there a little bit, like almost like tacked on. And
it is kind of like Yakuza tradition to just have like a bunch of side quests you can fuck around in. So
I understand that, but like that to me, that's not an excuse as excuse for being able to do it better. Like I feel like it could be done better. I will say though that for like the little nitpicky faults I can come up with it are easily made up for by the combat.
Combat in those games is great.
I like the first one is like it's like a turn-based thing, and you kind of move around, but you can't really control them. They just kind of sidestep around on their own. You can't really control it.
But now you have whereas a little circle you can move around in.
Yeah, in this one you have like it gives you like a circle of movement, and you can fully move around in it, and you can position yourself like next to other
the
party members
and everything. Yeah.
Or next to parts of the environment and stuff like that. Like they added like this whole dynamic environmental interaction element to turn-based combat, which is like it's brilliant the way they do it. It's such a good like what would you call it? Like fusion of dynamic combat with like turn-based combat, and not like like the pseudo turn-based, which is like what they had like the Final Fantasy VII
remake, or
exactly It's not really turn-based. It's kind of turn-based, but it's not really turn-based.
I got you.
Whereas this is like true turn-based combat, but it still has like this really cool, engaging, dynamic element to it.
The 3D element, like the 3D space element.
Yeah, well, I guess
where everyone's well, what I mean is that like in Yakuza Infinite Wealth, like instead of like the classic turn-based of all your guys are on this side, all the enemies are on that side, like you intermingle, everybody moves around the environment as they will, and it's like it all becomes like a mixed up kind of mess, sort of, kind of, but there's still a flow to it, and it still kind of
a flow to it, and it still maintains like the non-time based classic turn-based style combat. Like it fuses them both so dang well. My expectations when they switched to, because remember when Yakuza 7 came out and they were like, yeah, it's turn-based combat now, and everybody was like, what the fuck?
Because their plan with that was like, okay, Yakuza is now going to be our turn-based series, but we'll still have the action combat for you in the Judgment series. But then Judgment fell apart because of all the voice actor fiasco and all that shit. So I guess maybe they'll come up with something new so they can still keep the action combat alive. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah, but it's just to just take your main series and completely overhaul the combat system like that is like that is such a huge ballsy risk to take.
But it worked.
It worked. It worked for 7, and 8. It's improved dramatically. I think.
I will say, like, one thing I also really like in terms of the combat system from 8 to 7, because I just like in the last session I ended up unlocking the pound mates, right? Which is the summons, right? The phone summons. And I think it's great that now, because like in 7, the pound mates was just like, oh, they do one big flashy super move. It's like a little cutscene, and they wipe out like most of the enemies on the field, and that's it, right? But now, when you call a pound mate in, they're just in there. They're an additional party member for a bit.
Want to restart the audio just in case? Like we do now.
Aren't. I don't think you've gotten far enough in.
Okay, I only have the first one right now. The Gary's sister.
Yeah, so some of them will do that. They kind of stick around, and others are just like they're just like a super move cutscene.
Okay. Well, I imagine like for some of them it would be like kind of like it wouldn't make much sense for them to stick around as like an active party member. Like assuming the lobster pet, I forget her name.
Yeah.
But, and assuming she still gets to be one of the pound mates, like she was in the. Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense if she stayed as an actual fighting member of the party. So that's fair.
But you have to remember that like when it comes to Yakuza, because this was another thing I saw this criticism. Like there was a big controversy at the release about not the New Game Plus thing, but the there's a bunch of feminist conversation that they have where they're like doing traditional gender roles, and it's just like that criticism is coming from people who don't really know Yakuza very well, because when it comes to Yakuza storytelling, if it's not the like main gangland drama, it's done tongue in cheek to some degree. The only thing that's taken completely seriously is the main gangland story. And so even like parts of the main story that's not gangland related is done tongue in cheek to some degree. So like that whole thing in the beginning with like where they're like at the he does this like the cringiest marriage proposal ever, and then they kind of chastise him for like, oh yeah, well you're suggesting that she's supposed to do this chores, all this like this bedroom feminist kind of tripe, it's like it's obvious that they're doing that tongue in cheek. I mean, listen to the music while it's playing. It's got the goofy music playing.
It's got like the fucking the Naruto.
They're making fun of it. Yeah, they're making fun of those talking points to a level. Like it. So, and not only that, but like, I'm sorry, but like, if you're the kind of person that's going to allow like a 5-minute conversation in an 80+ hour game that's otherwise really, really fun to play, if you're going to let that 5-minute conversation ruin the whole game for you, I don't know what to tell you.
I believe that is, because like there's a little bit of this here and there going around where it's like, because like there has been a bunch of like woke shit throughout like all media that's been fucking up a lot of things for a lot of people. There has been this effect now where some people will start jumping at shadows of wokeness.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So that like some people like go a little too overboard and they'll be like ready to like jump at anything that even like smells or looks or any like has the shape of it but isn't actually what they think it is, but they'll jump at it just because they think it's that thing, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Like, yeah, some people and I guess I can't necessarily super blame them, but I would ask more people to just be nuanced in general about these things.
Yeah, I agree completely. I would say like I don't blame them at all because I completely get the sentiment. My wokeness is such an absolute fucking cancer. I totally get it. But you don't want to go. You don't want to turn. You don't want to turn into the thing that you hate. You don't want to.
It's a pendulum swinging, right?
You call it. We call wokeness clown world. Don't become the clown.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't let the pendulum swing all the way the other way. Just
the
let
abyss
it stop in the middle. Just chill there.
It's very much like that Nietzsche quote. Like the abyss stares back. Like, be cognizant of yourself, and for God's sakes, like, don't let little things like that, little things here and there. Now, if it's egregious, yeah, I get it. But like, if you get hyper, like affected by it, by like every tiny little, a ghost of it, or just a tiny little instance, like if you let that like just rob you of all of your joy that you would have otherwise had, then you need to recalibrate.
Yeah, you're no different on the other side.
Yeah, you really need to recalibrate.
Yeah.
Roll your eyes, go on Twitter and make fun of it, and then don't let it ruin your fun. You know what I mean? I think too many people are letting it ruin their fun.
Gotcha.
So anyway.
Oh no, and there's a saying, "Pick your battles." Yeah. So overall, I'm still enjoying Infinite Wealth. I'll keep on that for a good bit. Well, I mean, I'm gonna play it to the end, honestly, because I love those games. But I'm having a good time with it, and I'll keep an eye out for those things you were talking about, like as far as once I unlock the dungeons and the island, and Animal Crossing, all that shit.
What's the guy who wears the coat? The guy who wears the coat over his shoulder, he's kind of like the bad guy at the beginning of the game. What's it? Yamai? Is that his name?
Maybe.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Fuck this over.
No. The guy who's like who Tommy is under at first.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. I think his name was Yamai. Yeah.
It's Yamai,
also,
right?
Rosa, I heard the little hun there. Yeah, like the main setup for the story is you are working like a regular job and you're kind of helping out ex-Yakuza to find jobs of their own. But somebody is like videotaping you doing all this and they misconstrue it into you taking bribes and shit. And then a fucking VTuber goes on YouTube and rats you out and you get cancels. You get canceled by a fucking VTuber, lose your job, your friends lose their jobs, and you just get completely fucked up.
Wait, so that's the plot?
That's how it gets started.
No, that's how it starts, but like then it like completely swerves into.
That's not the whole plot, but that's how it starts. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, the VTuber shit might come up again, but it hasn't since the beginning of the game, at least for me.
Something I want to mention before we move on. Frederick mentioned the like pick your battles in terms of like talking about the like stuff like bothering you in games, right? Ironically, that's exactly what I would basically say to people on the left when they started bitching about stuff like pronouns. Like, oh my god, they didn't use my pronouns. I was just like, and you don't need their fucking like. Yeah. You don't care what the fuck. Why do you care?
For validation. Why do you need that?
We know why they care, but.
Yeah, but so like I'm saying like way back in the day, right? Like when I was before the pendulum started swinging so far to the left, like when people first started kind of like being annoying about it, right? Pick your battles is exactly what I would tell people. It's like you want people to take you seriously, and like if you have all these important issues you want to talk about, maybe quit shoving all the little things in our face, like in everyone's face. Like that's just not gonna work, right? And like that's what I would tell people, and they'd be like, "Oh, but like it's also really important." It's like it's not as important as the other shit that you want to fucking rant about.
No one's ever changed their mind because they got moralized at by someone with a self-righteous complex.
Yeah. Yep. Straight up.
Anyway, should we move on to news?
Well, I did have one last thing, and it's the fact that earlier today I started my playthrough of Lies of P.
Oh boy.
And my thoughts on the first 4 hours? I'm digging it.
Okay.
I'm honestly genuinely digging it.
Most people digged it. Most people really liked it. Yeah.
Well, I only say it that way because I know there's someone on the panel here who was not a big fan of Lies of P.
Rosa's like, is it called Dark Souls 2?
Yeah,
no, it sucks.
No, not exactly. That's not exactly it. Look. I played the demo. Maybe it's not the same. Maybe they fixed it, right? But for me, it's little things that bother me. Like, for example, like, in the demo, I'll find out when I play it. But in the demo, the, like, running animation is not, like, properly, like, in tune with your running speed. It wasn't.
Ah.
And it's not
I didn't even notice, so...
It's not like it's, like, a major thing, right? It's, like, a very minor thing. And most people probably wouldn't even notice. But it bothers me. All right?
Okay.
I guarantee you that's going to be a thing in Stellar Blade.
Oh, absolutely. I have no fucking doubt to be a thing in Stellar Blade. Lots of things in Stellar Blade, just look at the trailer, remind me of Lies of P significantly. I'm just like, I think I'm gonna dislike this for the same reasons I disliked Lies of P.
Was Lies of P also a Korean studio, or?
I don't know.
Is that wait.
I have no idea.
The like blocking centered combat also is just kind of meh to me. Like the flow of it felt really. Again, I don't know if they changed anything. Again, what I played was the demo.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, it's still like from what I played, it still seems to be it's very centered on like parrying and like blocking skills and shit. It felt a little bit like I was getting sort of a like I know it's like it's supposed to be the Bloodborne-ish like Souls like, but it felt a little more like Sekiro-ish in that regard.
I didn't get any fucking blood because Bloodborne's all about fucking dodging.
Well, I mean. I'd say Bloodborne like more in aesthetic of like the world that you're in than anything else. But like in terms of actual gameplay, very Sekiro-ish, and like because like everything's like you want to build up the stagger meter on the guy, block all his shit, block everything, and like the timing is really tight. So like I feel like I just gotta, and like combined with the fact that like most of what you're fighting, at least in the early game, I think there might be some monsters or some shit in the late game, but most of the early game stuff is like puppets, right? And they move like you would assume a puppet would, which means their movements are very janky, and it's kind of hard to read their timing a lot of the time unless you've like seen that exact swing before. So like parrying can be a little awkward in that instance. But I will say that when you actually do kind of get your bearings on the parrying, and you start working on the staggering system and all that, it is very satisfying, the combat. Plus you still get your Dark Souls backstabs and shit, so that's pretty good too. And then, most of the backstab animations I've seen as of now are all pretty sick, and they're very satisfying, like nice and big and crunchy, right? And like in the boss fights, like I did the first 2 boss fights in the game, which one was like the weird carnival guy who takes his own head off, and the other one was like the cop looking one that's like it kind of fights like Vicar Amelia, like he's all on all fours and he's doing big massive arm swings and shit. And those are both pretty cool, interesting boss fights, I'd say. Like a lot of training me to practice the parrying, especially in that first fight, and a lot of parry practice on that one. Died a few times kind of locking that in, but like once you actually get a flow going, like once you actually really get the feel of it and you start just feeling that combat, it's feeling pretty good. I like the way the game, the overall game feel is very nice. Plus, I like the aesthetic a lot. I like the premise of the whole
Gothic
these guys.
steampunk.
Yeah, because it's about Geppetto and Pinocchio, right? You're playing as Pinocchio. You're his prized puppet, but Geppetto is also the guy who made all of the other puppets, right? He invented this puppet shit, and these puppets made the city that you're exploring and fighting through. And the whole thing is one day the puppets just go crazy and start murdering everybody, and now you got to get to the bottom of it and beat all the puppets and all that shit, right? And that's pretty cool. It's a cool premise. Even comes with the cool little intro cinematic where you're seeing everything start out with them building the scene in the first place, and then eventually going to shit once the puppets go nuts. And it's pretty cool, and I like the very heavy nature of it, and in that regard, it's definitely got a lot of the Bloodborne aesthetic for sure, right down to also surviving humans being also super badass you're gonna run into, and it's kind of you're like the psycho fights in fuck it, what's the zombie game in the mall, the zombie game the series of zombie games take place in the malls. What's that one called?
Dead something.
with Frank West. Dead Rising. Yeah, kind of like the Dead Rising thing. It's you'll run into some psycho humans who are wielding crazy ass weapons, and you can fight them and get their outfits and shit. And it's I'm digging it so far. Again, it's only been 4 hours since I started the game, but what I played of it so far, I liked. I think it might also just be I've got a little bit of Souls-like withdrawal, because the last time I really played a Souls-like was when I played Elden Ring, and that was at this point a year and a half ago. So I think I just have a little bit of Souls withdrawal. So it's nice to kind of get something that is. That feels good in that genre, and this game does feel good in my opinion. So
Two quick things.
I think I haven't that's something as well. It's I've been playing a lot of the Souls games, so especially recently I played both Dark Souls 2 and 3 back to back one-handed.
I mean, you're pretty much a Souls streamer.
Yeah, pretty much. That's your niche.
I played Dark Souls 2 and 3 one-handed, which really kind of made me become really kind of in tune with a lot of the individual mechanics of both games, and further enforce my love of Dark Souls 2. But yeah, it's I'm constantly hyper aware of a lot of the little mechanics, and I think that's maybe why. I feel I know it's only for you guys. I'm the one talking. Shut the fuck up.
Gotcha. Sorry.
I didn't say anything.
But whatchamacallit? I feel a lot of my issue with it is that as you said, it's a lot more closer to Sekiro. But part of what makes Sekiro feel really good to me is the fact that you have all these constantly flying blades. Everything's going so quick, right? You're parry, 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 strike, 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 parry, parry, strike, parry, parry, strike, right? It's a rhythm game.
Yeah.
Where this game doesn't have that. So it's more of parry, parry. You go in for a strike, maybe. And
it's hard to get into a combat flow.
Yeah, because it's a lot slower pace.
What weapons did you start with? Out of curiosity.
Bro, I don't fucking remember. There was a great sword, there was a regular sword, and there was something else.
And the rapier, the S-stock sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I started with rapier.
And a great sword.
Yeah, I started with rapier because you know me, I'm the dex guy. Yeah, so dex weapon. All right. Great, do it. And it's that one is pretty relatively quick, so it's I could still move around fairly, actually dodge around, do the parries, get in fast, stab, get out. Yeah, I was dancing around people with that thing. So that felt pretty good.
At first I was going for the greatsword when I was playing through the demo, and it was okay for fighting regular enemies. But it's so much slower than them that you would get staggered fucking constantly, and the stagger window on the attacks wasn't really enough to for you to do continuous swings, because they'll just eat hits and then recover and hit you.
Yeah, I got
so
you.
I then swapped to the saber for I tried the boss fight with the greatsword and it just wasn't it, and then I swapped to the saber and it was a little better, right? And so like you said, it was very much, it's a bit more Sekiro-ish, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's the gameplay mechanics for it are just much slower paced. But they're not centered around like heavy hitting attacks, right? Like if you go for like heavy hitting combat, right? the game just does not like it. I don't know, like the poise system just isn't properly balanced to that, and so it feels really unsatisfying when you're trying to fight with like heavier combat, which is what I typically prefer in these games, right? And so it's like, but it's also like it's not super zippy and fast even when you're doing like it's kind of clunky when you're doing the faster weapons. At least that's what I kind of experienced in the demo. Again, I haven't played the full game, so I don't want to like fully be like, yes, this is how the game is. But that's how it was when I played it. That's what my like views are on, right? That's based on my demo experience. I am gonna play the game fully because chat fucking paid me to. So I have to. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not excited.
It's still better than Lords of the Fallen.
True. Lords of the Fallen went the other way. It was too floaty. We played it.
We fucking forgot about that.
I did not like Lords of the Fallen.
We're probably never playing that game again. We're all set for like a full playthrough. We did one session and then fucking forgot about it.
Yeah.
Oh man. But here's the thing. I do agree with you. Because like if you're like, obviously the direct comparisons are Sekiro and Bloodborne. Obviously, is what the comparisons everyone makes.
And
in both
really
cases.
Fast.
In both cases, like Lies of P is just slower in general. Though I will say, I noticed in the because I got to the part where you're doing the P organ, which is hilarious, by the way. It's called the P organ, but essentially it's like the level, like not the level up system, but it's like the gaining new. It's a skill tree. It's a skill tree, right? And I noticed in there's like you can gain a skill that lets you do another dodge during a dodge. So you get like a double dodge thing that you can spec into eventually as you get the skill tree materials. So maybe like once I get that, it'll start feel a little more Bloodborne-y or a little more Sekiro-ish. But like from base game, it is definitely slower. I will agree with that for sure. I also don't like the fact that, like, because in Sekiro you can kind of see the stagger gauge on any given enemy you're locking onto, whereas in Lies of P there's no indication that you're actually like where you're at on the stagger of a certain enemy. So like you don't really, so you don't really know like what's a good, like if I go in with this, like is that gonna get him staggered so I don't get fucked directly after I attack, or like should I still play it safe? Should I go a little harder? What's going on here? And also the fact that like because there's also the weapon skills that you get, right, that are kind of like the weapon arts in Souls 3 essentially, where you have like the special input for to do like a super quick 3 stabs or like a parry, right? Like there's a weapon art parry sort of thing. But what fucked me up is that the parry weapon art is on different timing than the normal parry. So I really didn't care for that because like I couldn't fucking figure out how to make it actually work on enemies, because like every time I would try to like lace it in with the normal parry, like I'll parry the first attack normally and then try on the second swing to do the weapon art parry, but the timing is different, so I kept fucking up and getting hit. So that I didn't much care for either. But I mean, aside from that, like again, I overall I do like the feel of the game, and I look forward to playing more of it. But yeah, that's my thoughts for this week, and I'll probably talk about it more next time because I'll have played a good bit more of it by then. But yeah, with that, we definitely can move straight into news. And on the topic of Souls-likes, I believe we should definitely talk about that goddamn Elden Ring DLC trailer that dropped, because that was was pretty big. We can play it. We have a look. Let's see what we got here.
Let me give Chaudio. So I watched this exactly one time. I didn't deep dive it. I didn't like look into it super hard. I watched it once. I woke up the morning it dropped, and then I saw that Dragon's Dogma put out a fucking like warrior showcase. I watched that, completely forgot about the Elden Ring trailer for the whole day.
Damn.
And then I watched it like much later in the day. And I was like, yeah, this is really awesome. And there was a moment of where I was like really, really hyped about it. And then I remembered how I feel about Elden Ring, and I was like,
in general,
man, I'm really hyped about this.
You're not the biggest fan.
But I'm probably gonna be disappointed. And it kind of hurts to know that that's coming. But I did read somewhere that they had like an interview, and they were talking about how they went for a more kind of like dense, less grander, more quality approach to the DLC. Which I hope means that I will enjoy it.
All right. There will be a swamp, just so you know.
That's fine. I like swamps.
Is it this DLC like the
I'm in
George
Florida.
R. R. Martin contribution to the story?
Yes.
Wasn't it? Oh, is it? Oh, I thought
Yeah.
I thought he contributed to like the whole story.
Well,
of the
yeah,
game.
he did. But like, a large part of this DLC is like entirely focused around the story that he kind of made. And it's kind of we're starting to like DLC's kind of deep diving into like the lore portion because George he didn't just write the story, he wrote a lot of deep fucking lore for this. So
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Also, I should probably let you know when you with your full screening like that, it's like cutting off a little bit on the little TV screen on the screen.
I know I can't center it perfectly.
Okay, fuck it then.
Yeah,
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, they can go watch it themselves when they get the chance. All right.
I never realized before I watched this, by the way, this is like what he's sitting on, the like couch thing. Isn't that like a fucking like a what's that fucking bone? Pelvic bone? It looks like a fucking hip bone.
It
Yeah,
might be. Maybe.
Doesn't it? Am I crazy?
I mean, because I see the little
It's too-
notches.
it's a little
like,
too
holes
flat.
right there.
But
Yeah, I mean, maybe it could be like from one of the giants, because the giants have like a weird skeletal structure. So possibly, but I don't know.
Because it's not like a couch. Like it's like the egg keeps going all the way around. It's like cradled in there. Right?
Yeah.
It's based on a famous painting.
Well, yeah, because like the whole thing is that like Moog like ripped his whole like cocoon out of the Halig tree and just brought the whole fucking thing here and just dumped it on top of that table, right? So that's part of the Halig tree he's all wrapped up in, I guess.
I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a womb and a pelvis. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Very loud. That looks fun.
That's a hell of a shot. Yeah, I do love that. Like, I can't tell if that's just like the overcast, the clouds. Like, it looks like there's like cloth hanging down from the tree.
There are
coming from like fucking Celestia, I guess. I don't know, but that is a really cool shot.
It's very, very cool looking. The like grandiose. I love how this armor looks. Hold on. The like grandiose vibe of all of it's really, really cool. I love how this armor looks. It's very like
very Roman.
Yeah, it's very Roman.
Oh
looks
yeah,
really
yeah,
nice
absolutely.
Just in general.
It's got the abs on the chest.
This sword reminds me of the Dark Souls 2 design for the Black Knight greatsword.
Oh yeah. I kind of see it.
And this armor is really cool too. It's like really chunky version of
it reminds me of it's like it looks like Havel's shit almost.
It looks like a mix of Havel's and what's his fucking the Dark Souls 2 armor? Oh my god, what's it fucking called?
I don't remember. You would know better than me. You've played that game like 20 times. What do you mean?
I know. Why am I like this? I'm so dumb. The fucking
Havel and
Leto? I kind of see that.
Leto from Remnant. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I super see it. I was thinking it's a mix of Havel and the fucking. It's the best fucking Dark Souls armor. It's the best one. The Dark Souls 2 one. The Dark Souls 2 cover art one.
In the
helmet.
The Faram set, right?
Yeah, like look at the helmet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see the Faram influence on that for sure.
Yeah. It's really cool looking. Looks like Varia a little bit. I feel like the main game was all about like there was like one himbo, and the rest of it was like you know like super hot like female characters. Like we have like Renala, we have fucking Melania.
Which
Melania.
Melania.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Melania, yeah. Like we have her like this is kind of the opposite. We have like masculine looking Renala, right?
Oh yeah, kind of. Shit tons of jars. Might be a Chad like Alexander hanging out, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully get a new cool jar character.
This scene's really cool and reminds me of a lot. I will say a lot of the like area like designs remind me of stuff from Dark Souls 2, which does excite me.
There you go. That's why she's now she's in there. Now she's in. That's all you had to do. That guy looks cool. I can't wait to fight him. The giant fucking Wicker Man thing.
I know, right?
That's cool.
Fire Giant was so cool.
I wonder if Nick Cage is burning inside of it.
That's sick.
Fire Giant was so cool that they made Fire Giant 2.
Straight up.
Wicker Boogaloo.
I don't want to touch that thing though. Yeah. I can't wait to have this boss fight. This guy looks fucking awesome.
This fight looks so fucking cool.
This lion, the lion dance thing. So it's weird. It feels like lion dance is making like a weird resurgence because like not only did this come out, but fucking Genshin made a lion dance themed character that they just put in, as well as that new thing, the new Genshin like Wuthering Waves, I think it's called, also has a lion dance character. So I don't know why or how, but lion dance is making a comeback in 2024, I guess.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Going to fight him looks like a bitch to fight. Or Asa, if you're talking about the Wicker Man, I'm just gonna shoot him.
The lion thing has the Omen Curse, so I think it's tied to Mikola. Oh yeah, it does. There's like Omen Curse horns on it. That's true.
I've got Black Myth.
It looks so cool. I love same. I love all of like I love there's so much body horror in Elden Ring, which I think is fucking awesome. And I love the like I love the like shrouded body horror that they have going on with the lion, like all the hands underneath the skirt you can vaguely see for like a moment and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, and that's literally the Omen Curse shit that those one guys shoot at you in that one one forest. Like the insta-kill shit. Yeah.
Yep.
And he also has lightning.
So
maybe
cool.
Dragon-ish? Oh, and then there's this guy who's clearly the big final boss of the DLC because they made a giant fucking statue for him for the special edition.
Yeah,
so clearly this is the guy.
Yeah, he's the Millennium. I really want to get it, but I'm so broke. Also, I don't even care about that. I don't get his helmet. His helmet is so fucking cool. I think a lot of his design is a reference to Berserk. What's his fucking name? The like Dragon Knight. It's so cool, and like the red snake's me.
It's been a minute. Yeah. Because we look at the red snake, and we also look at the fact that he uses a bunch of fire, right? So people are thinking there might be a little bit of fucking what's his name in the volcano.
Rykard?
Oh my god, Rykard, yeah. Some people, there might be some Rykard. There might be some blasphemous bullshit going on with this guy.
Yeah,
but that'd be interesting to see.
Yep. There's
because the snakes, the fire.
Themes. He has the like the sword spear kind of looking weapon. He's got the fire, obviously. Dude, his design is so fucking wicked cool. I love the like lack of like uniformity of it, where like it's very. I feel like a lot of the designs for like not so much the base game, but like kind of the base game. A lot of this like looks very like Renaissance, like Renaissance, like medieval art, kind of like like that period between like medieval and like Renaissance, where they have all these like crazy looking like demonic art. It reminds me of that, and like where it's like
era?
Yeah. Like it's like his design is pretty standard, right? But he has like features that are like he has like the massive hands, right? The really long arms. Right, and then there's the lack of like I feel like all the art in that era kind of like really like divulged away from the because I feel like we've always in art, right, there's always like a level of what's the word I'm looking for, like mirroring, right? Like there's a level of like uniformity, like left and right, you know,
symmetry, that's
what I was looking for,
or asymmetry.
Yeah, this is very like asymmetrical. Like he has like the like weird dragon wing thing, like only to one side, and like it's. a lot of it's very asymmetrical, which makes it look really like odd, but like, but like very like, it looks like a wacky art piece, you know? And it's I love the like idea of like this having that sort of design kind of come to life.
Yeah. The helmet's absolutely fucking sick.
Yeah, that is a reference to 100%. That is a reference to I forgot his fucking name. Oh my god, he's so cool. The fucking Dragon Knight from Berserk.
Yeah, also, take note. He's got the red hair, so some connection to
Well, like,
no, not Radon. Fuck, what's his name? Radon's dad?
Radagon?
Radigan, yeah. Red-haired Radigan, so...
Isn't the whole thing that, like Radagon and, like, the whole plot is that, Radagon and the... Oh my god, what's her fucking name? Because, like, Radagon's the final boss, right?
Yes.
And the whole implication is that him and Mark are the same person.
You don't count the Elton Beast.
Yeah. But so the thing is that him and Mark are the same person, and all of these gods are all descendants of him/her, which is why they're all either red-haired or blonde.
Yeah, because we got the two like lines where it's like either your name starts with M or it starts with R, right? So, but he's part of the R crew, so with Rykard and Radon, and I guess Ranni technically. Yeah, assuming because we assumed that Ranni had red hair before she, got rid of her flesh via the whole curse thing.
I think this is Mikola.
I would be extremely surprised if that was the case.
Check if there's a fucking name on the statue and in the fucking listing.
Isn't it? What is his name? I remember reading it in the interview, or I was watching the
Maybe I'm wrong.
The Bati video.
Mesmer.
I was watching the Bati video. Mesmer. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, never
Mesmer.
mind.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I don't.
He's very
I don't
cool
think he's,
looking. I love his design.
I feel
like he's
not.
Saint Trina.
Yeah, but that's Saint Trina though, and that's supposed
Grunbeld,
to be like
yes, that's the name of the fucking. Grunbeld's the name of the knight I was thinking of from Berserk.
Oh, okay, got you.
You can't really see the top of it here, but like, yes, his helmet is very, very Grunbeld.
I feel like there is I won't completely dismiss. There's a chance that is somehow Mikola, but I'm
calling it now.
I'm
if
not
I'm wrong,
convinced.
I'm calling it now.
Okay, I'm not convinced.
Calling it now.
So
I love his snake eyes.
See.
Yellow
Those
snake
are cool
eyes.
too, yeah.
Yellow eyes, red hair. Beautiful.
You got these cool dual blades that are both wielded backhand. That's pretty sick. Got these cool throwing knives. All these new weapons got some sick magic. I need that. I need this fucking hurricane kick bullshit. I need
Bone
it.
Fist is back, but now it's Bone Feet?
Yes. Okay, so I have to believe that FromSoft saw the PC mods where people were making like anime combat movesets and shit.
Yeah.
And just be like, fuck it, we'll put that in the game. We'll tone it down a bit, but we're putting it in because that's just sick.
I believe it.
Like I have to believe they saw it. But I really want those kicks. Absolutely. Right.
Actually, Mikola and Melina's older brother, and I'm learning on that. I'm leaning on that theory more. I sneeze, maybe.
Oh, just a big fucking pot of fire. That's good. Ooh. Oh, they got the repeating crossbow.
Finally, an actually good crossbow.
What's his name in Gale? It's Gale's crossbow from fucking from Dark Souls 3. They use against you in the final fight in the Ring City.
Yeah, kinda.
Remember, he's the repeater crossbow.
Wait, where the fuck did it go?
We lost the video on the screen.
God damn it!
Well,
it's because I clicked out of it while it was in full screen. No!
Well,
it's gone forever. You guys don't get video. You guys get audio though still. So.
Oh, okay. Well.
That's fucking.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What is that? It's just the head of it.
Yeah, it's a giant
bear head.
Yeah. Bear?
But somebody's working it like a puppet, I guess. I don't know.
Like a bear lion
like
thing on someone's body.
Yeah, there's somebody
in there. It reminds me
of
the Dark Souls 3 like dragon head, like dragon headstone. You can use to like make like a giant dragon head to like roar with it. It kind of reminds me of that.
Well, you can kind of do the same.
The dragon spells in Elden Ring.
Yeah, exactly. You can do the same thing in Elden
Yeah.
Ring with the Dragon Covenant shit. We eat the dragon hearts and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
this is just a dude's head, though. I'm not gonna lie. This is just like this.
But
Looks
here's
like an
the
enemy.
thing. I will say though, because assuming that's like some mutation of a fucking rune bear, that is way scarier than a dragon head summon. Rune bears are fucking terrifying. Oh, that's great. Okay, so what is kind Nicola doing here?
Soon, Crescent. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck
That's
this
cool.
is.
I assume these
But
might
she's
both be
hot.
player characters. I don't know. Oh, there you go.
I don't think so. Maybe, but
You think it's an enemy?
maybe this is PvP.
Yeah, it
I
might
think
be
it's
an
an
enemy.
enemy. That moveset's pretty fucking unique, and she never goes back into a default position. Like, she is dancing the whole
and plus
way.
I'd also say the like proportions of the body, like
Well,
the arms are
she
too
did
long
a
to be a
dodge
player
roll.
character, maybe.
She
she
did a
did?
dodge roll.
I didn't see it.
Purple lightning. I think that's for you.
Right? Purple lightning lance. I'd go with that. Be my
What the fuck is
offhand
this
after
thing?
the shoes.
An autistic
I have
hippo.
no idea. Yo, can we get that fucking
I-
boomerang as a
this
weapon?
scene
I
is
want that.
Wild. This scene is so
what is
wild.
that?
It's a man pulling his own spine out through his head. But it's
And
like a
swinging
weird,
it at you, most
like
likely.
blade spine. And I like how they went full like Melania trailer for this. Just had him toss you
yeah.
up and
Shabams. Oh yeah, because you kind of going for the swing, and he immediately
Yeah.
grabs you and just
He has a tiny head.
But yo, look at that! They finally give you the Crucible Knight shit, the wings, because like there was a
Yeah.
bunch of Crucible Knight spells in the game aside from the wing shit that they do, where they do like the big dive attack at you. But now you can just do that. That's sick. So that's probably Mikola right there,
yeah, that makes sense.
or Saint Trina. Who knows? But yeah, it looks great. Fucking Ring of Mikola gesture. And of course, the amazing fucking statue. You just looked like he's doing the YMCA dance.
YMCA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then that statue
Mesmer.
looks so
Mesmer,
good.
Mesmer the Impaler. That is such a fucking Giga Chad name. Holy shit.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, you see,
So
like
we
his
do
designs,
have-
right? It's like the wings on like the dragon, or not the dragons, on the wings on the snakes.
Well, those are the snakes, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Looks, and like,
So
it's
yeah, I
put off to
think
one side.
he's. Yeah, he's getting into some blasphemy. He's been like sending letters to Uncle Rykard or Brother Rykard. I don't know what their fucking family tree is, but he and Rykard have probably been pen pals for a little bit, and he's like, "Yo, snakes? I'm sorry, fire? I mean, that's pretty cool. How do I do that? How do I do that?" So let's see. We got.
From that, we
let's
can
see.
kind of segue into this. Hold on.
The interview with Miyazaki. So we
Yeah.
got some questions here and some answers. Speaking of this new land we're traveling to, how is it structured? Structured in very much the same
Oh,
way
that's
as
not-
Lands
that's-
Between.
That's not what I pulled up at all.
Oh, what did you pull up?
Uh,
That. Yeah, we can touch on that real quick. Sure.
So, this is the headline, chat. As layoffs batter the industry, From Software boss Hidetaka Miyazaki says now is the time for us to continue to grow and continue to cultivate this talent.
He's just like
What'd you say?
he's just like side eye the fucking collapse of Western
Yeah.
AAA game devs, and he's just
Miyazaki
like,
said he's
we're just gonna keep
aware
making
of the
bangers.
situation. Yeah, so Fall 2024 got off to a rough start with mass layoffs at Unity, Xbox, Twitch, Discord, with reports painting a dire image for the future. Talking to IGN, Miyazaki said he's aware of the situation, quote unquote, and described it as harrowing, but declined to get into details. I think it's difficult for me to understand the exact circumstances there. I won't speak to those in specifics, he said. So he doesn't want to talk about it, but just speaking on behalf of From Software, I think we are very blessed in the way that we have a lot of keen up-and-coming developers who've grown, and they have developed within the studio, and they've reached these director positions where they're able to direct projects such as the recent Armored Core 6. We have several of these up-and-coming directors who we're able to delegate these projects to, and we're able to have multiple projects on the go at once. What I foresee in this climate, at least for us, is a From Software where games can be directed by others, not only myself. I think in the face of that struggle and the place where the games industry is right now, I do see this as a time for us to continue to grow and continue to cultivate this talent and continue to release these games for as long as we can. Basically saying, I'm not gonna talk shit about whatever the fuck's going on over there, but we're doing great. It's they're doing great.
Well,
Got
it's almost like he's
That is
acknowledging,
amazing.
he's looking at what's going on. I mean, this goes to show that like this isn't a gaming thing. It is a Western gaming thing, and he's looking at out from outside of the Western gaming sphere and being like, "Huh, that's a shame." Anyway.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like,
By the way, Cryos requested that we save the Baldur's Gate stuff for when he comes back. So. Do that for later.
I mean, we can. I mean, I feel like that segues well into the layoff story. I figure.
Mm.
Yeah, I
Want
suppose
to get into that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we can talk about maybe when we learn a little more about we maybe circle back to Shadow of the Retreat as they release more trailers and whatnot as time goes on.
Yeah.
That's all right.
So
Yeah. But you guys should definitely go check out Vati Vidya's video on it though,
I
because
still
he's
need
already
to.
found like a bunch of shit. Mm-hmm.
I
Mhm.
should.
It's good stuff.
I definitely
The man's killing it as always. You guys know Vati Video. He never disappoints in terms of like Souls shit. So yeah, go check out his video on the trailer analysis because he's already found some pretty interesting things.
So back over to the West.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The absolute bloodbath that has.
It is. What are
We
at?
are
Like
we're over
approximate
8,000.
total.
We're over 8,000 now.
1,000 layoffs.
8,000 layoffs. So the big one that it started with was like right at the beginning of the year was the big riot one, and that was like 500 some odd people in that one. So that was like what kicked off the 2024 layoff season, and it just kept going. Now there's also like peripheral, like Unity laid off like 1,800 people. Twitch laid off 500. Discord laid off almost 200. So you have like the peripherals of the gaming sphere as well that are getting hit by this stuff. A whole bunch of little, like a lot of like little indie studios too have like their, smaller scale layoffs. But then like we had some of these massive hits like Microsoft, almost 2,000. Eidos laid off just shy of 100 people, and that basically fucking shelved the Deus Ex franchise for a long time. Because remember that Eidos was a part of Embracer, and Embracer is because of that I think it was like a $2 billion deal with the Saudis that fell through the day before the earnings call. Like over a year ago, and ever since then they've been suffering badly. So Eidos was a part of that bloodbath. Sega next week is going to lay off about 60 people out of their Irvine offices. So I count that as Western layoffs because it's in Irvine, California. It's Sega of America, not Sega Japan. And then there are some really big ones that happened literally within the last 48 hours. A couple of really big ones. EA announced I think it was like a 5% layoff, but this is EA. That's like 700, 800, 900 people. That's hundreds of people gone in EA that are going to be gone out of EA. And EA is basically becoming a sports game publishing company. Yeah. That's basically what they're focusing on.
Exclusively, yeah.
Pretty much. They're I don't think they're abandoning everything else, but that's going to be their primary focus because that's the only thing that reliably makes them money. Because
people just buy the same fucking game every year.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid for it too because they're basically just buying roster updates and they're stupid for doing that. But they buy it and EA can rely on that, and so that's what they're focusing on. Supermassive is laying off almost 100 people. And then the other huge one that just got hit, Sony, laying off 900 people and completely shuttering the London office. And no developers were safe. Even the developers that are making the money, like Insomniac is getting gutted. Naughty Dog is getting hit. Guerrilla, which makes Horizon, got hit is getting hit by it. Apparently, Guerrilla is still working because there's a Horizon multiplayer game that's been in the works. That's still on, but still, like, Fire Sprite got axed. Like, it's a fucking bloodbath out there.
And I'm sure there are many reasons as to why.
Well, honestly, the biggest I think there's three things.
Say,
there's two things.
Well, I would say, before you begin, I would say that there is one Western game Western game studio that wrapped this up pretty succinctly in a recent awards show where they won some awards. So
they did.
We might want to. This might be a good time to segue into how Larian feels about the situation, because they had some words about it.
Cryo requested that we save that for when he's back.
Oh.
He did. I mentioned that.
Yeah. We could talk. Okay. I could continue with. I think there's two main contributors to this massive wave of layoffs.
We'll wrap up with that then.
Yeah. The one is the obvious one, which is the general quality of the games. You have massive budgets. Spider-Man 2 cost $300+ million to make. You have these massive budgets, and the games just aren't performing. They're just not performing. They're not there. Even the mildly successful ones aren't successful enough to justify their budgets.
It's kind of the same thing going on with Hollywood, right? Because they're also dealing with like massively ballooning budgets for their movies, and the movies are coming back with nothing. So,
I mean, Hollywood is really suffering for two reasons. One, they can't rely on DVD and Blu-ray sales anymore to make up for those margins, and streaming basically killed the mid-budget movie. So, but that's a whole other discussion. The second reason is this isn't really so much of a downsizing as it is a return to relative normalcy since pre-pandemic hiring levels. Because during the pandemic, all of these studios and all these tech companies overhired like fucking crazy, because they were being so artificially boosted by everybody having to stay at home, and they were foolish in thinking that they could sustain that. They knew that they couldn't sustain it, but they were arrogant, and so they hired way too many people anyway. And now that chickens come home to roost, and they had to lay a lot of people off. A lot of the people getting laid off, by the way, I think like at least half of them are like HR people and administrative, because there was a ton of HR and administrative bloat that happened during the pandemic because of a certain
I remember
initiative.
The
message,
and
as
those
some call it.
Yes, and a lot of those people I think are getting the axe.
Oh wait, hang on. Wait. The message. There we go.
Wait,
Sorry,
I need context. What's the message?
The message is just the wokeness, basically.
Diversity hires.
Yeah.
I remember like around the end of COVID, when everything kind of started to come back to normal. The one thing that like became really apparent, not just to me, but like a lot of my regulars and like people kept mentioning, it's like, where the fuck did everyone go? Like you'd go outside and like there's like almost nobody out. There's fucking like there is like a weird like people keep
nature is
about,
healing.
Like, maybe, but like no, like there's like a very weird. At least there was. It's kind of starting to kind of come back together now, but there was like a weird like what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of emptiness, right? And like everyone's always complaining about like, oh, like it's so hard to get a job. It's just like, bro, there's there's so many jobs. Every place is understaffed. Everywhere is understaffed. And it's so fucking strange, right? Because like you'd go anywhere and there's so few people everywhere. And then I kind of like, I was talking about someone. They were like, well, some people died, and some people never left home. Some people just stayed at home and they found a better job. And it's just like, what happened was that basically all these like digital jobs kind of completely broke the wheel, right? From like the like physical job market, where all of these places that would hire for like, you know, like super like low income like wages right, all of a sudden are just not competitive enough because people have discovered, like, oh, the online job market exists.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they were kind of forced to.
Yeah, this was
And
like
a lot of people found that and just didn't come back. And I think now it's a lot of these people kind of being forced back because this, like, outflux of people from the physical job market kind of overfilled positions in these sorts of places, like HR and, like, you know, like, all these, like, different, like, kind of like, not really, like, super, like, high-level positions, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like all that bloat, right, kind of went somewhere else, and now it's kind of starting to kind of trickle back in to the, like, physical job market.
Well, I mean, a lot of these people, like, they hire all. I think a lot of these companies are realizing, because of the pandemic forced them to, that a lot of company overhead can be reduced by reducing their brick and mortar requirements. And you have to realize that a lot of HR is reliant on brick and mortar because it's all about work, like physical workplace etiquette. So you take that away, suddenly the army of HR Karens isn't really necessary. And so you're seeing that getting. I mean, that's been going away for a while now because a lot of companies are adopting, like, hybrid work schedule amenities for their workers because you know, a lot of people are realizing it's like, well, if you're at least a little bit competent or at least a little bit above competent, then you have options. And if companies want to keep their better, more producing employees, they need to offer them work from home or hybrid options. You know, and that basically is allowing them to reduce a ton of costs in their brick and mortar, which cascades down to HR needs. You know, so that's another thing about it. Like me, I work from home because I'm like one of the linchpins of my company. So they can't there's no way they can get rid of me. They're so reliant on me that I can basically tell them what I want and they have to give it to me.
He's one of those weirdly rich furries, chat.
Well, being a rich furry is not weird. That's normal. I don't know what that phenomenon is. I don't understand it, but it does seem to be true, and I'm an example of it. It's bizarre. I don't understand it at all. I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to do this to toot my own horn, but I'm 41. You know, I've been in my career field for a long time. You know, like I'm supposed to be where I'm at. Like, hopefully you guys are get to where I am when you get my age too. You know, that's the point.
We'll fucking see, man. That American economy.
I know.
It'll come back around.
And I'm in fucking California, so
I was gonna say you need to get the fuck out of California.
Yeah. I don't know by the time you're 40, honestly, by the time I'm 40, it should come back around.
To be fair, yeah, me and my parents have been like discussing. It's like, maybe we'll get the fuck out of California. It's a little.
Come to Florida. Go to northern Florida. Don't come down here.
I was gonna say, literally anywhere but better. Literally anywhere but Miami. Miami is so expensive. It's okay. I know because I've been house hunting in Florida, and Miami is like the only city that I'm having trouble finding good houses in my price range.
I got you. Yeah, I do wonder, but circling back to the game industry stuff, I do wonder how much like the modern like game development practices have been factoring in, because like of course there's been immense chasing of the dragon that is the live service model, right? Everybody's got to have a battle pass, everybody's got to have the season pass and the other pass and the mega dread, all that shit, right? And they got to be like, it's like, oh, we need players playing all the time. We got to have the seasons and the this and the that and the other. And we got to keep them in, and we got to make sure they're still spending and all that shit, right? But the deal with those sorts of structures is that there's really only enough room for 1, 2, maybe 3 of those at any given time. Like there's just not enough people with enough money to sustain like everybody who's trying to do it. So a lot of them end up just dying on the vine because they can't get the player base behind them because those players are already playing the bigger, fancier one, right? So it's like
a lot of companies are coming to terms with like a lot of companies, they tried to jump on that live service train, but they didn't realize how expensive it is and how much of a resource hog maintaining a live service is. And
servers are only getting more expensive.
They're looking they're looking at their costs, and they're looking at recent strings of failures and outright rejections from gamers, and they're just saying, you know what, maybe this isn't a good idea. Like Naughty Dog, they were making a live service Last of Us game, right? And they just outright canceled it because they're like, you know what, this is not the right direction for our studio. We don't want to have to sink our entire resource pool into maintaining a Last of Us. Oh.
Sorry. Yeah. Wait. What the fuck is it? Oh, why did it move further down the list? Weird. Go on.
Okay. But yeah, Naughty Dog just did an evaluation, and they were like, yeah, we can't do a live service game because it's going to require all of our resources, and the franchise is kind of done. Like, the franchise doesn't really have much anywhere to go. Like, the whole point of the second game was to end the cycle. I know that Druckmann has like an idea for a third game that he won't get to for another decade, if it ever happens. But like,
yeah, I don't know,
because
man.
I actually want to throw Naughty Dog a bone because they basically said our bread and butter are single player narrative driven games, and we were chasing a live service game, and you know what, we're gonna not be all filled with hubris and then get egg on our face at the end. We're gonna cancel it now and get back to what we're good at. And I was like, I applaud that, honestly.
You know what Naughty Dog should do if that's how they feel? They should fucking bring Jack back. I want another fucking Jack game, goddammit. Bring Jack back.
No, they said
do Jack remakes. Fuck it.
They said specifically new IP. They are focusing on new, single player narrative driven IPs. Which honestly, I'm totally okay with that, actually, because that's what they're good at. Yeah, that's what they're good at. No,
that is probably a good thing, And overall, in the long run, that is a good thing. But still, I want Jack back.
I know.
I just want a good, because like they did the ports, like the Jack collection, but apparently like the ports are kind of shitty and like they got weird glitches and fuck. So I would just like a properly, nicely crafted either remake or remaster of the first 3 Jack games. That's all I'd ask. That'd be great.
Fair enough.
I'd appreciate that.
Can you send me a link to the Baldur's Gate thing?
In the
meanwhile,
Frederick has said,
come to us in the Old South, Jazz. I'll teach you a little Virginia reel and we'll accept you as one of the good ones.
Ooh, the good
to
ones.
clarify, when I say good one, I mean among Californians.
I appreciate that.
I will say, every single Californian I know is based. I've yet to meet like a super whitey annoying Californian. I just haven't met one. Like personally.
Yeah, because they build an iron culty bubble around themselves, and they don't interact with anybody outside of their weirdo cult.
Yeah,
that's why.
Like all the California, like Jazz, Rika, Lucid, CEO, Manager Kun, my buddy Jacob. All these people are Californian, and they're all super fucking cool. Like, California
would be a red state if it wasn't for Silicon Valley. Well, that
and
LA.
Ron
DeSantis, but
and LA.
And Ron DeSantis in general. Just our fucking governor is an asshole. A DEI asshole. Yeah, there's that. We'd have to get him out of there. But
San Diego is a base city, though.
And San Fran is kind of, San Fran is San Fran. You guys know. You've probably heard about San Fran.
Oh, that's Silicon Valley.
You guys have a DeSantis over there too?
Oh, sorry, not. God damn it! What is our fucking
Newsom?
I was like, wait, is
Newsom? That's the one.
I was like,
sorry,
is there like a fucking like nega Ron DeSantis over there, like the negative version?
I mean, honestly, kind of
is actually. Yeah.
I had to look it up. I was like, wait, Ron DeSantis is
sorry. Even Ron DeSantis, even Ron's lack of charisma is reflected positively in Gavin Newsom. Like the one thing that Newsom does have is charisma.
Yeah, it's Ron.
Yeah, Ron has
platform.
no riz.
Governor is very conservative. Just 10 years
He
ago.
really doesn't. He really doesn't.
If he ever becomes president, I want to coin this now. You know how like every president has like a nickname, right? Like everyone's like Sleepy Joe.
Rizzler's Rod.
All right, Rizzler's Rod is what we're
Yeah,
going
Sleepy
with.
Joe.
All right, I'm coining it now.
I will say, I mean, I don't mean to get too into the political weeds,
It's not
but
gonna happen.
he saved
not-
his political career by bowing out at the presidential race when he did, and going after Nikki
Yeah.
Haley in his concession speech. He saved his political
sweet.
career
Good
doing
shit.
that.
Good shit.
But anyway, let's not get into
Oh,
politics.
That's fine. But if we want to bide some more time for
It has
Cryo
been
to come
20
back.
minutes since Cryo
Yeah,
said I'll be here in 20 minutes. That's all
We
I
don't
get.
operate on cryo schedule.
Because I do I still wanted to like just talk about that fucking Borderlands shit real quick. So I figured
Okay.
I could get by a little
Okay.
more time for him.
Okay.
So why don't we bring up a picture of the live action Borderlands
God.
movies cast? Why
I
don't
can't
we?
show it on
Hang
screen,
on.
And,
but
it's Borderlands
Actually, hold on,
Menopause
yeah, I
Edition.
Oh, true.
yeah, I can. Hold
You
on.
can? Okay, hang on.
I have a screen.
Uh,
Send me the thing.
okay. Let me find the
This
tweet
is
with the image.
probably one of the most miscast things I've ever seen.
If I just put it in a different window, it should work. It'll just be sized weird.
There's like this one like really
I
popular
hope
tweet
it'll
that
be
had
good
like
enough.
a
Let me see if I can
picture
send
of the
it
cat. Well,
preemptively.
Oh, Cryo's back.
Oh, look at that timing.
oh, Crow's back.
Look at that. He did say 20 minutes.
Oh,
Let's save Borderlands. Let's keep
Okay.
with the theme
This works. This works.
and
Okay,
go
all
into
right,
into
all
what
right,
about
all right.
Baldur's Gate.
all right. After that,
Send me
then.
the Baldur's
Let's talk
Gate
about
thing.
Baldur's
Send it to
Gate.
me.
We'll
Send
do
it to
some
me.
rapid fires at
Send it
the
to
end.
me. Send it to me. Send me the link. Link
Okay.
me.
Well, did we not put it in the in this chat?
You think I'm gonna
I'm
find it? There's so many things.
It's here.
Yeah, true.
I think I can find it relatively quick. Hang on. I thought you had it, so.
No, I didn't pull one up.
Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
No.
It's not in here.
There's the
Yes, it
Gemini.
is, it's here,
Because
it's here.
I
It's
feel
all the way
like-
at the top. It's all the way at the top.
Oh,
Hold on.
all of the top. Yeah, because I think
found
Helmsman
it.
was the one that
Hold on.
linked it in the first place.
Okay, she got it. You're
I
good.
got
Yep, there it
Let me
is.
give you guys the
Yeah.
audio. Let me give you guys the audio.
This is so cathartic. I've watched this so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I did. Okay.
God damn it, is I need my podcast to be 100% synchronized.
All right. Fucking wait. Should I
The interactive
specifically
poop map,
is it
yeah.
specifically like we're here, like midway through the video?
Yeah, it's timestamped to their
Of
speech,
the
so yeah.
year is Baldur's Gate 3.
Hold on.
Huzzah. Good job, Baldur's Gate. You did it. Again.
He's back.
Because they also, they didn't win Game of the Year, right? I'm not
It's
misremembering that.
existential to us, as you can tell from all the emotion on David's face. We're very lucky. We've had a lot of stage time. Others are not so lucky. This is
Damn,
a
dude, works
really
out.
human
With
industry,
beefy arms.
and we're really bad
No homo.
sometimes at showing developers what they're worth and showing the players at home that we care about them. It's kind of the elephant in the room, especially surrounded by all this opulence, which, can only go so far. Without people, we would not be standing here. Without the people that work on these games, we would not be standing here. Many, many people were let go at the start of this year. I want you all to know that you are talented and that you matter and that you are the future of this industry. Don't let that flame be extinguished by our collective mistakes. I know that everyone here is scared because shit's really fucked up. All of your projections are wrong, and it's scary. But we persevere as an industry, we will persevere as an industry, and you will all find your place, and you will all be welcomed back with open arms, and we'll still be making games for the players and for you, and with these guys.
Yeah. Cool. I'm good.
Is there more to this?
Oh, they're still cooking.
To add to that,
Oh, there? Oh, okay.
a lot of people probably want to know what's the secret to your success. last year I started thinking the secret to our success is the decisions that we make come from what does the player want? What do I think is best for the game? What is the most fun? What is the most crazy? People telling us we shouldn't do this, or we can't do it, or this is too challenging or too hard, like it was already said here today, that usually just gives us a kick up the arse to actually make it happen. The stuff that we make at Larian is we ask you to pay one price only for the game, and that's it. You can own it for the rest of your life. We don't have shareholders, but we also don't think about them. And we think there's an expression in Dutch that honesty lasts longest or something. There's probably a version in English as well that makes a lot of sense. But what we have tried in the last 20 years is to treat people like we would like to be treated ourselves as players, as gamers. So we don't make decisions where we think this could make us the most money. On the long run, building a community, building a player base, building games that are actually fun is going to make you the most money. That's it. Thank you.
Base.
Yeah.
Man's
good.
jam.
Remember Neil
Man's-
Druckmann famously said, "We don't use the word fun around here."
I will say one thing. I would contest one thing. He said something in the beginning of the speech there. The first guy was like, "This is all the talented, like everyone who lost their jobs. You're all talented, beautiful, amazing people." And a lot of those people probably were talented, and you know those people do matter. But some of those people came from the DEI department, and they got in with a gender studies degree. You guys don't matter. You're not talented. Go get a real.
Damn right.
Holy shit!
Go fuck yourself.
Holy
Amen. Fuck off. DEI. You. Division, exclusion, and incompetence. That's what DEI stands for.
Real.
Wait,
But-
what about
but
the J?
honestly-
What about
but
the J
honestly,
in
though-
the Jedi acronym? You see the new
Jerk off. No, honestly though, like what he said though is right, because I mean, it's not really the devs that are to blame for these failures.
Yeah.
It's leadership.
Yeah.
It's all leadership. And guess what? They're all keeping their fucking jobs. You know. So he's right.
Yeah,
it's like
it's not
like
their jobs on the line.
if anything, that thing's last like year and a half, because remember 2023 was a bloodbath for layoffs too.
Yeah.
Is that don't follow the studio name, follow the people within the studio. Follow the creative directors, the art leads, the you know, lead designers, these kinds of people. Follow them, not the name of the studio. Like I'm telling you right now, abandon Rock City.
Right? Yeah.
Don't pay attention to 100-star
Exactly.
studios, because those are the people who made Rocksteady. They're at they have now gone off and made 100-star studios. That's the studio to pay attention to, not Rocksteady.
And they're getting their damn IP back, or the rights to the IP back.
If that,
yeah,
we don't know that for sure, but
it's
there's a
rumored,
really good chance that it happens.
Yeah.
And if it does, that will be so damn poetic.
Listen, if Warner Bros. aren't complete idiots, that is what they will do.
They will exactly. That's what the rumors are, that's what James Gunn wants to do. James Gunn wants to work with 100-star studios to make movie tie-in games,
which is the right play. Which is what they should do.
Exactly.
Those
and
guys
it's like
made
you can make
the
good
games that everyone loves. So
you can make good movie tie-in games, you know. And the thing is, guess what the first one would be? Superman. You know, the game that everybody's wanted. Everybody's like, how does that work? He's like impossible to kill, or it's impossible to beat. It's like, it's easy. You just give him like some kind of like kryptonite blood virus that like weakens him or something like that.
Or some
you
shit,
could, You could think of something to make it video gamey. Like that's a bullshit excuse. If they could do it, if they could do, what was it? Remember when they did DC versus, was it the NetherRealm Studios? They did like a DC thing where they were like putting up like DC. What?
Not all games require there to be like some sort of challenge or for you to be beatable. It's okay to have a game where you're just straight up Superman and just go around doing things.
That's what Kingmaker
fine.
is.
That's totally
I mean, that's
fucking
what
fine. Dude,
Have you seen
I
the
remember
trailer?
that's what the
as a kid I used to play
the
this like
Overlord
one
games
Rampage
felt
game
like.
where you play as a fucking kaiju and destroy a fucking city. There's no enemy.
Yeah.
The police can't really stop you. You just go around
Yeah.
rampaging in the city.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
That's what
It's
fine.
fine.
That's what Hulk Ultimate Destruction pretty much was. Like,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah, pretty
fucking
much.
awesome.
You're right. Yeah.
Like, it's fine if like, oh, you know, but like, oh, but how are you gonna make it a video game? You know, like, if you can't be beat, there can be a video game where you, the player, cannot be beat. That's fine. It's okay
Yeah.
to give you a
Fuck
fucking. It's Superman. Give
Cryo
me a
just said use
fucking
the-
Superman experience. Let me go
Cryo just
around
says
and
use-
just fucking beat up bad guys and just win every time. That's fine. Just make the story good.
Like Cryo just said, use the DB Fighters reason. Yeah, exactly. Or
Oh, yeah, there
Kryptonite
you go.
Fog. Like, see how easy it is to come up with something. Like
Mhm.
it's such a bullshit cop out. It's such a mid-witted thing to say.
Resurrecting Rampage, that takes me back. Yeah, those games are great. Audio. Fuck. Yeah, so you can absolutely make great tie-in games.
Wait till
But can
I
you
actually
make
fix the audio to
great-
keep talking. I fixed it though.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. You can. You're exactly right. The way you said it, you can make great movie tie-in games, but can you make great game tie-in movies? That's the question. And there have been some pretty good ones, right? Like Sonic 1 and 2. Those were received pretty well.
They're starting to figure it out.
Yeah, people are
It's-
excited
Look
for.
at what Tux just
But
said.
have they though? It's objective to save other people. Superman's friends are not invincible. Yeah, true. There you go. Yeah, that could be it. That could
There
absolutely
you
be
go. Yeah.
it. But yeah. So it seems like because Paramount is the one who does the Sonic movies, right?
Yes.
Isn't it Paramount? Yeah. So they're figuring it out and they're doing good things. People are excited for Sonic 3, and people are very excited for the And Knuckles TV show. God, there's another podcast because the TV show is just called Knuckles, right? The missed opportunity of not calling it And Knuckles. Fuck. It's so
Yeah, I mean,
Can you imagine?
that's
That
true.
would've been
I can
so
see
good.
that.
Oh man, I wish.
All of the fans of the games would immediately love that,
Lose their shit, yeah.
but
I mean, they're already
everybody
losing their
else
shit because
wouldn't.
they're already losing their shit because the icon, the emblem, the fucking splash for
fucking
the
Sonic
Sonic
Adventure!
3 looks it looks exactly like Sonic Adventure 2. It's great.
It's so
And apparently
good.
there was even in I didn't actually watch the trailer directly. I need to go do that, but apparently there's like an orchestral little bit of live and learn in there.
Uh-huh.
So like they
There is.
know what they're
They
what
know.
they're doing. Like they fucking know. It's great.
Well, like look at the Mario Brothers movie. You know,
Yeah, and like that. Yeah,
like the formulas are there.
yeah.
It's really just a matter of don't change shit. It's
Yeah,
not that
well-
difficult.
Don't
It's like
change stuff,
embrace
give us
the
nostalgia.
goofiness, embrace the weird, and the people will come.
Yeah, but Gearbox may have missed the memo on that one because that Borderlands cast is certainly looking like something. Why don't we have a
Honestly-
look real quick?
If I didn't
Yeah,
know this
put
was
the link there.
Borderlands, I would have thought this was like menopausal Fortnite.
Yeah. Okay.
I like
so
how
let's-
they have
let's
the names of the actors like massive, and then the name of the character super tiny.
character is very small. Yeah.
Kate Blanchett!
I was.
Kate Blanchett as Lilith. Kevin
Yeah.
Hart
I was.
as Roland.
So I wanna start with the slightest bit of positivity. All right, Krieg looks good. Whoever they got in the Krieg suit, that's great. And I mean, honestly, that wasn't going to be hard because Krieg's just a psycho in a mask. So as long
And
as you
I
get
think-
a buff-looking dude and put him in a mask, you're
It's
solid.
true.
That's all you
And I
need.
think that Jack Black is actually a good casting as Claptrap.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, Jack Black, he kills it. Whatever the fuck he
I
does. Jack Black's
I
just
think
great in
that
general.
works.
And whoever they got is Tina. Yeah, she looks fine. She looks like childhood Tina, so that's okay. So real quick though, you guys, what is your Borderlands experience? Because I've played all of them except for Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, because Borderlands 3 just killed my interest in the series entirely.
Yeah.
I stopped giving a shit after 3.
So I've never really cared about Borderlands. I had some friends try to get me into it after like we played a lot of Destiny, and Destiny was kind of having like a dry period. They're like, oh, if you like that type of game, you're gonna love Borderlands. And I went and played Borderlands, and I was like, wow, I don't love this, because part of what I love about Destiny, the reason why I love Destiny isn't because it's a fucking looter shooter. It's because it's a fucking fantasy-themed looter shooter where I get to make my own fucking character.
Mm.
None of that
Mhm.
is Borderlands. None of it. Zero. But I played Borderlands 2 with them a good bit, and it was okay. And then I played Borderlands 3 with them when it came out, and it was okay. I didn't I didn't find it to be better or worse. It's just the same kind of okay.
I found it
I-
worse. Well, not gameplay-wise, but I found it worse, infinitely worse story-wise.
After playing,
than 2.
I'll be honest with you, I can't even comment. I lost interest in the story in both of them. I have no idea what the story is for either of them. And
I'm in the same boat. I can't remember.
I played both of them to completion, by the way. I remember literally nothing of the story. I do not care. I don't care.
All right.
But as far as like gameplay goes, they're okay. Like they're not super spectacular. They're just kind of okay.
They're serviceable.
Yeah,
Right.
they're
What about you,
serviceable.
Helmsman? Did you?
So I played quite a bit of Borderlands 2. I played a bit of Borderlands 3, but like you, I found it very lackluster in comparison to 2. The loot tables were nowhere near as good as they were in 2.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then I tried the Tiny Tina game because it
Wonderlands
looked
or
it
whatever?
was yeah because it was different enough. It was different enough to like, well, maybe they can kind of a refresh, a different thing. But it was so fucking boring. I hated that game. And I played it for
GameStop when that came out. One of my coworkers swore up and down that game is fucking amazing. He was having a blast playing it with his kids.
Oh,
well, he is
Wonderlands?
wrong.
Oh, okay.
That's why he works. He's wrong.
Well, if you're gonna say that's why he works at GameStop, actually, this particular coworker works at NASA. He only works at GameStop because his kids want him to. Because his kids.
Oh.
Yeah, I swear, I'm not even joking to you. I am not joking. This man would work.
What?
This man would work once every 2 weeks for the sole purpose of maintaining his discount because his kids genuinely believes that if he quits working at GameStop, he doesn't love them anymore, even though he can easily afford buying them stuff without the discount. I'm not
amazing.
joking you.
Holy shit. Borderlands 1 was amazing. I agree with that, Cry. I think Borderlands 1 was amazing.
1 and 2 were both really good.
Yeah. So I'd say 1, like specifically in this case, just because like when Borderlands 1 first came out, there was like nothing else like it. Like it was like this crazy
the
like,
art style was
but like
completely
super
new.
fun. Yeah. And like the whole thing with like the elemental guns, that was like a pretty new concept when Borderlands 1 came out. And like all these different cool gun designs and like the talking gun, like all the guns. There's so many fucking unique, crazy guns in Borderlands 1. It was a completely breath of fresh air sort of thing. Borderlands 2 was a great improvement on that. Like it didn't like mix up the formula too much, but you had the new classes with the new abilities.
It was iterative,
new kinds
but
of guns.
It expanded. I think it expanded in the right ways. I really do.
Absolutely. But I'm just trying to like get where you guys like how much of Borderlands you are familiar with, because we're talking about the movie.
Honestly, despite having played literally all 4 of them, I don't really remember hardly anything about them. I remember like a handful of characters, like Handsome Jack and stuff like that. Because my whole thing was like I remember like 1 and 2.
That's it.
There you go.
Remember what?
See,
Mordecai,
Remember what?
but I only remember Mordecai.
Mordecai's cool.
I don't remember anything about him other than the fact that he exists and that is his name. And it's exclusively because I love regular show. I don't remember whether or not. I don't remember what he is. I remember being disappointed that he wasn't a bird. That's it. That's the only thing I remember about Mordecai.
He has a bird though.
Yeah, he has.
That's his action
true.
skill.
I remember now. Yeah, he has a bird. But I only remember that now because you fucking said it. All I remember about Mordecai, I swear to God, the only thing I remember is that there's a man named Mordecai in that game, and he is not a bird. I remember nothing about his personality or who he is or what he looks like. I remember nothing. The only reason I remember that he has a bird now is because you just mentioned it now. I forgot he even had a bird.
But you didn't play Borderlands 1 at all though, right?
No.
Because that's the one in which he was an actual playable character, and in my opinion, the best playable characters. Because Bloodwing is fucking awesome. Bloodwing is so good.
This is true.
Yeah, because I played him and I played Roland in Borderlands 1, and that was it. But yeah. But all is to say, like, I just wanted to talk about, before we even get into the casting here, I'm very curious as to what the fuck spawned this grouping of characters, right? Because
I have no idea.
So we just talked about this. What would you guys say is the number one with a bullet point golden rule of making a movie based off a video game?
Get the story right.
Because what I would say is, I would say what it is play to the fans. Give the fans what they know and what they remember from that game they played. That's what I'd say the golden rule is. Now, what we have here is a collection of characters that is strange, to say the least. Like the only place this collection could exist, as far as I know, is between the first and second games. Because at the end, like near the end of the second game, Roland is dead. Like Roland gets fucking murked near the end of the second game. So the fact that he's a character in this movie means that it would have to be before that, right? Though is what I would think. And the fact that Krieg is here at all is strange, because he's a DLC from the second game. And the only reason he's around is because of Maya, who's the siren in the second game, the blue-haired chick, right?
Yeah.
So
not
the fact
Lilith.
that he's here is also strange. Yeah, not Lilith, different siren. Because there's like I think 7 of them active at any given point in time. And then the fact that apparently what I've heard is that like he's been like retooled to be Tina's like protector. Like Tiny Tina's protector, which is weird because that's the role that Roland was supposed to fill, to the point where it's like a massive plot point for Tina when Roland dies and becomes like her, like the fucking DLC in which she's running like the D&D campaign that is like a bullets and badasses or whatever the fuck it's called. Like that whole DLC is her working through her trauma of losing Roland. Like that's a fucking massive part of her character in like the ongoing story, right? So this is a very weird setup. And also Tannis being here as like a member of the main cast, where usually she's just a quest giver. Like she's off to the side. Like she's a major character. Like you see her throughout all the games pretty much, but like she's not like really a part of the team in terms of the actual adventure, right? So that's a little weird.
This whole poster, the characters being chosen to put in the movie and the actors portraying them, the whole thing looks algorithmically decided.
Yeah. Also,
it looks like an algorithm made every decision.
That is true. But yeah, Cryo, she isn't in one, but she would have existed in like the space between 1 and 2, because Roland already knows Tina in 2. And it's implied that he met her between the 2 games, and apparently it's a 5-year gap between Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2. That's how much time has passed. But like, assuming that's the case in Borderlands 1, right? In Borderlands 1, I believe Lilith is supposed to be 22 years old, which means in 2 she's at most 27 years old.
She's like in her early 30s.
Kate Blanchett is 50 fucking 4.
Yeah.
Like,
Jamie Lee Curtis is in her 60s.
Yes, and like Candace is supposed to be like right around the same age as Lilith, and like maybe a little bit older. But yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis is fucking like 60 plus years old.
Literally like almost. She's twice the age of her. It's
of the
again
character
the
that she's supposed to
casting.
be portraying.
It's so
It's
fucking
bizarre.
baffling.
And so
And
here's
not
the
like-
thing, though.
I saw
Even
someone
between
like
those two,
someone commented like a Twitter post I saw saying that the only way they can imagine this casting happened is literally nobody fucking else auditioned. Like,
yeah, exactly. Honestly,
Again,
though, like
yeah.
even as egregious as those two are, the one that gets me the most is Kevin Hart as Roland. that almost feels like this feels like racist somehow, right? Like all black people are alike almost, because like Kevin Hart is so completely different from who Roland is. Because I hate to like do the low blow first, but
Yeah, isn't,
Roland
like,
is
Roland,
5'11" canonically. Kevin Hart is fucking 5'2".
Yeah, Kevin Hart is half inch shorter than
Also-
I am.
Yeah, Roland has like this deep, like bassy, commanding voice. Kevin Hart sounds like fucking like ghetto Mickey Mouse, right? Like, like, like Roland is like kind of in like just canonically in his character one of the few straight men in the, and I don't mean that in like his sexuality. I mean like he's a straight man in terms of like his demeanor, his personality. Yeah,
he's
in a world
no
where
bullshit.
everyone is like crazy. Yeah, which and you kind of need that. You need a few characters, like even in your crazy bullshit universe where everyone's insane. You need a lodestone. You need a focal point. You need somebody
to ground everything.
Yeah, and Roland was that character, and Kevin Hart, like his whole fucking career is based on being a clown.
Literally
is being the goofy
He's-
little.
he's literally-
He's the goofy little black munchkin guy. Like that's his whole deal in like every
he's
movie he's ever
literally a
been in.
He's the
comedian
Rock
by
sidekick.
trade.
Yeah. So like that's why like Kevin Hart, like that one bothers me. Like even the massive age gaps on the two female characters, which is which is obviously like massive pandering, right? It's obviously just massive. They could have absolutely found some young, beautiful women to play fucking Lilith,
Oh, yeah,
who was
easily.
like a massive part of Lilith's characters, and like as well as what's her face, Mad Moxie. We saw her in the trailer, and she's looking
Not good.
Not what I remember. Yeah, it's not great.
Can I say something off topic?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm raising my hand. Helmsman,
Go for it.
Helmsman called Kevin Hart the wrong sidekick, and now I need a movie of Black Batman with Kevin Hart as Robin. I need it so bad. Instead of Batman,
so, like,
it's just Black Man.
Yeah, so it's like, just everything about that is like the Kevin Hart casting is my least favorite among them, even with the other egregious castings.
Like I zoomed out even further on just like thinking about this. I'm just like, put the casting aside, put the characters aside. Movie itself, it feels like it's like 3 or 4 years behind the curve.
Yeah,
it's too late for this movie to come out.
Especially, it's like the part where I was talking about like play to the fans. Like that is your last resort at this point. Only the fans are going to give a shit about this series.
The thing is,
now.
how much of a there's no way that the diehard Borderlands for life fandom is going to be able to support this movie financially. Like that's not happening. Because
probably
that
not
audience
with all the shit you changed. You did too much.
That audience has moved on. Like nobody cares about Borderlands anymore.
I don't care about Borderlands anymore, and I love that series.
Yeah, it's not a timeless franchise. It's very much because you know what? It could have been 1 and 2 actually are timeless.
Yeah.
You know what happened? You know what happened
killed
between
it.
2 and 3? You know what happened? They went from like actually good edgy humor, and then starting with Borderlands 3, it became a millennial attempting edgy humor.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
So safe edgy, as Dev calls it,
which immediately dates it. Immediately puts it in a time capsule, and it kills this movie's ability to connect.
Wait.
It's just the thing that gets me even more about this.
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
Angel says that the having Craig be the father figure for Tina is probably a reference to Craig is Tina's dad theory.
Oh,
is that a thing?
Which is a theory and not canon. No, at least it's not like explicitly stated in canon. Like Tina's parents were supposed to have been killed by bandits. Like there's a whole sub quest, well, not side quest, it's a main quest in Borderlands 2, in which you help Tina get revenge for her parents' deaths against the random bandit who killed them. I think his name was Flesh Stick. Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
That's
I remember the name Flesh
get
Stick.
revenge for
That's
that.
when
I don't remember anything about that quest, but I remember that name.
It's heavily implied through like audio logs.
In Borderlands 2?
Yeah. She's like main story because she helps you knock the train off the rails that eventually Wilhelm comes out of, and you do that Wilhelm boss fight. Like that's right before that. Fair enough. But that's fine. But yeah, she's like main quest line character, and then she also she's also main quest line in Borderlands 3 because she's still a part of the crew at that point. So
and this is not confirmed, but it's a popular theory.
Yeah, so but it's I don't know. It still feels like they're taking away too much of like what kind of, because like that whole DLC, like that was actually kind of like I felt that a little bit at the end when Tina finally, like, because like she keeps bringing up Roland throughout the D&D campaign they're doing. It's like, and then Roland shows up and helps you, and hey, oh, you're stuck again, but here's Roland, and then like at the end,
it's like her coping with her trauma. Yeah,
and like everybody's super uncomfortable with it. Like they're like, and but then at the end, it's like they're trying to show like, and she's like, I know, I'm sorry, just like she breaks down crying. Like it's a whole really heavy emotional moment. Yeah, it's a heavy emotional moment, and like there's this whole scene where they're all standing in front of the. I guess kind of a little bit. Well, I mean, Stella's obviously way less crazy than Tina is, because Tina's like she's like the beginning of that Reddit humor that the series kind of snowballed into. Like it was just her, and then she kind of her whole thing infected the entire series at a point. But yeah, like that was like a legit emotional moment for that series, and that was like because that was the final DLC of 2, and that was an amazing way to end it off. So I don't know, it's just I feel like we're losing too much by getting rid of the Roland Tina relationship. At least it seems like that's what they're doing here, and it's like I'm not feeling it. But the thing that gets me is that like Randy Pitchford, who's the fucking Gearbox CEO, because Gearbox does have like a heavy hand in this movie being made, had the fucking gall to say they're trying to build up a goddamn Borderlands cinematic universe when
fuck off.
We're at the point when any cinematic universe is like fucking falling off the side of a
Fucking
cliff
cringe.
immediately on Inception. So it's like, why are you trying to do that? Like it feels like they're so
We're
far
making
behind
the
the curve
BCU.
they're so far behind the curve
bullshit
in like every
cinematic universe.
aspect. Yeah. They're so far behind the curve with making this movie in the first place, with trying to build a fucking cinematic universe. Like it's
There's
just
a popularity
it's
for that.
none of it's hitting for me. Yeah, none of it's hitting for me.
Honestly, I feel like a
can't.
lot of these video game adaptations, they try to make them into movies, and the vast majority of them work way better as shows and not
As
movies.
games. Or shows, yeah, shows or games.
That's why I think that
leave them as games. Yeah.
That's why I think like the Knuckles show could work, because it's basically just like if they just make the Sonic cartoon show from the 90s, just with the current look. It's like, yeah, people will watch that.
Absolutely.
Like a lot of these things, they work better as just like non-serialized shows, where like every episode is a bottle episode, self-contained. Yeah. You don't have to have meta narratives or anything like that.
And just for the love of God, stop changing the stories. Stop it. Like people liked the reason they're popular in the first place is people liked the games and the stories of those games.
Well, I mean,
so stop trying to think you can. I mean, okay. So in the because we were talking about Avatar earlier,
yeah.
And Rosa, you're saying like that. So there's but I feel like that it goes wrong far more often than it goes right.
Yeah, hold on.
In my opinion,
I can tell you where it goes wrong. It goes wrong when you change things in a way that affects the overarching plot or like major story elements, right? Like, that's where it goes wrong. It goes wrong when you change things in a way that isn't, like, not necessarily true to the original, but in a way that disrespects the original, or, takes away from the original without adding something new. Or not necessarily new, but tying in maybe a different part of the existing story in a way that wasn't touched upon before, right? So, for example, like I mentioned, like, that one section we have Sokka and Katara, right? Like, that's not in the original, but it'd be really cool if it was, right? And it still ties into those characters' actual backgrounds and stories, right? They didn't add a whole new fucking like incest plot or some bullshit, right? Like they didn't change Sokka and Katara's characters to facilitate this new interaction. They just made the new interaction based around these existing characters and their existing relationship rather than changing a bunch of shit, right? So I think that's where, like, that having that respect for the original plot, the original characters, the original personalities, and, like, stories of those characters is important. Like, if you're gonna change something, be respectful about it.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is, like, you can change things, but the things you can't change is the authenticity of the characters and the key moments that define their character arcs.
Yeah.
If you keep those intact...
Sorry, Helmsman.
You good?
Yep.
Yeah. Go for
Okay.
it.
I will start over. So, like, I was just saying, like to me, like, the key thing that you cannot change, you can change a lot of stuff and be successful, but what you can't change is the authenticity of the characters and the key moments that define their character arcs. If you keep those intact, you can change the stuff around that. And I think a great example of this is the Arcane show. That's based on the League of Legends thing. That show basically it added and expanded and changed a lot of plot and even canons and stuff like that, but it kept the key components of the characters and their arcs and even added to them and fleshed them out more. It kept the authenticity of the characters.
True. Though to be fair, I would say that it's a bit of a slight stipulation on that one. Like most of the lore of League of Legends was in like little text logs that you could read in your League of Legends launcher. Like none of that really comes across in the game itself. So there was a lot of fertile ground to just like kind of do whatever they wanted to do with the actual.
The diehards know the lore, though.
I'm gonna disagree with you because that's the same thing happening with Destiny. Like the start of Destiny's lore fucking falling apart was when they fucking retconned a bunch of shit with the Osiris DLC in Destiny 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like, and from there, like all the new lore fits to that retcon lore and explains why it got retconned, quote unquote. But it all feels like a fucking afterthought. And by that point, most of the people that cared about the lore are giving up on it. It's just like, well, what the fuck? None of this matters anymore then, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the
I'm not
issue.
saying you're. I'm not saying you're. Yeah, I wouldn't say you're wrong, Helmsman. I get your point too. I'm just saying that like it's a little easier when like there's not like a movie or I mean there's the game, but like the game is just you smacking your action figures against each other. The only lore that really existed was in the text logs, so it's a little easier to just move past that and make something a little more concrete and fleshed out.
Well, look at the Sonic movies versus the games, and how drastically changed it is plot-wise. You know what I mean? Because there are plots to the games, believe it or not. But
true.
They kept to the authenticity of the characters and their relationships to each other. You keep that, you can change all kinds of shit. And the fans will still like, because in the end, what the fans really care about, like the reason that like they can't stand plot changes is because the plot changes that happen affect the character arc and fuck up the character arcs. That's what the fans really can't stand. Like diehards, like look at Lord of the Rings. Like the Lord of the Rings trilogy changed a lot of stuff in the book from the books, but it maintained the authenticity and the relationships of the characters like perfectly. And all the people who love the books also love the movies because all of the characters and their arcs are untouched, are unmolested, unvandalized.
Yeah.
So
I got you.
that's what I'm speaking to.
Okay.
It's all about character and not plot.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's kind of like piggybacking off like what I was saying before. Like they kept all of like the like actual backgrounds and stories for like Katara and like they didn't change the character lore to like facilitate this new plot they want to go for, right? Like all the character lore and like their all that kind of stays the same. And that's what really fucking matters at the end of the day.
Even if they water down one a little bit, it's still there.
Yeah.
Again, authenticity to the characters is what matters for successful adaptation of games.
Yeah,
that's the key.
This Tina isn't gonna be the same Tina from the games. She's just not gonna have the same arc just by default of what they're doing with her relationship with her princess.
Yeah, with Krieg, unless maybe they kill Krieg. I don't know. Instead of Roland, that could be. Just kill Krieg instead of Roland. Maybe.
When it comes to something like Borderlands, if this Borderlands movie actually, you can already tell that it doesn't, but if it maintained character authenticity like it should, then it would actually find success. Because what's going to happen? What this whole movie is hinging on is fans of Borderlands going to see the movie and then coming back, loving it, and then telling their friends, you have to come see this movie with me. Right? The whole success of this movie is hinging on whether the diehard fans of Borderlands think the movie is good or not. And I highly doubt they're going to think it's good.
If it's not, they're absolutely going to tell Twitter about it, and that's going to make the rounds, and the movie will just die.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like it's not like Mario. Mario, you don't need. Mario already has mass appeal. It's a huge advantage that it has. Mouse. Exactly. Borderlands does not have that. Borderlands is entirely dependent on the diehards' opinion of it. And honestly, so are things like Amazon's 40K series that Henry Cavill is doing. It's the same situation. But people are optimistic about that because Henry Cavill is one of us. Yeah, he's a based lad. He is absolutely, he defends the fans like at the drop of a hat. He will come to the defense of fans. He left Witcher because it wasn't authentic to the books. You know what I mean? Like this guy will walk away from multi-million-dollar contracts if it means maintaining authenticity.
And the thing, because somebody else brought up like a quote when somebody asked him about like the whole 40K stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, this is like the most like this is like the most privileged I've ever felt getting to work on something." And this is somebody who got to fucking play Superman, like he's in. He's in. He's
he's a big
arguably
fan.
one of the most well-known characters in existence. And he's like, "Nah, but this 40K shit though, I'm so in. I'm so ready." Like,
Yeah. The dude paints
Yeah.
40K figures. It is
so
what he's
unapologetically like nerd ass. I love him. Love it.
He was playing.
great.
He almost
I love him
missed
so
He almost missed his Witcher audition because he was busy playing World of Warcraft. The guy is such a fucking nerd, dude.
Love it.
I love it.
We defend this lad at all costs. He's great.
Yeah.
So I'm cautiously optimistic about 40K because he's not just an actor in that. He has massive creative control over that series.
Which is good. The only downside is it's on Amazon, so we don't know. Amazon might fuck around.
That's the thing. It's
hopefully
we'll
they
see.
don't.
We'll see.
We'll see.
But anyway,
but that's kind of that's all I have. That's all I have to say about Borderlands. Really,
I'm really hoping that Amazon.
I'm disappointed.
Learn to just shut the fuck up and just let the man work. I really hope that's what they do.
Yeah.
They just kind of
I
just
hope
like,
so,
this
too.
is your project. You think you can make it work? We're just gonna let you do that, regardless of what we think. Just go ahead. And I hope that's all they do. I hope they just let the man do his shit and fucking make the money. Just shut the fuck up and let him make you money, please.
exactly.
Because
That's all you have to do. The
and
less
it's
you
like,
do, the
this
more
is-
money you'll make.
Yeah, and this is like massive for Games Workshop too, because this could be like, because I mean, Warhammer is pretty popular among like the niche nerd ass crowds, right? But this could be the chance for it to finally come into like mainstream like broad appeal. Like this could be it if they nail this fucking Amazon TV show,
Dude,
Warhammer all the way to the top. That could be
He got called.
it'll be a renaissance of sci-fi. I
Mhm.
mean, we're already seeing like this really like hard adult sci-fi in Dune being successful.
Mhm.
If Henry can piggyback off that and nail 40K, you're gonna see a big turn towards like mature sci-fi. And oh my god, my body is ready.
Yee.
I
You're
am
called
so
toxic by the Witcher stuff because he kept needing out.
Yes,
about
it's
Witcher
true.
lore. That's so funny.
That was true.
That's so
True.
funny to me.
Garbage.
He is like the most like
Ugh.
respectful looking person I have like the way that he talks, like you can tell like this person's like very like respectful, very like like
he's
he's-
professional. He
he's
behaves
really-
like a professional.
Yeah, he's really professional. He's really
Yeah.
competent, right? He comes off as very competent when he talks, and it's just like
Yeah.
I just can't imagine being. I can't imagine him being like literally fucking toxic. And I love the idea of these people just being mad about a guy geeking out. It's so funny to
Yeah.
me.
You know what else? You know who
Henry
else
Cavill
has
is like,
done that?
Well, actually, in the lore.
You know who else has done that?
It tracks, right? Because they're always getting mad at the fans. So
Yeah.
imagine getting mad at the fans of the shit you're supposed to be like, you're supposed to be, you're getting paid to make into a good
Fuck
thing. Like,
myself.
of course they're gonna be fucking mad at you if you fuck it up. Like, what do you mean?
You want to know who else has signals similar proclivities? Robert
Who?
Pattinson,
Who's that?
Oh yeah,
the guy who played
the guy who does
the Batman.
Edward, right? Oh, I was gonna say the
Don't
Twilight
associate
boy.
him with Twilight. Associate him with everything but Twilight, because he's
Hey,
actually
what?
a really good fucking actor. He's
Who?
actually really good.
Yeah, no, he seems cool. He seems cool.
What else is he in? I don't know. I don't know who's.
He's the Batman.
How do you not know the Twilight, man? That shit was everywhere.
Which Batman?
The recent one.
The
I
Batman.
didn't watch the recent.
The most
one.
recent live action. Oh, well.
Yeah.
All I've
I
ever
haven't-
heard from that
Get a
movie was
picture
from
of him. Let's get a
Koa,
picture
and
of him.
Koa said it sucked. Koa was
Hang
like,
on,
this
let
is the
me-
most boring 3 hours.
Dude,
You know,
So-
it doesn't seem like the kind.
Ranty
Koa doesn't
Ray.
seem like the kind of person it would appeal to, though. Let's be honest. here.
Robert
Really?
Pattinson has an interview where he just geeks out about Final Fantasy VII
Wait.
waifus.
Who is he in
Oh,
Twilight?
Oh yeah, I
Who
saw
is he in
that.
Twilight? So I
He's
He's Edward.
Oh, he's
The vampire.
Edward.
He's
The vampire
he's
boy.
the Twilight man.
Holy
yeah.
shit! It's been like 20 years. What does that man look like now?
Pretty
Pretty similar.
Yeah, he hasn't really aged much. Hang on. I
He looks
assume
pretty
this is
damn
like a
good,
recent
actually. So,
Robert
Bam.
Pattinson. Oh damn it! He looks the fucking
Uh,
same, man. Is this man a vampire in real life?
picture. Maybe. Good
Man,
luck.
man
No,
is
but he has
pulling
this
the fucking
interview where
Avril
he's-
Lavigne.
he has
He
this
looks-
interview where he geeks out about Final Fantasy VII waifus, and the co-star lady sitting next to him pulls
giving him
the
shit.
rest, it starts giving him shit. Like, why are you like into this kind of this bullshit? And it's like, fuck you for like chastising a man for geeking about something that he loves. Like, that is a low quality woman. To the streets, bitch. Like,
What do you say
she
to
for the
her?
streets.
He was talking about Tifa and Aerith, and he was some like how like Tifa's got the, and I was like, Aerith's got like the healing stuff going on, but he fucking, well, when he talks about Aerith, he makes a point to say or Aerith based on which version of the game you play.
Yeah, that's how much of a geek he is. Like,
no one bothers to make that fucking distinction ever.
I want a podcast of just Henry Cavill and Robert Pattinson just
hanging
doing
out.
nerd shit, just geeking out.
Oh, that'd be great.
I
That'd
would
be so good.
I would love that podcast to exist.
I'll send the interview to you because that's a whole thing. But yeah, he's great too.
Mans has not aged. He looks the same. He looks a little grislier. But other than that, I mean, that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
There's a civil war about whether
that's
we want Warhammer to be mainstream. I mean, it's definitely not mainstream now, but if we all agree that if they wake up,
the damage has already been done by the Wokies, so you've already got that war on your hands, so you might as well just go mainstream with it now. Fuck it. At least get more money for it.
Actually, no, they've been really resilient to the wokists. I mean, the fact that they haven't implemented female space marines is miraculous.
That
they haven't out of that
what I'm saying is
restaurant.
that these arguments are already being had, right? Like they're already trying to get into Warhammer. Might as well just, go for the mainstream appeal.
Well, the thing is, there's not going to be mainstream
this
appeal.
This woman does not age either. I'm telling you,
this?
You never know.
This is Avril Lavigne.
Oh yeah, she's fucking gorgeous.
How old is she right now? She's like
what I'm saying
50s,
is like,
isn't she?
But you never know.
No,
like the
she's
Amazon,
40.
if the Amazon show blows up and goes crazy, right?
Why did I
Like
think
if this shit
Avril Lavigne
becomes
was
like the
older?
next Game of Thrones or something, like just bam, who knows?
Who knows? I have faith in Henry. He's our boy.
All right, true. So, I mean, with that, what else we got? Was there any of the stories we wanted to touch on?
I think we could skip the Gemini. I think everybody knows about Gemini, and I don't think we need to rehash it. It's really funny, but I don't think we need to go over it. I do want to hit on DashCon 2.0. Can we just end on that one? It's just a funny little
picture of that,
yeah.
Here's a funny little story, guys, for you.
Let me grab it.
And then we'll do the questions and wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is so fucking funny. I can't. I want a deep dive internet historian video on this thing.
Yeah, I need the lore. I need the
I want the lore.
Oh, and also just a quick thing on the Tifa stuff, in case you guys somehow missed all this on Twitter. But yeah, the swimsuits from the Japanese version got linked. Everybody was happy, and then it also got leaked that they did an update to Remake, which is the previous game, and they fucking did some censorship in that, and everyone got pissed again. So Square Enix is waffling. Square Enix is fucking waffling, and everyone's
okay. We heard you wanted bigger boobs, so we gave her bigger boobs.
Honestly,
but
the best thing to do is just vocalize your support for Tifa Booba, criticize covering them up, and have fun. Don't.
Which I mean, it's up two minds about that, because like the scene specifically they covered up in Remake is the flashback to where she's like 15. Yeah, so it's like to a point it's like you can whatever, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. But like the fact that they bothered, and it's like an 8 gigabyte fucking update to a 4-year-old game, it's like, why the fuck did you even?
It's weird. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, it feels like somebody in the ethics department trying to like clap back at the people who were happy about Booba Tifa in Rebirth. That's what it feels like. It feels like spite.
I don't know, man.
It's a fucking 4-year-old game.
The idea of someone going back to like this like 4-year-old fucking game to do a fucking 8 gigabyte update just to like change this like really minor detail that like no one really cared about or complained about or had any like legitimate issues with, that screams of like something happened. Like someone was being a creep and they're trying to avoid any sort of like thing. Like that's the kind of vibe that gives. Because like why the fuck would someone go back to that? That's so like that's just like an odd, it's really specific thing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, I don't buy the whole argument that it was done to put the outfit in line with the new game because that outfit apparently appears in the new game, and it's slightly different, and so they just updated it to match the new game. But I don't buy that because they could just make the outfit in the new game match the old game.
Yeah, like it's definitely it's not that. It's 100% not that. That's bullshit.
It's a bullshit argument.
I genuinely look if it comes out that they had some sort of pedo issue happening inside of fucking Square Enix, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a bit of a thing.
Fair enough.
We got rid of it. I called it. That's all I'm saying. Like that's the only reason I can think of. Like why the fuck would why? That's such like a weird detail to just go back and be like, we changed this very specific minor detail, because she was young and it was weird. It's like, but no one thought it was weird. Why do you think it's weird all of a sudden? Like what?
It's such a small thing though in a game that, let's be real, nobody's gonna play again. Like in a while, like nobody's going back to play that game over and over and over and over again. Like calm down.
They're doing a run through like right now because Rebirth is about to come out. But
it's just like don't let that thing ruin your enjoyment of what is probably going to be one of the best JRPGs of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Rebirth's looking great, like in gameplay wise and all that stuff.
Put the things on a balancing scale, and make your judgments accordingly. Don't be.
Yeah.
This game's really good, but they changed the outfit in the previous game, and I have an issue with that.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one last punctuation on this. Sorry, there's one last little story beat here. It sounds like I'm making fun of you if you.
Yeah, I am. Fuck you.
Which is it's the last little like beat just right on the end of this is not necessarily Square Enix, but of course it's our good old friends over at the that one modding website, which Nexus Mods, because somebody went in and they
banned the mod.
Decided, they reset it so it's just the original cutscene from Remake, but Nexus Mods banned it. So this also, is Nexus Mods, of course, that still hosts the mods for like Skyrim and shit where you can murder the children. But
and I'll tell you right now, chat, this once again, this just reinforces buy physical. Buy physical.
Yeah. Or use base mods. Based mods is a thing apparently, and they just don't give a fuck. So do that.
Oh yeah, all the mods that get banned off Nexus are all on base mods.
Well, here's the thing: buying physical doesn't save you anymore. Like buying physical just straight up does not save you anymore because there's like the digital updates and shit. So
yeah, but you could
even buying physical.
You could tell your system to not auto update.
Depends on the game.
Okay, that's true. That is
on some games, if you don't update, they just won't play.
Well, some games require online only. Final Fantasy does it.
Okay, yeah. There's some ways you figure out what you can do about it, but it seems like the actual solution to this shit happening is just go get all your shit on PC and use base mods and fuck Nexus Mods because they're just Nexus Mods on
I will never
these days.
The thing is, every mod that's on Nexus Mods is also somewhere else.
Yeah. Based mods is the new site to just actually do your modding and just have fun with it.
There's honestly not a lot of mods on base mods. There are other modding sites that have way more than that.
Oh, okay.
Send me some modding sites that I can trust. Cause like my main worry whenever I go into like modding sites is like, oh, am I gonna install a virus? So like gotcha. Just send me some other like modding sites. I've been meaning to like mod like some other games like Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2. And Dark Souls 3.
Get your little fucking I'm trying to think of like a anime that you like with like anime girls in it, like straight.
Oh no, I actually hate
get the skins
like,
for
I was trying to mod I actually installed Dragon's Dogma on my PC because it was on sale like a few months back, and I installed it so that I can like mod it. And like I went on Nexus, all I could find was like mods, like, oh yeah, there's this mod that just turns all of the characters into anime girls. I'm just like, this fucking is really jarring. No, thank you. Like I just want cool like additional gear and stuff, but I can't find anything like that on Nexus. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, let me look into
they added neo pronouns in one of the latest Mechanicus books. Oh no. Oh.
What the fuck is a Mechanicus book again?
I heard about that. That's 40K.
Shit.
That's 40K.
But that's 40K.
To be fair, if anyone was gonna use fucking neo pronouns.
Yeah, I mean, fair.
If anybody
but,
in that universe is gonna use the pronoun.
Mechanicus would be the ones.
Aren't those the fucking
But Rose,
robot people?
you wanted to do like a modded run of Dark Souls 3, right? I remember.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this somewhat recently.
Yeah.
I
There's a
prefer
lot
those
of
fucking
really
JoJo
big
mods.
expansion DLCs for like Dark Souls 3 that are really
Oh
cool.
yeah, Mod DB. That's one.
Did you ever see the JoJo mods, Rosa, for DS3?
No.
Yeah, there's like you can like have you have like stands and you can summon stands to fight for you instead. It's kind of
I
a
saw
fun
there was a
playthrough. It's just like you do a
Pokemon
stand user run. Yeah, it probably works more or less the same way, to be honest. Essentially, it's bringing like the summons from fucking Elden Ring into Dark Souls 3, which is a cool concept. I like that idea.
But yeah, like I've never, I feel, cause like I don't know, like we're talking about how I'm absolutely like a Souls streamer, but I've always just kind of played the games vanilla and just found different ways to enjoy them vanilla, and I feel like I've been playing them so much vanilla in like different ways. I've come to the point where I need to do modded runs so I could get some fresh content out of these fucking games.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down. I mean, let's find some mods that you like, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, let's talk about fucking crack-ass Candyland over here.
This is just a little lighthearted story to end it with before we get to Q&A.
Someone give me the rundown on what the fuck happened, because I lack context. I don't know where this is, why this happened.
This is in the UK, and they set up this exhibit, and it's like the Willy Wonka Candyland experience. And it was advertised as like this big you're gonna recreate like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, and you're gonna be able to like go through it, and it was gonna be a big thing. A bunch of tickets were sold, and then people went, and this is what they saw. Like it's the best one is the picture of the girl cooking whatever the fuck she's cooking, meth. That right there. This.
And she got the green wig and like the Oompa Loompa shirt.
Yeah. I mean, this thing is so obviously a scam. And like everybody was like refunding their tickets. It is like, yeah, it's just.
I was muted. I was fucking muted. The green hair, the Oompa Loompa outfit. She's got alcohol in a glass case. She has literally like fucking dime rolls. Like what the fuck?
I know.
Those are dime rolls. Like what the fuck is she doing? She's just counting dime rolls.
Oh man.
I don't know. It's
literally
crazy. I mean, there's not really much to say on it because nobody really knows the lore of this thing yet. It's still kind of getting figured out, like how this came into existence.
I just like this right next to the picture of the girl with the green hair. There's one image of like this large like gray wall with this one little tarp with like the Candyland shit on it. And it's like it doesn't nearly cover up the entire. So he just put that up. It's like yeah. You know what? That looks good enough.
This looks like you're about. This looks like you set it up so you can put a table in front of it. Like you can take pictures for like their birthday. Like it looks like that sort of thing. It's like a banquet hall picture zone. You know, like it looks so
Holy
fucking
shit.
dumb. I'm trying to find the website because the website is up somewhere. I think it's still up. God,
there's
so much random shit on the fucking the beakers and shit. Like what are they making?
Okay, there are videos of it starting to pop up on YouTube.
Send me a link.
Oh man, I don't like the look of it.
Hang on.
I see like
Okay,
one
here we
Willy
go.
Wonka thing in like the one
There's-
like I think the last picture. There's like a Willy Wonka chocolate bar right there, and that's it. That's the
Here-
only
here's
thing that's
a-
like actually
here's a-
Wonka related.
Here's a short, like 81-second little video.
We're
about it, where-
anesthesiologists,
Oh my
surgeons,
Oh, let's go.
emergency
Let's
medicine.
go.
An event
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Huh?
What's
What?
going on?
No, I was just checking the audio.
There you go. Okay.
claiming to be
What?
a children's Willy Wonka experience is going viral for how much of a disaster it turned out to be. Residents of Glasgow and beyond were intrigued when colorful advertisements for a Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory experience began
Yeah, like,
popping
this looks
up. Many bought
nice-ish.
tickets after seeing that the event promised
absolutely.
live performances from Oompa Loompas, a chocolate fountain, and a quote, visual feast in every room. In reality, families pulled up to a nearly empty warehouse where instead of a chocolate fountain, children received a handful of jelly beans and a cup of lemonade. The event organizers of Illuminati allegedly used AI to create promotional images that did not actually reflect what the event looked like. Now, the actor hired to play
it's
Willy
an
Wonka
AI
at the event is
scam.
speaking out.
Wait,
Wow.
I'm sorry, this is the actor for who?
Now, the actor hired to play Willy Wonka
Bro,
at
he
the
looked
event
like
is
Trailer
speaking
Park
out,
Willy Wonka.
saying
Play
that
Willy
there were a
Wonka.
few red flags from the beginning.
So the first red flag for me was when I was cast as Willy Wonka. Anyone who looks at me and thinks Willy Wonka and not Oompa Loompa is out of their mind. The script was 50
At least man knows himself.
I like his
Respect.
I
ability.
love him, he's great.
pages,
Yeah, he's solid.
monologue, pretty much, of AI-generated gibberish. We were told on the experience to hand out a jelly bean, one jelly bean per child.
One jelly bean per child?
Quarter of a cup of Tesco's own brand lemonade.
Not even a full cup, not even a handful of jelly
oh my
beans.
god.
You get one jelly bean
Oh my
and
god.
a quarter
All
of
this
I
is
didn't know the
missing.
AI was involved in this.
All this is missing is the little styrofoam meal boxes with the sad cheese sandwich. It's somebody actually said in one of the tweets and one of the comments fucking this is just Fire Fest for kids.
Yeah.
All this is missing is somebody pissing in the chocolate fountain. That's the only thing that's missing. Oh my god.
You get one jelly bean. One.
And a quarter cup of lemonade, of Tesco lemonade. Be gone with you.
Oh man, so it's like
Aren't
you
you
get the golden
enjoying
ticket
this
for
feast
this.
in every room? You get one jelly bean per room. Walk through every room.
You get the golden ticket for this shit, and it's like you just received a fucking death sentence, right?
You get the golden ticket, just like,
you just fall to your knees and weep.
Did I just auto kidnap myself? To walk into a fucking warehouse?
Self hostage.
Why is there not a big unmarked white van just in the corner of the room or something?
It says free.
This almost feels like
Unmarked
this
white
feels like a
van
weird,
that says one jelly bean and a quarter cup of Tesco's lemonade on the side. One free jelly bean.
this almost feels like, assuming obviously the parents would be going along with the kids, but this feels almost like a child kidnapping scheme or some shit.
And they probably didn't even use jelly beans. They probably used Bean Boozled jelly beans.
Oh my god! Imagine you hand you a jelly bean. It's fucking diaper flavored or some shit.
Yeah. This is an everlapping diaper, gobstopper.
Oh god!
I think those are more expensive than regular jelly beans, though. They don't have the money to afford Bean Boozled.
For $45, you can get way more candy than kids can eat. Straight up, Angel.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
true.
god.
Oh man,
That's so funny. I think
Jesus.
there's longer videos that I've seen. I've seen pop up on YouTube. So the lore is getting out there.
Oh man, yeah, the DashCon, the Fire Fest comparisons, it's all
great.
there.
I love it.
Rainforest.
Angel, on that topic, I remember once when I was a kid, I used to actually have a sweet tooth. My dad once bought me $50 worth of fucking candy, and I was just like, yeah, I love
Jesus.
candy. No, my dad's insane. And so I just sat there eating fucking candy for a day, and I think since then I've never liked candy anymore.
Yeah, that'll do it to you.
That might be why I
That might have been the
can't handle
strat.
sweets. Yeah, that might be what happened. Dude, I sat there
Yeah.
eating candy till literally I remember I ate candy and then I tried to go to bed and then I was throwing up for 2 hours.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man, I would like Drinker to cover this. That'd be great.
I have heard of a situation similar to that where it's you catch your kid smoking, so then make them smoke a whole pack in an hour, and if they're still going, make them smoke another one. Just keep them going until they fucking never want to look at a cigarette again, that sort of thing. That might have been what your dad was doing to you.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. My dad's wild. My dad. That's also before. But how I got into gaming was, I wanted to buy a Tom and Jerry movie that I had never watched before, and it turns out it wasn't a movie. It was a GameCube game. And my dad on this random movie movie store movie rental place trip, right? Completely random day. This wasn't a planned thing. He just kind of went into this place with the sole intention of renting a couple movies. bought me a $200 fucking like GameCube and Tom and Jerry and 2 controllers. Just completely just
Damn.
like, yeah, I was like, oh, okay, well, do you really want the Tom and Jerry movie? Yes, I want it. Okay, well, you need to buy this $200 console for it. Okay. Like, that was what happened. For his 2-year-old.
Like,
I was 2.
Yeah, it's like you didn't fucking know.
Yeah, I didn't fucking know any better. I didn't care.
Someone needs Drinker to explain this shit. Be pretty good. Man.
But yeah, that's the kind of person my dad was. Like,
You know, this the sort of shit that might come up on like the next open bar podcast. You never know.
You never know.
maybe.
Never know. Okay, but yeah, with that, I think we should probably get into the questions.
Yeah,
We've been going
Q&A.
for a while. We're already over 4 hours, so Q&A, and let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
What do we got?
Let's see here. Okie dokie! The first question is not a question. It says, Hola, hermanos. I'm NDA. Hola! Seriously,
Hola.
real question. Why is it that sometimes my normal chats jump into the question box? Really annoying for us both, I swear. I don't know. I've never
I don't know.
That's a good question.
interacted with a YouTube chat that had a Q&A.
I was gonna say you're gonna have to ask
Yeah.
YouTube about that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, it was odd.
Actual first question, if you had to blame white people for one thing, what would it be? My choice is seasonal pumpkin spice foods. It's all overrated.
Oh, that's a good one.
Mine...
I got one.
That is a pretty good one.
Go
Ugg
on.
boots.
I'll go last. Wait, what was that?
Ugg boots.
Okay.
Ugg boots.
I fucking hate Ugg boots. Bitches be wearing them all over the place in the wintertime.
Y'all about to like the I'm not beating the Uncle Palm allegations right now. I blame white people for DEI propagating as much as it has.
White women, specifically.
Okay.
No, I feel like that's the strongest one I could think.
That's
I think I have
that's a
you
good
beat.
one.
I think I have you beat.
Yeah, what you got?
I blame white people for trying to colonize instead of conquest.
Oh. Well, shit. That you're right. That does beat my. Jesus. Oh god.
That's definitely a
Okay.
grander scale. Yes.
Decolonizing Africa? Dude, I think African people blame white people for that. They want them back. They're begging.
Oh man.
Anyway,
Assassin Zimbabweans.
Oy.
if you were to be given a John Chinaman nickname, what would it be?
Ooh. Trying to think of something offensive.
Mine wouldn't be too hard. It would just be John Cuba, man. Like, Cubans are very yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we don't really get nicknames from like the English folk. I can't think of like a nickname they would give us other than like, I don't know. Like, I can't think of anything that isn't a slur. For like a nickname. Or like, oh well.
Is that the question? Like a racial nickname? Is that the
I
question?
guess, yeah. Like a racial so the idea is that like, well, I don't know. I feel like this thing is because like in the case of like you, Helmsman, like it would just be John Doe, right? That's what John Chinaman is. It's the we don't have a name for this person, right? So we're just gonna put like a you know a placeholder.
It's like a placeholder.
Yeah, exactly. That's what John Chinaman is. Just a fucking like it's just a racist placeholder, right?
Okay.
So
Mayo Mike.
Mayo Mike is pretty good.
I don't know.
It's pretty good. Carmen Miami, that's pretty good.
Powder Pete. I think.
Maria Miami.
How about this one? Cracker Jack.
That's pretty good. I like that one. Cracker Jack is fucking top tier.
Cracker Jack solid.
Cracker Jack
There you
is
go.
fucking
Motherfuckers.
solid.
That motherfucker is joining the Snow Roach in the.
Cracker Jack.
It's the opposite of I can't say that word, Jim.
Can you pass me the N-word, Jim?
Jim, yeah.
Family Guy.
Why, sure
Oh
thing,
my
Cracker
God.
Jack.
Cracker Jack? Yeah, that's it.
That's pretty fucking solid.
I'll take pride in that one.
Cracker Jack.
See that? That's what I'm telling you, man. Like having that's a dad joke. That is a dad joke.
That's really good. What's yours, Jazz?
Wait for my race?
Yeah.
Midnight.
I don't know.
You know,
That was too edgy. It's too edgy.
Too edgy? Okay.
What are we doing here? I don't know. Shit. I can't think of one on the spot.
Maria Mariachi would be the Mexican one.
Okay.
That's a mouthful.
That is true. There's a mouthful, though.
I don't know. Wally
I got one
Watermelon?
Wally Watermelon is so good!
Wally Watermelon.
Yeah.
I thought of a pretty racist one. I don't even know if I should say it.
Fuck it. Do it. Do it anyway.
I
It's
was
the
thinking-
Offensive Charm podcast.
I was thinking Jim Tarman.
Jim Tarman. Yeah, like blackface.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be like
No, the Wally
Yeah.
Watermelon is better though.
Wally Watermelon is fucking top tier. That one's really good. That one I
Or
feel bad.
Walter Melon.
I feel bad. I can't think of
Watermelon.
I can't think of a good one for
Watermelon,
Cubans.
that's great. Walter Melon, that's pretty good. Fuck.
Cesar Cigar. I don't know. I can't think of anything for the Cuban one.
I don't know enough
Crack-
Cuban
Cracker
stereotypes to
Jack
come
is
up with
way
one.
too strong.
Coffee,
I
cigars.
I'm proud of Cracker
rum.
Jack.
Rum is good.
That's so good. It's so hard to follow up Cracker Jack. That was so good.
Rum Ronaldo. I feel like it would have to be like a really like stereotypically Cuban name, like Usmail or like
Nobody knows like the really
Yesenia.
stereotypical Cuban names.
just think of like a Russian name that starts with Y, and that's a Cuban name.
Oh, yo, Rosa. What about Sam Chucker?
Sam Chucker is a really good one.
That is pretty good.
No.
Sammy Chucker.
Sammy Chucker.
This is fun.
Yeah, it is. It's really oddly fun. I just feel bad I can't really
Cynthia
it.
Communism.
That's a hell of a mouthful.
Commie Carmen.
You guys
Tommy
ever
Carmen.
heard of Calcoon? Calcoon.
I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Calcoon.
I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Yeah, go on to the next
yeah,
one. We can iterate on this forever. It's fun.
What is
Yeah,
your
we
thoughts
could,
on
we could.
using the collaborations with Sweet Baby Inc. as a do not touch sign? Someone already thought of that. There's actually there is
The Steam
There's a
curator.
list.
Yep, there's a Steam curator that will actually do
Doing the
it for
Lord's
you.
work.
Yep.
Fucking fantastic.
I'm all for it.
What's your favorite next? What's your
Next.
favorite next level bending? Lightning, lava,
Oh.
metal, blood. Dude, blood, obviously.
Oh,
Blood is
blood
so
is-
fucking cool.
It's so
It's
deadly
so
too.
cool. I didn't know about lava.
Oh my God,
lava bending's
Guantanamo
a thing
Bay.
Yeah, lava bending doesn't
That's
show up
really
until
good.
until
That's really
Legend of-
good, Electric Angel.
Wait, what was it? Oh, Quantum Bay. But no, lava bending doesn't show up until Legend of Korra, I think, which is like the
Oh, yeah, we already have
sequel
that one.
series.
There's
But
a
I
song.
mean, I gotta say lightning bending though.
Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah,
Wouldn't it?
fucking Angel saying Guantanamo Bay made me think of the Guantanamera song, where he's talking about like a woman who like is from like country, And so he calls her Wahida Guantanamera. But
Rolls off the tongue well.
Wahida Julia, I guess. I don't know.
Anyway.
Wahida Julia.
All right. Yeah. So you guys are both on blood bending, and I'm going with lightning bending.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, lightning does seem
bloodbending is
appropriate for you.
Super fucking cool.
Yeah.
I'm a vampire,
Yeah.
so.
Metal bending's pretty cool too, though. I gotta say, like,
I think-
it might be a tie for me on those two.
I don't know what the
bending-
options are.
Metal bending is the Rosa
there's-
favorite. Blood bending is the
Mhm.
Ginny favorite.
Yeah, because like the fucking, I always think
it's
of the
lightning,
when
lava,
Toph like
metal and
Blood.
blood. Yeah. What's
Yeah.
lava a
Four.
second level to?
I guess earth
Earth?
bending technically.
Wait, isn't that metal?
It's like a
It's molten earth.
yeah. So it's like a weird like earth fire combo, I guess, but technically
Yeah.
earth bending. Because the one who gets it that I remember is Bolin in Legend of Korra, who's initially an earthbender. So
Well, so is metal
was-
though. Metal bending would also be a derivative.
though,
yeah, yeah,
I
metal-
would-
metal's
now I think about it, I
definitely,
wonder.
So in the show, metal bending is definitely an earthbender thing. Like they show that.
Yeah.
What would the air variant be?
Lightning.
So there is
No, that's
that
the fire
weird
one.
like explosion.
Oh.
Do you remember the guy who like had the forehead tattoo and like could shoot like exploding like wind shots or whatever? You remember that guy?
Just force damage.
Kinda. Yeah. So it's yeah. I
Still
assume that's
air.
like some sort of airbending
Like just
thing.
air pressure.
Yeah, it's like an air pressure, but like whatever he hits with it, like explodes. So
I mean,
I
yeah, it's a
think
fucking
it's an
pressure cooker. He's
airbender
just shooting pressure cookers at
sort of
people.
thing.
He's just shooting pockets of compressed air. The second they hit
Air's
something,
just
they
straight
go,
up
"Pow."
flying. Oh, yeah, that's true. What's his name in Legend of Korra? Like it's the ability to just fly, like without a glider. Like he just fucking like Superman, he just flies.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I guess that technically. Yeah, it's I kind of factor in. But like metal bending, I would always say because I think of that one bit like not long after Toph learns it in the original series, and she makes like the fucking metal armor suit around herself that's like completely fireproof. That shit was so cool. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Asta asks, who wins in a fight? Cartoon Soy Boy Aang or live action Flying Airbender, the second one in history? Legend.
There's all these
Aang.
Avatar questions that I don't know
What?
anything about.
So he's saying who wins between original cartoon Aang and live action Aang.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I assume
I
they
don't
fight
know
to a
cartoon Aang.
standstill.
Live action Flying
Uh,
Airbender? That is true. Aang in the show, he actually flies with a glider quite a bit. He doesn't fly like a lot. Like, he doesn't go super like.
It's more like gliding, isn't it?
No,
Like,
well,
you
no.
know, glide without
he
the-
like gets up into the air. He like swooshes himself up into the air a good bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
He still uses the glider for
but
like
yeah.
flying though, like straight up flying.
For the most part, yeah.
I don't
Aang will
know.
win. Aang will win, technically.
That
yeah.
is true. Aang wins.
Aang wins. There you go. That's the answer to the question. What else do we got?
And
Because I
he
haven't watched
asks,
the new
what do you-
season. The
This is a good one. What are your slurs for the Avatar nations? Mine are mud puppies for earth, flint flaps for fire, dewberries for water, and flatliners for air. Flatliners for stars.
Oh no!
How long did it take for you to come up with those? Because those are good.
I don't know. Ask NDA. That's what. Those were all in there in the question.
Solid.
Dude, I don't fucking know, man.
But yeah, we were talking about these a little bit when we were watching that one episode the other day, weren't we?
We were
Because I remember talking about like
super
Eskimo
racist.
slurs. Eskimo is a slur, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's how we learned that the word Eskimo actually is a slur.
Yeah.
Technically.
That was very funny. NDA says 10 minutes. Dude, I don't know. I haven't come up with any.
Flamers is a pretty good one for Fire
Aquans?
Nation. Flamers. That's a good one.
What was that?
For the water benders, I thought of aquans. Aquans? Aquans? That doesn't work. I'm trying to combine aqua and cunt. It doesn't work though.
It
doesn't
quite
work.
flow. Yeah,
It's too on the nose,
appreciate the
too.
attempt. Yeah.
Sky monkeys is my best one for the airbenders.
Okay.
Sky monkeys.
I was thinking of that for watermelons, but like ice monkeys. But I don't know. Monkey for some reason just it's prime territory for like a slur type insult to any
there's
particular
a reason
group.
for that. Like, no matter what group you're addressing the word monkey to, you're telling them that they're like lesser evolved. Doesn't matter what color they are. Like, that just works for any type of human.
Pretty much, yeah. Rocktards?
Rocktards is really funny.
Rocktard.
You fucking rocktard.
Hotheads? I don't know. That's just more like an insult rather than like a slur.
Gust goons.
Fire gets.
Gus Goons is pretty good. I like that.
Flare gets.
Flare gets.
Flare gets. Flare gets. Well, flamers is kind of the same slur.
Yeah, it is just the same thing. Just flaming.
Heat humpers.
But at that point,
Wait,
like we're just like reiterating like real slurs into, you know?
Yeah, kinda.
I can bring back what I said earlier. This was off stream, completely off stream. I brought up the question, right? So like, why do we call like white people that like do the whole like black culture thing? Why do we call those people wiggers, but we don't call white people that do the whole like, you know, weeaboo thing?
Like straight hair?
Why don't we call them winks?
Winks?
Well,
Oh.
wouldn't it be waps though?
Huh?
No, it would not be waps. It would not be waps. The word wap is
there
ruined.
you go. That's the water one. That's the water one. We can call them winks.
Winks.
All right.
Fucking wet winks.
Damn.
All right.
Okay, what's
that's
next?
enough.
Man. Okay, what else we got? Any other
Have
questions?
any of you seen, watched, read The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic?
No.
No, I think Cryo asked that question earlier, but no, I
Yeah.
have not.
That was Cryo.
Is that a manga?
No.
Because that sounds like it might be a manga. I feel like I've seen that. Maybe I've seen that one around somewhere before. It sounds vaguely familiar.
Well, it did say read, so I would assume, yeah.
Oh, I might be thinking a redo of Healer. Never mind, that's a different thing.
That's a very different thing.
That's a very different thing.
Weapon.
It's still a fucked up way to use healing magic, though. Jesus.
Next one from Tatsu asks,
Anyway.
is Helmsman accidentally or intentionally a furry? And then later says his question was answered. So, where are you wandering?
Where am I wandering? Well, if you're going somewhere specific, you're not wandering. Like,
That is true.
you categorically don't have a destination if you're wandering. So,
If you gotta ask where you're going, you're not really on the go. I don't have a destination, just a destiny.
also, yes, it was intentional. I mean, obviously, it was. I mean, it was definitely intentional. Wouldn't pay for a model like this if it wasn't intentional.
How do you accidentally become a furry?
Well,
trying
to think.
Actually, I shouldn't be the person asking that question. I know the answer to that.
How did you accidentally I mean, did you kind of accidentally become a foot fetishist?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't accidentally. I got groomed. Different.
Yeah, chat got her on that one. So I don't think you have the same excuse, do you?
No. I just grew up.
No?
I just grew up around the Disney afternoon block in the '90s and on Disney cartoons,
okay.
which is like
Tailspin, fucking
Darkwing
Rescue
Duck,
Rangers.
and it's just all furry characters.
Yeah, you got. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I got Disney converted me, man.
You got by the boomers.
That's the way it is. Yeah.
Well, wait, because I watched all those cartoons too. Hang on a minute. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, it's a dormant gene.
Okay.
You know.
Give it time. When you hit 40, you too will be a furry.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay, so we're coming. So the furries can now come out and say we were born this way. It wasn't a choice. We were born furry.
Okay, let's see. If you had to get gangbanged by 1,000 animals, which one would... Which would you choose, and what power would your freak child have? I have dibs on ants, and its lack of ability to disobey me.
This is your fault, Jazz.
That's pretty good, NDA.
God.
I mean, when you really think about it, you are
It'd be
constantly
snakes,
getting...
right?
But no, hold on. When you really think
Okay.
about it, you are constantly being gangbanged in every single hole by animals. Every second of
wait.
every waking moment, you're being gangbanged.
Dust mites and stuff.
By by fucking like microscopic creatures.
Well,
They're in your asshole
wait.
right now, Chad. They're in your asshole. They're in your mouth. They're sounding you as we speak. All right.
Rosa, hang on a second.
They are tickling your bunghole.
Because the way this question is phrased means that there has to be some product at the end of all the fucking, which means that this is a fundamentally different question for me and Helmsman than it is for you. So,
That's true.
right? It's
So is this like
fundamentally
is this a
different question than it
reverse
is for you.
game? Question for Jazz and I?
So for
Well,
Helmsman and me, we have to fuck 1,000 animals.
Hold on. I
think.
assume that we're going by like fucking Jack Wolfman's impregnating the alpha male kind of rules, where like
Who?
you guys the animals are gonna impregnate your anal womb. Fanfic rules, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh no! Can I kill
think I have
myself? Is
I
killing
mean-
myself an option in this hypothetical?
I mean, I'm already a fox,
They're
so
gonna impregnate your pussy.
No, I don't want to. You're a woman for all purposes. Okay, all right. Well, fuck. Choose what? Not choosing a fucking horse. I'm not Vosh. Do I look like Vosh to you? Fuck out of here. Oy, okay. God, and I have to choose something. I don't know. Wolf, I guess. Wolf's a cool.
yeah, I'm already a fox. I have a get out of jail free card here. So I can just say fox.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you're
go
already the
with-
weird
I'm
freak
gonna go-
Yeah,
hybrid
I'm already
thing.
there.
I'm gonna go with the story of Bianca Bella.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna say snakes, just for the sole purpose that this would mean that one of my daughters will be a snake that can fucking
Mhm.
create and destroy life. And the other one will be a human who I can, like, harvest jewels from her hair. So, I win.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm
I'll
gonna
let you
say
have that win.
My freak wolf child will have the fucking moonbeam spell from D&D.
Lamau, forgetting
Just, he
humans
can
or
just make
animals.
the moon. He can make the moon kill anyone
Yeah, but Angel, I'm
with
gonna
a
be honest
giant
with you.
moonbeam.
I'd rather get fucked by 1,000 snakes than 1,000 men.
That's the point. Forgetting humans or animals. Oh, that's true.
Wait,
Humans are
what's
animals.
this?
Fuck.
What's the offspring part of this question again?
What weird freak ass ability
What
does
power
your weird
would your
hybrid
freak
offspring have?
child
Yeah, like cat bitch
Just
having
one?
the black hole gina.
Fuck, I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
I
You
don't
can
know.
do
What do foxes
backflips.
do? Great, amazing.
I don't have a good answer for this one.
Yeah, like he can produce a weird fox musk that turns other people into furries.
He can-
if they take it in, if they
can-
are engulfed in the musk.
He can wear green clothes and shoot a bow and arrow and save the sheriff, the Sherwood
Oh,
Forest.
shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck. Yeah, yeah. Your kid is just Robin Hood. That's what happened. Yeah. All right. Sure. Great. Fantastic. Well done. Oh man.
Befriend a
All
police rabbit and
right.
save.
Oh my. No. No. Shut.
If
God.
if Eliza P has a
Mhm.
Wizard of Oz sequel, what would you want to see? Also, pretend this question was unhinged and offensive to keep the gag rolling.
Oh, if Liza P has a was it Wizard of Oz sequel?
Yeah.
Oh, they just do like a different bunch of fairy tales and shit. All right. I think that obviously you would play as Dorothy. And then instead of Scarecrow and Tin Man and fucking Lion joining you, you have to fucking fight them. They're all boss fights. When they're like horrific, like soulsified versions of themselves.
I have a better idea. Well, not better, but I have a different
what you
idea.
got? Okay.
My idea is that you play as the last flying monkey, and Dorothy and all of the like the Tin Man, the Lion, the Scarecrow have all become like with their newfound goods, they've become like dictators and like monsters. And basically you're trying to like rebring balance to the world now that the good guys have become the bad guys.
Okay, that's pretty good. Because I was going like Grimm Fairy Tales route with it, but that's solid.
I wanted to iterate on that, where like the Lion and the Tin Man, and the Lion, the Tin Man, and what's the third one again?
The Scarecrow.
The Lion, Tin Man, Scarecrow. Yeah.
The Scarecrow. They become like eldritch demigods, and you have to like harvest brains and hearts, and what the Scarecrow want. Scarecrow wants a brain. The Lion wanted
courage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Tin Man wanted a heart.
Yeah, you have to harvest those things to like feed them, to like keep them alive. Yeah, until you can like find a way to overthrow them and kill them.
And then they can link the flame.
That'd be
so you have to give them enough strength to link the flame, or you can kill them and let it go out.
Of a flying monkey being kind of like having like a Sun Wukong ass fucking journey. And then there's a new like young pretty witch who is the one that like helps you level up and stuff. Everything is Dark Souls in my brain at the end of the day.
It's just got a nice
massive rocking tits.
How do you harvest courage? The same way that you do in fucking in Conan Exiles. Use a knife to extract their semen.
Oh.
That's one way to get it, I guess.
This is turning into a Kojima game pretty quickly here. Goddamn.
But yeah, and so that's my idea, right? And then at the very end, you fight the Grand Wizard, who's just a dude in a white robe. Anyway. And
a pointy.
Well, imagine you still got like the way like the Wizard of Oz, where like you still got like some giant automaton like actual boss fight that you do, and then once you beat that, he just falls out of it, and you get like a bitch ass like one shot victory sort of thing, kind of like the Witch of Izalith kind of deal, right? Except not nearly as annoying as that fucking boss fight was.
You know, another cool,
the balls, obviously.
Another cool, but like more.
That's why like whenever someone doesn't want to do something, right? We say that they don't have the balls to do it.
That's true. We do say that.
And like where are your balls, man? Do it. Don't be a pussy. Courage is obviously stored in the balls. Duh.
Slap them balls.
Yeah.
I had like a more lighthearted idea, like what the meta of Wizard of Oz, is that the real world is in black and white, and the Wizard of Oz was like the first use of a Technicolor. What if like the worlds were merging, and the only way to unmerge them was to restore color to the land of Oz or something like that?
I like that. That sounds a lot more like child friendly. A lot more like.
It's like I said, it's a more lighthearted way, but yeah.
Or if you guys ever played The Blob? Did you guys ever play that fucking game?
Yeah.
What?
That sounds familiar.
The Blob was so fucking good. It was a Wii game.
Yeah.
Where you're in a world without color, and you have to go bring it back, and you're just like this painted blob monster. That shit was great. I fucking love that game.
Speaking of Nintendo, real quick, this will take 10 seconds. I watched Nintendo Direct. No.
Oh.
Well, it was like a day old or so, but they're making a new Endless Ocean that's multiplayer.
I never played any of them and know nothing about the series.
Do you know anything about this, Rosa?
No.
Okay, so this is like Nintendo Wii fans. The Endless Ocean series is kind of like it's like a cult favorite for Nintendo Wii owners. It's like a total chill game where you just kind of swim around in the ocean and like discover wildlife and take like photography quests for clients and stuff like that.
So a bit Subnautica-ish or what?
Yeah, kind of, but there's no real horror element to it.
Okay.
And there's no real combat. You just
it's It's close
You can
to like
explore and
Abzan.
take photographs, and like you can take photograph commissions for like magazines, and like like they want a really good picture of this, so you have to like go to where they are and find one and take a good picture, and you sell the picture. Like it's a really chill. But this new one, they're making a new one for and it's multiplayer. So anyway,
What I'm
I just wanted to
excited
put that out there.
I don't know if it's a Nintendo thing. I just
Cool.
happen to have played it on my Wii. But what I'm excited about is World of Goo.
World of Goo?
World
Yeah.
of Goo. Did you ever play World of Goo? They're making a second one.
No,
Yeah,
it's
they
like
are.
World of Goo.
That's a
But I remember
classic
seeing
from
that when
my
we were watching
childhood,
the
which I
live
It is a
video.
classic.
I am so excited. I'm gonna play the fuck out of that chat. Chat, I'm gonna become a World of Goo streamer.
That
But,
is very niche.
Alright.
Anyway,
Come on,
next
let's get
question.
through the rest of the questions.
Wait, one last thing I want to mention on the like topic. Two different things. First one, Angel. Yes, on the topic of courage being stored in the balls. Chat. If you ever feel scared or worried, just massage your balls and get your courage flowing. Second off, Jazz. On the topic of like color world stuff, have you played Chicken Police?
Never even heard of it.
We need to play
The
Chicken Police.
fuck is Chicken Police? Okay.
Actually,
Sure. Why not?
Helmsman, you should play Chicken Police. It's up your alley. It's a furry game.
Oh, it's got fur bait in it.
No. It's got straight. Well, yes. The main
I mean, hey.
like the main female like eye candy is a woman. All the characters are straight up human beings with like animal heads, and I don't mean like anthropomorphic. I mean straight up animal heads. like,
Oh.
like
okay.
hold on. Let me
Like Egyptian gods.
kinda yeah. Let me pull up. But the
but
game
if-
is
but if fur- if fur bait's
it's a
your
buddy
thing-
cop story. It's a noir buddy cop story. I just looked up chicken. I'm a
There's so
fucking
much
idiot.
fur bait out there in gaming.
There might be something. I was gonna say there might be something for you in that new Vanillaware game, Unicorn Overlord. On.
Oh yeah, I have it. I haven't
actually.
played it yet, but
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's some fur bait for you in there. So.
well, I don't need fur bait. I'm already a furry.
This is what the
don't
game.
that, does that mean you need even more fur bait? I thought it was like an endless cycle
is it
sort of thing
showing?
for you guys.
Nah, we're fine with just like Lola Bunny and Crystal Fox and Coco
I mean,
Bandicoot.
those are pretty good. Those are all pretty good. Those
Yeah.
You know what? I'll handshake you on those ones.
Oh, I've
It's
fucking-
I'm telling you, it's not hard. It's not hard to put you down the path, Jazz.
Look at this.
Oh
Look at
wow.
this.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Holy shit! That looks
Okay, I see.
amazing. Sin City with roosters.
Yeah,
Hawk?
Gotcha.
it's really really good. It's basically that. If you've actually, you know what? You've probably heard me hum this or sing this before. Both of you at any given point. If you ever like, if you've hung out with me in the Discord, or if I think during the last stream where you guys were in the cabaret in the D&D stream, I sung a little bit of Natasha's song. Natasha is the cat girl. But the song goes like, "Bourbon moon hang in the sky. A man is left with a golden smile." Have you guys heard me sing that at all?
It sounds-
vaguely.
No?
Maybe,
I think
yeah.
I might have. I think I
Maybe?
might have. I
It's
think I might
very
have.
good. The music
Maybe.
is really
Is
good.
it on Steam?
Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know. I played
Yeah,
this on PlayStation.
I just looked it up.
But
It is.
the
This
music
is
is
absolutely a
the music
Steam
is top
game.
notch.
Like, just look at it.
The music is top notch. The story is super fucking good. The voice acting's amazing. The gameplay, it's mostly like making decisions and stuff, and it's mostly clicking on stuff.
It's almost
There
like
are
a
some-
visual novel.
Yeah, it's basically
Right.
it's literally
Okay,
a visual
I
novel.
got you.
There's some shooting parts, but it's a really good game. I think you guys.
Okay.
But anyway, fuck the police. Yeah, a few times. So you
Right.
play as the chicken police, which are like famous cops. But the idea is that you and your buddy had like a falling out, so now you're getting back together, right? Well, you're a bit like you're like a week or two from retirement or some bullshit, and like you're like on break, but like you're disobeying your break, and you're gonna get back together to solve this like last major crime, right? Which involves her. And so that's like the whole like premise, and it's super like it's gritty and it's interesting, and like the like world building they do with like the side characters is fucking awesome. It's really cool.
Like they actually
But,
put effort into this
alright.
thing.
Yeah, they actually put effort and love into
Alright.
it. What looked like it would be like a gag like joke game turned out being really serious and really good. But yeah, you guys need to play at some point.
That sounds cool. All right.
I needed to mention that. But anyway,
Okay. All right. More about it later. We gotta get through the questions. We can end
I'm
this.
sorry.
Go for it.
Between a rune bear and Melania, who would you rather run into in a dark alley? Usually Melania. Why the fuck would I not want to run into
Melania.
Melania?
Yeah,
Absolutely,
that's-
Melania.
Yeah.
What kind of question is this? Rune bears are fucking A, terrifying, B, not fuckable.
Yeah.
Why would I want to run into...
Well, yeah, at least like
If-
I might get some snoo.
Yeah.
If the
Maybe
implication is you're
snoo-snoo,
dying
maybe
either way,
death. Maybe
If the
my
implication is that
raise
you're-
is good enough.
maybe
Maybe I'll
maybe
interrupt
your
Jazz
charisma
another
stat's high
time.
enough. But no, if the implication is death either way, like I feel the Rune Bear is a far more terrifying end than a Millennia.
Oh God,
I mean,
yeah.
Millennia's the kind of who would at least make it quick, right? But the bear will just fucking like make it slow and painful. We know Rune Bears at this point. Those guys are assholes. That's a rough way to go. So yeah, Millennia, easy
They're
peasy.
not fuckable for no one to fuck a bear. No. Let me explain to you something else, though. The thing with larger animals is that you will find out very quickly whether or not they consent. And I don't think Rune bears are going to consent.
No, they're not. All right, what else? What's the next question?
This is the last question. The idea that in Borderlands, Krieg is protecting Tina is likely a reference to a popular theory that Craig is Tina's dad post-experiment.
Yeah,
we've
been all that, yeah.
We kind of covered
Yeah.
that. I
We're into
like,
that, okay.
is that, like, what's, like, the premise behind that lore? 'Cause I'm curious.
I honestly don't remember too much about this theory myself. I just like what I remember of Krieg is that the reason he gets involved with the Vault Hunters in the first place is because he sees Maya and Maya's hot, and he's like, "Oh shit, I'd love to go hang out with her. I'll stop being crazy for a minute, and we'll go hang out with them for a bit." And that's kind of his whole intro.
Based. Man's got
So-
fucking colonized.
Yeah. Because like the deal with Krieg is that like he's a psycho like the other psychos, or he like the guys that just run at you with like a pipe or whatever, and he's insane. But like there's this small piece of him he's got like an inner monologue that's just like a normal person, but this monologue like very rarely has control of the body. It's mostly just the psycho, strip the flesh, soak the wound, motherfucker. But yeah, that little bit of him like convinced in that trailer. Yeah, convinces Psycho Krieg to actually help like defend Maya, who's like about to be attacked by a different psycho. So yeah, and that's how he kind of joins up with them. It's actually pretty cool. It's a
The
cool thing.
one time you want a man's lower brain to take over.
Stick with the little head, not the big head.
Yeah.
There's like one drawing by Tiny Tina that looks like him. Yeah, maybe. And Krieg could have been around. I mean, again, this was Borderlands 2, which he was a playable character in, so yeah, him and meeting her in that timeline very well could have happened.
Anyway, with that
That
said,
it?
that is all of the questions. Yeah, that's all of them. That is. We are at the end. Which means it is time to pick out a title for our stream.
Yeah, I kind of forgot to do them like throughout the stream, so I like about 30 minutes ago I just like rushed through a few possible options here. So first on the list we got Willy Wonka's Crack House.
Okay, yeah.
They're pretty good. We got Watch Out for the Black Hole Vag, which reference to the very interesting manga that I read.
That might be a bit tough for YouTube.
Yeah, we got Geriatric Borderlands, which just that whole conversation.
I like
and the casting therein.
menopausal Borderlands.
Yeah.
Okay, either or. We got Throat Rippin' Good Times, in allusion to the show
Throat
that
Rippin'
everyone's
Good
been
Times
enjoying.
is so
Warrior.
far my favorite.
Okay. And then I think the strongest one is the one I came up right at the end, which is one of the more recent conversations here, which is The Adventures of Cracker Jack. I don't know about you. I'd watch The Adventures of Cracker Jack. That's a great time.
I like one. You just listed 5 titles, right?
That was 5, yeah.
I like 1, 4, and 5.
So
Okay.
Willy Wonka's Crack House, Throat Rippin' Good Times, and Adventures of Cracker Jack.
Yeah, those are the 3
Yeah,
I like.
those-
So
Those are my favorites
Yeah.
as well. Let's
mm,
do a
Okay.
poll. Let's
Go
do a
with
poll.
those.
We can do a quick poll.
All right. Adventures of Captain Crack Arrow.
Cracker Jack needs to be. I want to push Cracker Jack into the white slur lexicon.
Bro, you just gotta hang out with Snow Roach, dude. You could be my Robin to my Batman.
Oh man, I forgot what my character name was gonna be going into the Snow Roach campaign. It was fuck. What was it?
I remember.
Yeah, me neither.
Cause like so we got Snow Roach, we got Bleach Demon. Now
Cracker Jack.
Now we got Cracker Jack.
Mayo Monkey, is it that one?
No, well, Jazz is.
Oh, how about Black Token?
The Black Token.
Porcelain Pete.
Porcelain Pete's really good. I like that. I like Porcelain Pete. But what was
Angel?
it? Angel, stop that. The Black Shield.
The which one?
The Black Shield. You remember that from from last stream?
Black Shield. Oh yeah, Black Shield. The one with Dev. Yeah. The Great Black Shield was it?
The Great Black Shield is so
The Great Black Shield.
Yeah, because they managed to get retard back. They're going after faggot, and after they're done with that, they're going for the big one. And I think they're gonna need a black shield. They're gonna need a Great Black Shield for if that's what they
Fuck, they were just Cracker Jack. What the fuck were the other ones?
Willy Wonka's Crack House and Throat Ripping Good Times.
Yeah.
But it seems like Adventures of Cracker Jack might be
Willy Wonka's
might
Crack
already
House
be
is too
winning.
on the nose, but yeah, I'm gonna put Through Ripping Good Times and The Adventures of Cracker Jack. I'll put those two and see what happens. Let's
Okay.
chat.
I'm fine with either of those.
Yeah, I just don't think the meth house has enough horsepower to win this race.
Hmm. All right, well, let's see what we got. Oh man, that was a hell of a show, though, huh?
Yeah, we went for a good while there. I think that's one of our longer ones. It's 5.5 hours.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, Cracker Jack's killing.
Well, we
Nice.
went 2
I'm
votes so
okay
far.
with that.
3 votes? Yeah, so far all 3 votes are for Cracker Jack.
Run away.
Chat, there's 13 of you in there. Give us at least half. Half of you have to be paying attention. Really.
Oh my god. I did not think that would be like the highlight of my night.
Cracker Jack. That was really
I'll take
good.
it.
It was too strong.
I'll
That
take
was
it.
Too
really
strong.
Good. That was really good.
That's one of the longer ones becoming a common occurrence. True.
Yeah.
Come on, chat, vote. We need votes on the YouTube side.
Boy, 2 weeks
You know,
from
Cracker
now,
Jack's still
Maybe
crazy.
it's really all like.
for our next guest for 2 weeks from now, I'm gonna try to get Mizu from Under the Tea.
Okay.
I asked V. V said
we've talked
he's
to V.
actually stepping. Huh?
Oh, what did he say?
No, I asked V, and V said that he's actually currently like bowing out of the Archcast and stuff. He's trying to focus on his like video game, which is totally super
okay.
valid. So like he's busy. But yeah,
That's
so
fair. That's fair.
we got well, I already talked to Mizu. Mizu's interested, so I just have to I
Throw
did
that
let him know.
starch.
That's true. We see about the next, but the next is definitely Mizu. So
Okay.
I did tell him that I was trying to get V, and so if I did, then V would be next, because I already mentioned that before. And then he'll be after, but obviously V's a no-go. So I'll see if he's still interested for 2 weeks from now. So that's probably going to be your next guest. Because I did give him the heads up, but we'll see. So far it's
Sounds
5
good to me.
votes, and they're all for the Adventures of Cracker Jack, so
I
that's,
think Cracker Jack's taking it.
It's good. It's too fucking good, man.
that's too solid.
All right. We'll take
All
that
right.
then. All right, guys. Well, with that, we've got our title. We've had our good times, but it's time to call it a night. So
That's nice.
thank you guys so much for watching. Oh, but before we go, of course, we gotta do some shilling. Helmsman, why don't you tell them all about what you got going on, bro?
Yeah, so let me think. My ad is in the title, obviously. Wandering Helmsman. I'm on Twitter. Drop the ing. It's Wander Helmsman. And I'm gonna be streaming. gaming, Final Fantasy VII on Friday. I'm finishing up Cyberpunk on Saturday. And then I'm
Nice.
actually going to start streaming, doing hand cam streams on Twitch in 2 or 3 weeks, somewhere around there.
Excuse me.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
So we have a Twitch
yeah,
channel.
I
Did you already have the
decided I
account?
want to. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I resurrected my streaming account from 2018.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Let me go.
yeah,
grab a follow on that, and I can put the link in the description as well.
Hey. Mm-mm.
Is
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
Wandering Helmsman?
Actually, let me find out what it is.
Hold up.
It is it's just Wandering Helmsman on Twitch. If you want to see what my all together, no spaces or anything. But yeah, if you want to see what my streaming,
I can't find it, Smoj. You have to give me a link.
Okay, I'll give you a link. Copy. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is my. I streamed for like 2 months back in 2018 when I was between jobs.
Mhm.
I remember we
And
talked about
this is that account.
Oh.
So this was like the the way it's set up now. This was like the very first iteration of the Wandering Helmsman persona. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna be doing like hand cam streams over there on the weekends, and otherwise I'm just chugging along doing my gaming streams here on YouTube, and I'm kind of off and on active on Twitch. Some days I'll tweet like a bunch, and other days I'll just not do a fucking thing. But yeah, that's me.
Good, okay. Jazz, you got anything?
Well, I mean, I'm be streaming one more day tomorrow. More Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, for sure. And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and pull the trigger on Helldivers 2, and I might be joining Lumi, and I think either Oko or Mizu are gonna be playing too, so I might go ahead and just join them and see what that game's all about. Because it looks like a lot of fun. So I'm excited to actually see what's going on with it. Yeah, and it got crossplay and it's on console, so that's pretty good.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, that makes things a little easier for me. But yeah, I think that's my plans for tomorrow. What about you?
Over on my end, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Elden Ring with Rika. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it or I'm just gonna hang out with her on like her side. I don't know if she's gonna stream it. But besides that, I do want to do another cooking stream because I have lots of food still in the fucking fridge for me to cook.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I keep like I'm just never in the mood. I've also been like sick. I'm currently sweating out of fever, like as we speak. I don't like to complain about shit like that, but yeah, I've been like, it is so hot. I am like sweating.
What's the next Toothy Point podcast episode?
Toothy Point's gonna be next week, next Wednesday, hopefully.
Nice.
We didn't have the last one because like Rico was having her Shark Week. And then I can't remember what happened the couple weeks before that. So it's been a while since the last one, but we should have another one next week. Audio. Fuck, man. Always happens right at the end as well.
At the end.
Yeah, but it's just like, God, just relax. I'm doing the outro. Fuck. And besides that, on Friday I'm gonna be hanging out with Yuki and Yuna for more D&D. Should be the last episode of that. Because I think we're basically done with the campaign we were doing. And then that's later in the afternoon, so I'm probably gonna stream something else beforehand. For Saturday, I'm seeing if I could try to turn Saturdays into my like membership stream days. So I'm probably gonna play some more Street Fighter. I want to finish it, and then I'm trying to think of some ideas for what we can do for like a membership. I don't know. I'm trying to like.
Wait, like stuff that people can join in on?
Huh? No,
like games that people can join in and play with you, or
like member. Oh. Well, yeah, maybe we could do something like that. But like member exclusive streams.
Siege
is what I was talking about.
Yeah, Siege seems that'd be a good angle for you.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, like it's been asked of me to do more like membership content. So I'm trying. I'm not very good at like coming up with like content that I don't, that I don't want to share with literally everyone. So
I still think you should do a React channel, but that's a whole different conversation.
yeah, I've been wanting to make
That would
like
be
a
fun.
separate channel for like reaction stuff. But I don't know.
I gave you the
We'll see.
blueprint. You've seen it.
You did. You need to send it to me again though.
Well, I mean,
I forgot.
It's in the marketing
Is that-
channel.
Okay.
because I wonder, like, could it be a good idea to, like, help get the podcast a little more traction by
That's
putting out
something
some
else I was
reaction
thinking
videos
of,
on this
yeah.
channel too?
That's something I was
Like,
thinking of
maybe we
doing
can react to
instead.
some shit together. I don't know.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking about doing
Like,
instead, like having like individual like, for example, like maybe like we do some stuff else together. But we can also do some stuff like like Rose uploaded a video to the Offensive Charm podcast where she's just ranting about so and stuff, right? Like
And
stuff like
such,
that.
yeah. Like
we
I
can
was
do.
playing around with that idea too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So like I don't know. It feels weird to like do like a separate like I have 2 fucking podcasts where I rant about stuff. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It feels weird to make a
so
whole
maybe just-
third channel for it. Like, you know.
Yeah, so if you're gonna do reactors, maybe just tie them to one or the other. So this is not.
But we'll
Okay,
see.
yeah.
I'm hovering on the idea of making like a separate channel for like off niche content. But I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening with that.
Okay.
Anyway,
Sounds good.
with that chat, it is 2:30 in the morning. We've been going for exactly about 5.5 hours, maybe a little bit less, because we ran a little late. Sorry, I was taking a shit. I'm gonna be honest.
I can smell it from here.
No, it's not true. I flushed. But anywho.
Stop snoofing. Stop it.
Bad dog. Yeah. This is the end. Jazz, you do the intro, so I don't know what to say. Other than go fuck yourselves
Oh.
and I love you. Bye. So Jazz, you go.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
just
no,
say,
you guys. Oh.
well, my sign off is the watch is yours chat. So.
All
That's
right,
pretty
yo, y'all know how I usually do. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Go eat something, drink something, get some rest. Maybe find some good music while you're at it. Just take care of you, and we will see you guys all in the
Come hang out
next
on the
one.
Discord. I'm gonna watch more Warrior.
Yeah. Bye.
We'll see you
Almost the wrong
later.
button.
Have a good night. Goodbye. Have a beautiful time.
Bro, I keep fucking forgetting to turn off the thanks for coming, have a great time during the, like, opening load screen. I'm an idiot! Ah!